Good morning, bon dia. Welcome back to the beautiful Lake Banyoles for the 51st edition of the World Rowing Masters Regatta. We are delighted to have you joining us for today, Friday, day 3 of racing. So much to look forward to over the next 11, 12 hours or so of racing today. We've got another action-packed schedule coming right your way. And racing will, of course, be kicking off in just 5 minutes' time. I'm Fergus Mainland, and I'll be guiding you through all of the action over the next couple of hours here on this live stream. So wherever you are in the world, you are very welcome. We're delighted to have you. Thank you very much for joining us. We hope you have enjoyed all of our coverage so far over the first couple of days of racing. This is, of course, the 51st edition of the World Rowing Masters Regatta, the second largest event that we have ever hosted. We've got more than 3,700 athletes racing from 747 clubs around the world, and it is a delight to have them all here at this truly wonderful festival of rowing. Where there we see the wonderful Lake Banyoles. There is the start line. All of our crews just getting ready to go, getting themselves attached. Just off to the left-hand side, the great city of Banyoles and the mountains off in the background, creating this incredibly picturesque setting for rowing, one of the great venues in the world. And of course, the host venue of the 1992 Olympics and the 2004 World Championships, of which many of those athletes who raced at those Olympics or those World Championships are back here racing again in 2025. Now though, let's talk about the racing that we've got coming up this morning. We're starting with single sculls. We're starting with the men's I single sculls. So all of our competitors over the age of 75 this morning. You can see them all lining up, getting ready to go. The first of which are all on the stake boats. 6 races of these men's I single sculls, and the first 2 of which will be fully loaded racing, 8 lanes that we will be looking forward to and enjoying in just a couple of minutes' time. The sun's still rising here in Banyoles, and the sun will just be starting to set as our competitors are taking their last strokes later on this evening. So it is a full day of racing. We're going right the way through till about 10 to 7 this evening. 11 hours of racing. But let's focus on this first race. The first of 185 races today. It's the busiest day here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. And the weather, as it always is here in Banyoles, is absolutely perfect. 21 degrees, perhaps a little bit of rain this afternoon, but a touch wood, I'm sure there won't be any. It'll be fine, it'll be glorious. It always is here in Banyoles. And what a sight that is. Let's take you through some of our competitors then this morning who are going to be participating in this first race. Of course, our lanes are done from right to left, 1 through to 8. So as you can see there, that's lane 2 just on the right-hand side of your screen, then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Working its way through to lane number 8. Well, there's one of our scullers this morning, Valmir Braz da Silva from Martinelli Rowing Club in Brazil. But let's take you through the rest of the runners and riders. Ian Andrews in lane 1. We're representing Ardingly Rowing Club from Great Britain. Ivor Hoey from Christiana Row Club from Norway in lane 2. Alejandro Gasparini from San Fernandino, Argentina in lane 3. We've already mentioned Valmir from Martinelli in Brazil, lane 4. Hennady Kupin of Dnipro from Ukraine in 5. Ronald Coote of Greenbank Falmouth Rowing Club from Great Britain in 6. Toru Kimura from Sita Rowing Japan in 7. Martinus Rom Kolthorf from Rooiverheiniging Pampus in the Netherlands. And we're off. We are underway, the first of our races, first of 185 races today here on the third day of racing at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Well, as this is the first day, it means we get our drone right from the very first stroke, and that's a phenomenal start for our sculler in lane number 6. That is, of course, Ronald Coote of Greenbank Falmouth. He's blasted out to the blocks. Going with him as well, though, Ivor Hoey from Christiana Row Club over on the top side of your screen. Both of those athletes going out to the blocks with an incredibly high rate of striking, separating themselves from the rest of the field already. And through the opening minute, they've already got clear water. Ronald Coote got clear water on Ivor Hoey and himself got clear water on the rest of the field. Ian Andrews just starting to separate himself now as our third place sculler himself. Clear water now on Valmir Braz da Silva from Martinelli Rowing Club from Brazil. They're your 4 top scullers at the moment. As we're coming through this first 500 metres, this has been a terrific start from these 3. Well, there's our leader out in front at the moment by number 3, Alejandro Gasparini, San Fernandino from Argentina. Tremendous display of sculling from him as he comes through that halfway point. Less than 500 metres to go now for him. He has motored out of the block. It'll be fascinating to see how much more oomph he's got left in the next 500 metres to see if he can carry that momentum all the way through to the finish line. But there he is, that high rate of striking working particularly well for him at the moment. That has absolutely paid dividends for him. We've got a great contingent of scullers and sweepers who have made the trip across from South America, from Uruguay, from Peru, from Argentina, from Brazil. And it's wonderful to have them all here racing. So if you are tuning in from South America, at some point in the night, we are delighted to have you waking up in the early hours. It's great to have you here, enjoying these pictures. And I'm sure you will be delighted to see Alejandro Gasparini of San Fernando leading out in front. In the background, though, that is the back of Ivor Hoey of Christiana Row Club from Norway. Again, another great contingent has made the trip from Norway, from Sweden, from Denmark. A great showing from our Scandinavian countries. Well, we wondered whether or not Alejandro Gasparini would be able to keep that momentum going in the second half. Well, he absolutely has. Just look at that margin over the rest of the field as he comes up to the finish line. It's just grown and grown, stroke after stroke. He's taking inches, centimetres, metres almost every single stroke over the rest of the field. But there's our second place sculler, Ronald Coote of Greenbank Falmouth. He's stuck on in there, but not quite able to match the pace, match the strength of Alejandro Gasparini. He looks set to be our first winner here on day 3 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Great performance, great sculling from the Argentinian. He's up to the line, just a few strokes left for him. And he will win final one of the men's I single sculls. A reminder, we have 6 of these finals to look forward to. Next across the line, it is, of course, Ronald Coote from Greenbank Falmouth, British sculler. And then next through that will be Ivor Hoey of Christiana Row Club, the Norwegian. And they'll be followed by Hennady Kupin from Dnipro, from Ukraine.
Valmir Braz da Silva, Martinelli, Brazil. Stop the roll.
Well, we've talked about the strong contingent who made the trip across from South America. Well, this is Valmir Braz da Silva from Martinelli of Brazil, just drifting through, but just pipping him on the line will be Toru Kimura from Sita Rowing of Japan. But there is our winner, Alejandro Gasparini from Argentina. Our first winner of day 3 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta. So racing will be thick and fast all day long. There will be a few gaps throughout the day to allow for umpires to change round, etc., that sort of thing. But we've got racing every 3 minutes over 1,000 metres here. What a sight that is to kick off the morning. Some of the balloons rising up over Lake Banyoles. We go back up to the starts. Well, back up into the second half of the race, I should say, because final 2 of men's I single sculls is underway. Estvej from Germany in lane 1, Corinthians from Brazil in 2, Tees Rowing Club from Great Britain in 3, Chinook from United States of America in 4, CDR San Pantaleon from Spain in 5, Remeros Alberdi from Argentina in 6, Thames Rowing Club from Great Britain in 7, and Drummoyne of Australia in lane 8. Well, our camera at the moment is on that sculler, the Spanish sculler Jose Cuadro Celis from San Pantalon. Looks to be leading out at the moment. Going with him, though, one across, it's Jamie Rubini from Chinook from the United States of America, that great training centre, that great training club, I should say. We've also got our eyes on Paul Mew from Thames Rowing Club, one of the great boat houses of the Putney Embankment in London, one of the beating hearts of rowing around the world. But our 2 scullers then, as we come up to the line, leading this one out, Jose Cuadro Celis from CDR San Pantalon of Spain will beat out Jamie Rubini, the American from Chinook. But it will be the sculler from Thames Rowing Club, Paul Mew, comes through to take that 3rd place. And then we've got a trio of scullers coming through on the far side of the course, make that a quartet of scullers. As our sculler from Drummoyne, Branko Kovacic, comes through in lane 8, but just on the far side, that is Jürgen Scholl of Estvej, Silvio Silva Caldas of Corinthians, and Robert Bainbridge from Tees Rowing Club. And there he is, just pushing off our first winner of the day, Alejandro Gasparini of San Fernandino Rowing Club, the Argentinian. He looks absolutely delighted, as he should. So confirmation there. Second race of the day and a first win for one of our Spanish clubs. Back up though for final 3. In lane 1, we've got the Canadians, Maple Bay Rowing Club in lane 1. Ardingly from Great Britain, the second of our Ardingly scullers this morning. They're out in force today. Rowing Club Argentino from Argentina in 3. Dainkago from Japan in 4, Upper Thames Rowing Club from Great Britain in 5, Schweinfurt, Germany in 6, Detroit Boat Club crew in lane 7. So cameras at the moment, you trained our scullers. It was Upper Thames from lane 5, but that wider shot showing that it is that sculler from Upper Thames Rowing Club out in front, leading at the moment. Probably about 3 lengths advantage over the rest of the field. Going with him, though, Richard Anderson from Detroit Boat Club crew of the United States of America. Just 7 crews racing in this one. And we can see 5 of them on screen at the moment. But out in front, leading, it's the Brit, it's Rodney Stewart from Upper Thames Rowing Club. But advantage, Richard Anderson, he's just closing down that advantage. Perhaps it's down to just 2.5 lengths or so. So he is moving on him in the last 100, 150 metres. But I think it will be too little, too late. There's our leader at the moment. Upper Thames Rowing Club. From that famous stretch of water that, of course, hosts Henley Royal Regatta, Henley Masters, Henley Women's Regatta. What a setting to have your home club on. Well, up to the line then. Rodney Stewart, Upper Thames Rowing Club, will come through, taking first place in this 3rd final of the men's I single sculls. He'll be followed by Richard Anderson of Detroit Boat Club crew. And then it will be Enrique Arturo Peralta from Rowing Club Argentino. And then in quick succession, Willie Cadell of Schweinfurt. On the far side, I think that looks to be Michael Bates, the Canadian from Maple Bay Rowing Club. And now we're riding with Colin Barrett, the Brit from Ardingly Rowing Club. It's their 30th anniversary this year for Ardingly Rowing Club, so congratulations to them. And they've made a special trip across to this year's Masters Regatta. But on screen at the moment, that is Jose Cuadro Chelis from CDR San Pantalon, the Spaniard. Congratulations to him for winning the second final of men's I single sculls. Well, up to the line then for Colin Barrett of Ardingly Rowing Club in this third final of the men's I single sculls. And then rounding out this race, we will have Kelichi Sato of Dankago from Japan. Well, there's the finish area here at Lake Banyoles. And there's confirmation. Upper Thames, Great Britain, Rodney Stewart winning this third final. And here's the fourth final. Fourth of 6 that we have this morning. In lane 1, Dark Blues Rowing Club from Japan. The Australians, Canning Bridge Rowing Club in 2. Christiana Row Club of Norway in 3. Mendoza de Regatas of Argentina in 4. Rocky Mountain USA in lane 5. Aberdeen Boat Club from Great Britain in 6. And Damas of the Netherlands in lane 7. Through that 500 metres then, it was Jan Bruin of Damas of the Netherlands leading out. And there we have lane 7 at the moment. That is, of course, just to the right-hand side of your screen. Just heading off down towards the finish area. He's being chased by Kenneth Price of Canning Bridge Rowing Club from Australia. The two of them ahead of the rest of the field. But we're up to the line then. And just like that, final 4 comes to an end, led by Jan Bruin of Damas from the Netherlands. He'll be followed by Kenneth Price, the Australian. G'day to any of our rowing fans tuning in from down under. I think at this point, you may be just able to catch us before you head off to bed. Either way, delighted to have you tuning in. And coming through, we will have Federico Carr of Mendoza de Regatas. We'll have Yoshio Otani from Dark Blues Rowing Japan. So confirmation then of final 4. Jan Bruin, Damas from the Netherlands. So our penultimate race then in the men's I single sculls. Ralph Pickles of Great Britain will be representing Tees Rowing Club in lane 1. Lingby of Denmark, Hans Noor in that second lane. Roifer Heineken Pampus in lane 3. Lee Valley Rowing Club from Ireland in 4. Sita Rowing Japan in 5. Drummond of Norway in 6. And then Ann Arbor Rowing Club from Michigan, United States of America. Our 7th sculler racing in this one. Final 5, final 6, the next one that will be coming. 7 scullers in both of those, much like the previous couple of races. So we can see just on the left-hand side of your screen. That's our sculler from Sita Rowing Club Atsuji Adachi. And then, of course, from this camera angle, we look over to the left-hand side, we look over to the right-hand side, see who else is in the mix. Well, over in lane 2, that's Hans Nor, of course, of Lyngby Rowing from Denmark. Well, there's our big sweeping shot to give us the full picture of what's going on in the race. Steinhoff of Drammen from Norway, he's there just closest to us. He's sitting in that second place position, but it doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to catch Atsuji Adachi of Sita Rowing from Japan. Up to the line for him, first place in this 5th final. He'll be followed by our Norwegian Steinhoff, who comes through. And then on the far side of the course, it will be second place, third place for our Scandinavian nations. Hans Nord of Lyngby from Denmark. But just on screen, enjoying his medal. From winning Final 4 is, of course, Jan Bruin of Damas. Well, there's our winner. All the way from Japan, Atsuji Adachi. And again, another great contingent making the trip across from Japan. Wonderful to have them all here. Well, final 6 then, our 6th and last final of the men's ice single sculls. Just coming through the halfway mark at the moment. Palm Beach, United States of America in 1, Mitsubishi from Japan in 2, Krefeld of Germany in 3, Dart Totnes of Great Britain in 4, RC8 of Lithuania in lane 5, WK Masters from Japan in lane 6, and SV Energy Berlin of Germany in lane 7. So on screen then is Werner Busch of Krefeld of Germany, just to the right-hand side going with him. Carmichael Stanley of Dart Totnes, he's just coming out of shot. Dancing around with our camera angle, desperate to try and get in. Carmichael Stanley from Dart Totnes. So our 2 leaders at the moment. It's our 2 German scullers. Werner Busch of Krefeld and Hartmut Schreiber of Energy Berlin. Travel all the way down to Spain, and then you end up in a race for that medal against one of your fellow countrymen. Perhaps they're used to racing each other back home in Germany. Well, they're doing it just now here on Lake Banyoles. But at the moment, momentum is with Werner Busch of Krefeld. Led by a couple of seconds or so, perhaps a second and a half coming through the halfway point. So I think Hartmut Schreiber has just closed that down ever so slightly. But I think with just a couple of strokes left to go, it will be Werner Busch by about half a length. The Krefeld sculler just pipping Hartmut Schreiber of Energy Berlin on the line. And as the other 3 scullers come through, we can take a moment to congratulate our winner from Final 5, who of course was Atsuji Adachi of Sita Rowing from Japan. There he is, just pushing off. Well, just coming through, we just saw Carmichael Stanley of Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club. There he is though, our winner. Great performance. He was pushed hard right the way to the line by his fellow countryman. Werner Busch, Krefeld, Germany. Winner of Final 6. So one of our scullers Still racing, still enjoying the course here in Banyoles. One of the wonderful things that we can do here at the World Masters Regatta is welcome absolutely everyone. So long as you're above the age of 27, we've got a race for you. Whether you've raced at the Olympics, whether you've raced at the World Championships, or whether you've just discovered the sport in recent months or years, or perhaps you're coming back to it after a break away, we are delighted to welcome you, delighted to welcome the world and this wonderful Masters rowing community to the amazing Lake Banyoles. Well, that's our sculler, Seiji Watanabe from Mitsubishi Rowing from Japan, rounding out final 6 of the men's I single sculls. The race, though, just behind is the first of our races of women's C pairs, with Henley Midmar of South Africa in lane 1. Karlsruhe Viking 1879 of Germany in 2. Barnesbridge Rowing Club from Great Britain in 3. Spanish Composite of MI Rowing and Remo Barquerno. Loughborough Boat Club from Great Britain in 5. Aberdeen Boat Club from Scotland in lane 6. Glebe from Australia in lane 7. And then we've got a Scottish Composite of St Andrew Boat Club and Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. Well, it's that Scottish Composite crew in lane 8, out in front, leading this one. And it's Martha Walsh and Gillian Connell. They've teamed up for this one. Two clubs in Scotland, they're not too far away from each other. St Andrew Boat Club in the heart of Edinburgh, racing and training on the canal that runs through that city. Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. Of course, that's brilliant rowing venue through just on the outskirts of Glasgow. Hosted the 1986 Commonwealth Games Regatta. Regular host of the Home International Regatta, back for the 4 nations, Scotland, England, Ireland and Wales. What a place to train, to race as well, much like this wonderful lake here in Banyoles. Well, there is our sculler from Mitsubishi, Seiji Watanabe, coming through. Bit of confusion out on the course at the moment. The Scottish Composite comes through in first place. There's a launch out on the water at the moment. And coming through in lane 4 at the moment, that's our Spanish crew. That's Margaret Berry and Judith Garcia Bustamente from MI Rowing and Remo Barquerno. And then in quick succession, I think that is the crew from Aberdeen, and they'll be followed by the likes of Barnesbridge, and I think the German combination of Karlsruhe Viking. But there's our winner from final 6 of the men's I single sculls. Werner Busch of Krefeld from Germany. Big waves though from the Scots. Delighted with that performance. Martha Walsh, Gillian Connell. Gillian Connell of Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, Martha Walsh, St Andrew Boat Club. And a boat named Here We Go Again, and I suspect we will be seeing them back out in action once again over the course of the next couple of days of racing here in Banyoles. Well, we're up to the start then. For the second final of the women's C pairs. Final 2. An Australian composite of Glebe and Leichhardt, Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 2. We've got an Irish composite of Killorgan and St Michael's in 3. Exeter Rowing Club in 4. There's our Dutch crew in lane 5, Hertzbarn. We've then got a German composite 1 lane across. Karlsruhe Viking 1879 and a Rhein Club Alemannia. Marlow Rowing Club from Great Britain in 7 and Corinthians. The Brazilians in lane 8. There's Marlow Rowing Correction, that is not Marlow Rowing Club, of course. Marlow Rowing Club are the next lane across. They both have bright red scarlet kit. Forgive me, it's only 8:25. That is, of course, Karlsruher Viking 1879, Rhein Club Alemannia. Victoria Karl and Gudrun Klein, that's them on screen. To the right and to your left is Martha Walsh and Gillian Connell receiving their medals after winning the first final of women's C pairs. So the Germans, much like the rest of the competition, just getting themselves ready to go. A slight delay in racing. It gives us another moment to appreciate and enjoy this stunning backdrop here in Banyoles. Nestled here in some of the hills of Catalan. As you can see there, the rest of the crews, the rest of the race is just starting to stack up behind in an orderly fashion. Well, deep breaths there from the Irish crew. They're in lane 3 getting ready to go. And it's green light and away. Final 2 women's C pairs. The Australian composite in 1, Nottingham in 2, the Irish composite in 3. They're on screen at the moment. Well, there's Marlow Rowing Club, Philomena Burrows and Tamsin Vernon. Quick glance across to see how they are getting on. Quick start, though, from the crew in lane 3. That's the Irish, Kilorglin and St Michael's, Fiola Foley and Vanessa Lawrenson. Quick starts as well. 2 lanes down, the crew from Hertzbaan, the Netherlands, Marije Doetkom and Martij van der Meulen. And as well, the crew from lane 7 as well, Marlow Rowing Club. We've got our eyes on them. So those 3 crews just starting to distance themselves, but that crew in lane 8, that's Corinthians, just coming into a bit of issues with what looks like the buoy line, just getting themselves tangled up. Not what we want to be seeing in the opening 100, 150 metres. Let's hope they can get themselves back up and running as quickly as possible. But our leaders, though, just starting to separate themselves out. Great start from the Irish. St Michael's, Kilorglin. And then going with them as well, you know, that crew in lane 5. Hertzbaan, the Dutch crew, Marlow Rowing Club hanging on in there to 3rd place at the moment. There's very little separating those 2 crews in the opening stages of this. Great start from the Irish, though, just trying to get themselves away from that chasing pair of crews, trying to get themselves away from any charges that will come in the middle of the race or towards the end of the race. But they themselves have got to be careful of that buoy line. They've just crossed over and they'll be sending some of their puddles down towards the crew in lane 2. That's from Nottingham Rowing Club. So they might be bouncing around ever so slightly in their lane. So they'll be looking to correct that. But going well, though, that crew in lane 5. Hertzbaan from the Netherlands. Hanging on in there, and I think just over maybe the past 100, 120 metres or so, you know, I was just about to say they've started to pull away, but I think we're now seeing maybe a bit of a burst coming from Marlow Rowing Club as we come through the middle section of this second final of women's C pairs. Behind them, though, that race for 4th place. Currently leading it, it's the Australians, it's Wendy Miller and Jacqueline Harris of Glebe and Leichhardt. Just behind them, though, sitting probably a length or so back, it's Nottingham Rowing Club, Louise Tyro and Bernadette McCabe Doyle. But probably in that 5th place, I think just ahead of that crew from Nottingham Rowing Club, Karlsruher Viking 1879, the Rhein Club Alemannia, Victoria Karl, Gudrun Klein, just holding on to 5th place at the moment. Well, I think we saw a bit of a move that came from Marlow Rowing Club. That has been met and countered by the Dutch. Hertzbaan very much kicking on here, trying to push up for 2nd place. That's all but solidified. Now the question is, can they kick on? Can they kick on for that gold medal that the Irish are currently reaching for? It was at about a length. I think the Dutch have been able to close down to about half a length or so. Let's see what the Irish have got left as we come into the final 150 metres or so. Marlow Rowing Club just starting to fade ever so slightly. But here come the Irish up to the finish line. Kilorglin and St Michael's, Louise Townrow and Bernadette McCabe Doyle. Oh, the Dutch are getting close. The Dutch are getting incredibly close as we come up to the finish line. I think it's going to be very tight. The Dutch have really kicked on over the past 200-300 metres. And the Irish, you know, they were worried about their steering in the opening stages of this race. Is perhaps coming a little bit undone as we come up to the finish line once again. The Dutch, though, as well, they're just veering around ever so slightly. But the Irish will hold on. Kilorglin and St Michael's will hold on to take first place ahead of Hertzbahn from the Netherlands. Marlow Rowing Club will take third, but there will be overlap back to the Germans from Karlsruhe Viking 1879, Rhein Club Alemannia. And then it will be the Australians coming through from Glebe and Leichhardt. They kicked on to finish ahead of Nottingham Rowing Club from Great Britain. Then we'll have the third of the British crews coming through. Exeter Rowing Club's Eleanor Burke and Helen Nicholson. And they'll be followed by Luciana Hackstrom-Becks and Lilia de Oliveira of Corinthians from Brazil. 146 entries, 149 entries, I should say, from Corinthians here at this year's World Masters. Well, it was certainly worth the wait for that second final of women's C pairs. One more to go, and then we switch across to double sculls. Men's A double sculls, of which we will have 7 finals. But there's confirmation on screen. Our winners from Ireland, Kilorglin and St Michael's. Well, here's our third final then. The women's C pairs. Warwick Boat Club, Great Britain in 1. Rowing Canada Aviron alumni in 2. We've got an international composite of Molesey from Great Britain and Adelaide University, Australia. Noosa Yacht and Rowing of Australia in 4. Aberdeen Boat Club from Great Britain in 5. Banyoles, our host club here in Catalan in lane 6. Hertzbahn back in action in lane 7. And Upper Thames Rowing Club go in lane 8. Our cameras riding with the crew in lane 2. That's the alumni of Rowing Canada Aviron, former internationals for Canada, getting right back into the action here at the World Masters Regatta. That's who we're riding with. They're riding up to the finish line. And they're in a race. What a race they're in as they come up to the finish line. It looks like they have got clear water. It looks like they have got the lead over the crew in lane number 6, which is, of course, our crew from Banyoles. I should have known from the roars, from the cheers. The bank just gets louder and louder whenever there is one of our Banyoles crews in action. Ana Sanchez Vidal, Elizabeth Fares Compta, they take second place behind RCA alumni Jennifer Wallinga and Anna van de Kamp. Next across it will be Hertzbahn, Marieke van der Meij and Esther Hoekstraat. And then we'll have the first of our British crews. That'll be Aberdeen Boat Club. Mary Pedrog and Marie Davis. They'll be followed by the second of our British crews from Warwick. Worth noting, we did have a scratch from Molesey and Adelaide and from Upper Thames as well. So just 5 boats, just 6 boats, sorry, I should say, racing. But to the left-hand side, though, we can once again say congratulations to our medalists, our winners of Women's C Coxless Pairs Final 2. Kilorglin and St Michael's, Fiola Foley and Vanessa Lawrenson. Well, there's our winners Canadians, those who have raced previously for the Canadian national team. Jennifer Verlinga and Anna van der Kamp, finishing ahead of our local crew from Banyoles. But now we go up the track for doubles. Lane 1, Toulouse-Aviron from France, Cercolo Canoteri of Peru in 2, La Rapita of Spain in 3, Georgian national team from Georgia in 4, German combination of Stuttgarter Rudergesellschaft and Vablingen in lane 5, France AUNV in 6, Royal Navy from Great Britain in 7. But it is that crew, it's the German crew, Stuttgarter Rudergesellschaft, Weiblingen from Germany in lane 5, who come through to take first place ahead of the Brits, the Royal Navy, ahead of the French AUNV, who themselves finished just ahead of the Georgian national team. Fast finishing here in final 1 of the men's A double sculls. Just coming through, Capri Club, Mequinenza and Nabaters, the Spanish combination. Miguel Rubio Lambia and Santiago Lavilla Tenias. Well, racing thick and fast. It's, of course, over 1,000 metres here. Every race over 1,000 metres. 3-minute intervals, hence why we can get some close finishes and quick turnarounds in some of these races. But there's our winners. We can take a moment to appreciate them. Our German composite crew, Emil Schmidberger and Maximilian Hess, Stuttgarter Rudergesellschaft, and Weiblingen. They, of course, finished ahead of the French and then ahead of the Georgian combination. And our next race is almost approaching 250 metres left. We'll take you through those runners and riders. Lane 1, Cambridge 99 from Great Britain. Lane 2, Nabaters of Spain. We've got a Chile combination from Remo Karen and Regattas Kurama. Toulouse-Aviron from France in 4. Jin Li Bao of China in 5, an international composite from Egypt and the United States in lane 6, Corinthians of Brazil in 7, and a Dutch composite from Proteus and Nautilus. Well, it is the Dutch. It's Nautilus, Proteus, Floris van der Grieft and Tristan Stiegman. They've got clear water. Going with them, the crew in lane 6. It's our international composite. It's Cairo Police from Egypt and Cincinnati Rowing Club from the United States of America. They're holding on to second place at the moment. Karim Abdullah and Abdallah Abdillah. They're holding on to second place. But it is the Dutch. It's Nautilus and Proteus through in first place. Then it's our international composite of Egypt and the United States, quickly followed by the crew from Toulouse-Aviron, just ahead of Nabaters, the Spanish crew. Then we've got our Chinese crew from Jin Libao Rowing Club, Regattas Kurama Rem Karen from Chile, and then Corinthians of Brazil. So on your top of your screen, just coming through then, that is our final crew. Fernando Martin Fernandez and Jonathan Warren of Cambridge 99 Rowing Club. So confirmation. There's our winners. Proteus and Nautilus. Ahead of the international composite, and the French crew from Toulouse-Aviron taking second place. As mentioned, 7 of these finals coming up. And here's the third one, already into the final 250 metres. The Portuguese composite, Galtos Combra in lane 1, Sterling Rowing Club Great Britain in 2, the international composite from France and Chile in 3, Huron Rowing from China in 4, St Andrew Boat Club Great Britain in 5, Roder Club Baldeneyes of Germany in 6, the Australian composite of Newcastle and Drummoyne in 7, and the German composite of Grunow and Piernel Rodeverein in lane 8. Well, our cameras at the moment trained on the crew from Portugal, Galtos on Coimbra. Going with them, it's the composite from the crew from Stirling Rowing Club, Graham Duff, Gregor Hall. There are your two crews on screen at the moment. And it was the Portuguese crew leading out at 500 metres. But all right, it's a surge from St Andrew Boat Club. Great performance from them to come through and take second place. Jan Swedlow, Neil Paul. They finished just ahead of, I think, the German combination of Prinal, Rodeverein, Grunow. The Portuguese crew, Gael Tos Coimbra. And we just saw the Australians coming through, Benjamin Homer and Andrew Goldstein of Newcastle and Drummoyne. Through the line, that's our German combination. Jan Borg and Marcus Keller of Ruder Club Am Baldeneyes. And now we're riding with the Chinese crew. Qihao Yang and Yuhu Zhao of Haoran Rowing China. So it will be the Chinese crew coming up and rounding out this final 3 of the men's A double sculls. So confirmation then, our winners are from Portugal, Coimbra and Galitos. Antonio Malgais Duval and Pedro Fraga. And we go back up quickly for final 4 now. Rem Barcelona from Spain in 1. TWDW of Poland in 2. Alemania, Germany and Daniel of Israel make our international composite in lane 3. Great Britain made up of Nottingham Rowing Club and Newark in 4. The German composite of Schmockwitz and Wusterhausen in 5. Corinthians from Brazil in lane 6. And the Chilean club Deportivo Alemán de Concepción in lane 7. And we pick them up as they hit the red boys, 250 metres to go. And out in front, of course it is. Same as yesterday, same as it has been all regatta. Rem Barcelona, one of the great clubs here at the World Masters Regatta. Going with them as well, it's the Polish crew, TWTW, but out in front, Artem Kosov and Boris Batin. We said their name a number of times yesterday as they made their way to the medal pontoon. Being chased hard by the Polish combination, though. TWDW really going at it as we come up to the finish line. They're holding it about a length or so. But on the line it will be Rem Barcelona. Another gold for Rem Barcelona. They'll be followed by the crew coming through in lane 5. That is our German composite, followed by Corinthians, the Chileans, our British composite of Nottingham and Newark, our international combination from Alemania, Germany and Daniel, Israel. And just like that, final 4 wrapped up. Rem Barcelona, another gold for Rem Barcelona. Well, we head back to the medal pontoon though momentarily. To say congratulations to our Portuguese composite from Galtos and Coimbra, winners of final 3 of the men's A double sculls, Antonio Malgas Duval and Pedro Fraga. It's fair to say you can't miss them out on the water in that bright green boat. But there's confirmation of final 4. Rem Barcelona on top once again. That takes us to final 5. Lane 1, Los Mauchos of Chile. Region Grandes de France in 2. Club de Remo de Brasilia of Brazil in 3. Ruder Gesellschaft Hansa Hamburg in 4. Warsaw Poland in 5. Rem Barcelona in action once again in 6. And Bagsvard of Denmark, lane 7. We're riding with Region Grand Est, the French combination in lane 2, winding it up, absolutely motoring to the line. And of course, it's Rem Barcelona that they're in a scuffle with. The Spanish crew have the advantage at the moment. Just a few strokes left to go. A quick glance across from the Spanish stroke man as we come up to the finish line. But it's going to be so close, but it will be Spain by about half a length over the French combination. Back-to-back wins for Rem Barcelona here in the men's A double sculls. What a couple of minutes for them. Alexander Kornilov and Valery Salchev getting the better of Sebastian Rieth and Théophile Onfroy again. Those 4 names, we've said them a few times already this regatta. Coming through though now, it is Club de Remo de Brasilia on the top of your screen, quickly followed by Bagsvard, the Danes, Steen Christensen and Emil Niels Heinrichsen. What depth Rem Barcelona have. Well, there's our winners. They start to paddle off. They'll be joining their clubmates there. On screen at the moment, Artem Kosov and Boris Batin of Rem Barcelona, winners of Final 4 of the men's A double sculls. They're not hanging around though. Not hanging around for their clubmates. And we're not hanging around either. We go up for Final 6, the penultimate race of men's A double sculls. Lane 1, Ireland. Lagan Scullers representing them. Willem Draai of Netherlands in 2. The international composite from Great Britain and Poland in 3. Camus Pool from Great Britain in 4. MRG Baden and Hanno of Germany in 5. Stockholm from Sweden in 6. And the French composite 1998 and Aviron Energy in lane 7 from France. But it's the German crew, it's Hanno and MRG Baden out in front, leading this one. Going well, though, this crew that we're flying over, the French combination, Aviron Energy 1998. But on the far side, I think that's where the race for second place is, between Lagan Scullers, Willem Draai of the Netherlands. Leading out in front, though, Frank Arnold, Moritz Schneider, the Germans. 3 or 4 strokes left to go. We're just going to switch over to our camera on the finish line any second now. But I think it is the Germans coming through just ahead of Lagan Scullers, Willem Draai, and the French combination, Pascal Chauvel, Bastien Ripoll. And then coming through there, lane 6, that is the Swedish combination from Stockholm. Well, there they are, Frank Arnold, Moritz Schneider. And they'll be followed by our international composite. Back up then. For Final 7, the last final of men's A double sculls. An international composite from Hungary and Switzerland in lane 1. Spanish composite of Aragon, Remo and Nautic Tarragona in 2. Wimbledon Rowing Club from Great Britain in 3. RTW Bydgoszcz of Poland in 4. Aviron Tours from France in 5. The Austrian composite of RV Viking Spital and Donnerband in 6. And Poland's TWDW, lane 7. So the 2 crews on screen at the moment. Lane 4, lane 5 to the right of your screen in the orange kit. That is the Polish combination. Marcin Anczak and Jacek Olejniczak. Next to them, though, in just out of shot, their white bows just dancing around with the camera. That is the French combination, Geoffrey Lord and Thierry Cadoret. but just one lane further across. Is Wimbleball, but we see at the moment is the crew in lane 7. The second of our Polish crews, TWDW. 7 crews racing this one, just 7 crews, so an empty lane 8, which gives us a great shot of our leading crew from Poland. They're racing hard, coming right the way through up to the line. But it will be our crew in lane 6. So we'll wait for official confirmation of that one to come through. Because just pushing off from the medal pontoon, it's our winners of the race before. The Germans, MRG Baden and Hanau, Frank Arnold and Moritz Schneider. So through the line now in the 7th final of the men's A doubles, Notik Tarragona, Aragon Remo, David Santamaria and Jose Labata Penila. There's our winners. The Austrian combination, Rodeverein Viking Spital, WRC Donnerband. Marko Milodanovic and Markus Schuttenhofer. They finish ahead of the international composite from Hungary and Switzerland, Vats Masters and RC Olten. But now we go up for some quad racing. 7 finals now of women's F quads to look forward to. First of which is on screen, and on screen is our crew in lane 1, our German composite crew from Hennigsdorf, SV Energie Berlin, Rudersdorfer Ruderverein Kalkberg, Chinook from the US in lane 2. Then we've got the Czechia composite of Bohemians Praha and VK Slavia Praha. British composite next of Upper Thames Rowing Club and Wallingford Rowing Club. Rocky Mountain USA in lane 5. Next to them it is Calgary Rowing Club, the Canadians. We've got the Brazilian composite of Club de Remo de Brasilia and Riachuelo. And the British composite, the second British composite of Warwick Boat Club and Starrport Boat Club. But we're riding with the Germans. They're over on the right-hand side of your screen, going with them as well. Chinook from the United States of America, the Czech crew, Bohemians Praha, VK Slava Praha. They're your 3 crews that we can see at the moment. And the one crew we can see on the right of your screen. Raufer Heineken, Ruderverein, I should say, Viking Spital, WRC Donnerbound, Marko Milodanovic and Markus Schuttelzelhofer. So those 3 crews that we could see. Now we can see 5 of our crews who are in action. With a clear leader though. Clear leader, it's our Germans on the far side of the course, but what a race as we hit 250 metres to go for 2nd and 3rd place. The race between the Americans from Chinook and the race between the Czech Republic crew, Czechia, Bohemians, Praha, VK Slava Praha. And just sneaking that ball into 4th place at the moment, it's that crew in lane 5's Rocky Mountain, United States of America. Just managing to row through the crew in lane 4. Of course, that's Upper Thames Rowing Club and Wallingford Rowing Club are just fading as we come into the last 200 metres or so. But out in front, up to the line then. It's our German crew, RCO Hennigsdorf, SV Energie Berlin, Rudersdorfer Ruderverein Kalberg. Continuing to stretch their lead as we come up to the finish line. Holding on for 2nd place, though, does look like it will be our crew from Chinook Rowing, United States of America. Holding off a strong challenge that continues to come from the Czechia crew, Bohemians Praha, VK Slava Praha. A great finish, strong finish from Rocky Mountain USA. Sees them come through Clearwater ahead of Upper Thames and Wallingford. Next through in lane 8, it's our 2nd British composite crew. That's Warwick Boat Club and Starrport Boat Club. followed by our Brazilian composite, Riachuelo and Club de Remo de Brasilia, just ahead of Calgary Rowing Club from Canada. So a wee wave there from the bow of that German crew. You can see all four of them on screen at the moment. Ines Padag, Sabine Winkler, Silke Schultz and Annette Burnett. Now, as I said, this is the first of 7 finals of the women's. Of course, big waves now. They spotted our camera in the confirmation. Wind for the Germans ahead of the Americans and the Czechia crew as well. Right then, final 2. The Great Britain composite of Evesham and Starrport Boat Club in 1. They'll go up against their fellow Brits Durham Amateur Rowing Club in lane 2. Whitmarsh Boat Club, University Barge Club, United States of America in 3. Lake Macquarie of Australia in 4. Allison's Row Club Norway in 5. The international composite crew from the United States made up of Martha's Mums, Minneapolis Rowing Club and Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club, Hong Kong. The All-American crew of Chinook Rowing USA in lane 7, with the Canadians going in lane 8 with Fredericton and Two Rivers Rowing Club. We're riding with the Americans though, in their luminous tops. That is, of course, Chinook. So we're flying up the return lane at the moment, heading back on to the course. We get a great picture, a great idea of how our crews are shaping up. That's the crews in lane 6. 6 and 3. There are race leaders. Whitemarsh Boat Club just on the top of your screen, sitting half a length or so down on the crew in lane 6. That's, of course, Martha's Mum Minneapolis Rowing Club and the Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club. Martha's Mum, founded by mothers, I should say, who rowed together. They've got 11 entries here in Banyoles across some of our composites as well. Going strong, going particularly well here at the moment. Holding on to that lead of about half a length that they have over the rest of the field. They've got to be careful of these buoy lines. They just seem to be clipping them as we come into the last couple of strokes. That's a correction on their steering. It's a big correction on their steering. Will it be too big of a correction on their steering, just allowing their competition to come back into the fray? That, of course, is the crew in lane 3, and it will be the crew in lane 3 who come through and take this win. That is Whitemarsh Boat Club and University Barge, Julia Waterbury, Wendy Beetleston, Heather Hollis and Kimberly Cook held their nerve incredibly well in the closing stages of that race to come through ahead of the international composite. As the rest of the crews come through, we can head back to the pontoon. We can appreciate Ines Padag, Sabine Winkler, Silke Schultz and Annette Burnett from Hennigsdorf Energy Berlin. Rudersdorf, Ruderverein, Kalkberger for their win in final 1. As Two Rivers Rowing Club Fredericton from Canada come through in lane 8. Chantel Hanley, Krista Steeves, Janet Shields Thompson and Michelle Lager. There's your winners, though, of this final. Final 2, Whitmarsh Boat Club, University Barge Club. A great performance from all 4 of them. So final 3 then, back to the start. Sarasota County Rowing Club in lane 1 from the US. The international composite from the Netherlands and from Denmark in 2. The Australian composite of Nagambi and Hawthorne in 3. The Netherlands go in lane 4 with Cornelis Tromp Hilversum, Corinthians of Brazil in 5. Riverside Boat Club USA in 6. Great Britain have a composite of Express of Upper Thames and of Strathclyde Park. And in lane 8, Aviron Agatois of France.
We still are in a volleyball school women's category F.
So we're riding with the crew in lane 2. That is our international composite at the moment. Made up of our Danish crew, Fernestum, and 2 of our Dutch crews, Reufer Heineken Duval and Cornelius Tromp Hilversum. The 4 of them on screen at the moment. However, our leading crew, just as they were through halfway, that's the Americans across in lane 1, Sarasota Rowing Club. We've got eyes on the British combination, though, in lane 7. That's Express, Upper Thames, Strathclyde Park, Judith Burns, Susan Brown, Sarah Kell, and in the bow is Ailey Ord of Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. They've got a lot of work to do to make up the advantage on Sarasota County. Sorry, on the international composite. They're not quite able to do so. They will settle for a brilliant second place. And then coming through, we will have our crew in lane 5, Corinthians of Brazil. And then in quick succession, the Australians, Nagambi and Hawthorne, now through just tangling themselves up with the big red boy. It's the French crew, Avignon Agatois. And then on the far side, Sarasota County Rowing Club. And coming through now is Riverside Boat Club USA.
So for the race 2019, the winner is the Composite International running in the lane 2. Ureso, Denmark, Cornelis from Hilversum, Netherlands, and RV Deval, Netherlands.
So pushing off there. And some particularly jazzy t-shirts, I might add, was of course Whitmarsh and University Barge from the previous race. The confirmation was our international composite. They came through to take the win and first place in final 3 of women's F quads. To final 4 we go. Willem Draai of the Netherlands in lane 1 of this one. Next to them, it is Chinook from the US, champion of the Thames of Great Britain in lane 3. We've got an Australian composite next to them in 4, Perth and ANA, Calgary Rowing Club from Canada in 5, the international composite of Strathclyde Park and Commercial of Australia in lane 6, the international composite from Maritime Spain and Rowing Club Argentino in lane 7, and Rocky Mountain USA in lane 8. Well, there's the crew in lane 7. That's Maritime of Spain and Rowing Club Argentino. Alicia Mula, Silvia Olivia Fernandez, Maria Alçado Perez, Sonia Gail Perez as well. But our leading crew, our crew out in front, they've hit the red boys, about 200 metres left to go at this point. Willem Draai of the Netherlands. Going well. That international composite, Strathclyde Park Rowing Club and Commercial from Australia. Fung Har Chan, Elizabeth Davidson, Barbara Hall, Louise Street. They're there with their red tops on, just in the middle of your screen. But to the right-hand side, leading 3-4 lengths advantage they've got over the rest of the field at the moment. Willem Draai from the Netherlands, leading well, racing well, coming up to the finish line. It's an awesome margin they've got over the rest of the field. They had about 6 seconds at halfway. Great row, great performance from the Dutch to come through and win this one. Second position will have coming through there. We can head back to the Meadow Pontoon. We can say congratulations to Ferneso of Denmark, Cornelius Tromp Hilversum of the Netherlands, Reufer Heineken de Walt of the Netherlands, Alita van der Ersch, Katarina Gertina Maria Boeringen, Inger Koch, and Mette Moller, winners of final 3 of Women's F Quads. Congratulations to all of them. So just through the line now, it is our composite crew of Maritime from Spain and Rowing Club Argentino, Argentina.
Congratulate the rowers. That's rowers. Wooden shirt, the drop wooden shirt.
But our winners, crew in pole position in the top spot in final four. Willem Draai of the Netherlands, ahead of Calgary and Chinook. Back up though, we're at 500 metres for final five. Tribesmen of Ireland in one. French combination of Regent Grand and Avion Acarchanois in two. Calgary Rowing Club and Tweeds Head Australia make up the international composite in three. Saugatuck from the United States go in four. Marlow Rowing Club of Great Britain in five. German composite of Ruderverein Empor, Energy Berlin and Gruneau in six. The Dutch composite of Roy Verheineken Breda and Roy Verheineken Pampus in lane 7. So our two crews there at the moment, lane 6. That's our German composite crew, just running into a bit of difficulty with some of those buoys at the moment. Need to move themselves out of the buoy line so they're not hitting them every stroke as they come into the last 250 metres. You've got to be careful though, because coming on the right hand side of your screen is the international crew from Saugatuck, USA. Brilliant to see though the German combination, Ruderverein Empor, Energy Berlin, Gruneau, just getting themselves back up and running again. Saugatuck just coming out of shot. They're in a bit of a race with Calgary and Tweeds Head, that international composite. But we're riding at the moment with that German crew. They are leaders at the halfway point, ahead of that international composite from Calgary and Tweeds Head. It will be the Germans, despite their issues that they ran into earlier on in the race, able to hold on, showing some great composure to get themselves through the line ahead of the rest of the field. There's the Brits on screen, Marlow Rowing Club. Helen Cousins, Anne-Marie Stone, Kerry Clark, Jennifer Maiden. They'll come through and they will complete this fifth final of the women's F quads. So confirmation then, it was the Germans finishing ahead of the French. Regent Grand and Avion Acarchanois finishing second behind Ruderverein Empor, Energy Berlin and Gruneau. Back up though, final 6, the penultimate final of women's F quads. Balmain of Australia in 1, Loch Lomond, Clydesdale, Castle Semple teaming up for a Scottish composite in lane 2. Poznania, PTW Triton and Warszawa make the Polish composite in 3. Club Nautique de Libourne from France in 4. An international composite from the US and from Switzerland in 5. We've then got the Dutch composite of Daventria, Roy Verheineken, Rhineland and Roy Verheineken de Amstel in 6. Then the international composite from Canada, United States of America and Ireland, lane 7. So 7 crews battling out for this penultimate race in the women's F quad. So into the red boys then, It's the Brits. It's Mary O'Toole, Rosalie McSwiggan, Elizabeth McGovern, Rachel Tennant. Correction, Karen DiNardo, Jacqueline Irons, Eva Rankin, Claire Rainbow of Loch Lomond, Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, Castle Semple. They're leading out at the moment. Going with them as well, Balmain of Australia in lane 1. A few lanes down as well. It's Club Nautique de Libourne, 1876, from the venue that's previously hosted the World Rowing Masters Regatta. But out in front, it's the Scots. They've just got 3/4 of a length or so over the French crew from Libourne. It will be the Scots, the British crew, who come through to take first place. Balmain of Australia settling for 3rd place. But speaking of winners, passing phones around asking for photos. Of course, it's Rudeverein Empor, Energy Berlin and Gruno, Sabine Gundlach, Berit Becker, Ines Deutschland and Andrea Bolin are winners from Final 5 of Women's F Quads.
I just want to thank our female speakers here, Coral Coll and Laura Bosch. They're great help here. For the audience, it's not easy for us to
So big waves all round.
tell you this in English, but we're trying to do our best.
From our Polish crew, correction, our Polish crew.
Be patient with our mistakes.
Yes, correction, it was our Polish combination. Poznania, PTW, Triton, Warszawa finished on top in final 6. Well, one final to go. Final 7. Our international composite, they're into the final 250 metres. Lithuania and Latvia making that one up. Christiana Row Club of Norway in 2. Strathclyde Park go in lane 3. Auckland from New Zealand, Saugatuck in lane 4 for the international composite. Avalon, United States of America in 5. Fridensborg, Lindby, Damer Row Club and Foreso of Denmark in 6. Mile High, SAC, Lucky Charms and Rocky Mountain of the US in 7. Well, we can tell you that through 500 metres, it was this crew, our international crew of Lithuania and Latvia, who were leading. Good margin that they had over the Danish combination in lane 6. We'll see what it is as we come up to the finish line. It is still our international composite. VIMK Zalgiris, Klaipeda Masters and SSB Jamala. They will come through ahead of Fridensborg, Lyngby, Damer Row Club and Foreso, who will hold on to 2nd place ahead of the American combination. Mile High, SAC, Lucky Charms, Rocky Mountain. Then quick finishing from the likes of Auckland and Saugatuck, that international combination, and from Strathclyde Park as well. But on screen we can say congratulations to Poznania, PTW Triton and Warszawa. Aneta Oginska, Ediata Serwinska Nowak, Danuta Pribe and Larissa Skitspaniak are winners of final 6 of Women's F Quads. Speaking of winners, confirmation there. A win for our international crew ahead of the Danes, the Americans, and our international crew from Auckland, New Zealand and Saugatuck in 4th place. There they are, crossing lane 1. They've got the longest paddle to get themselves to the medal pontoon. But it's a paddle they will enjoy nonetheless if there is a medal at the end of it. Right then, from quads to coxed 4s. Men's D coxed 4s. Final 1. Three finals we can look forward to in the men's D coxed fours. Lane 1, we've got an Estonian composite of Tartu and Parnu. Leon Kaluri of France go in 2. The Irish composite Castleconnell and University of Limerick in 3. Club Remo Vigo of Spain in 4. Muckross Rowing Club and Fermoy from Ireland, that composite in 5. Corinthians of Brazil in 6. Aberdeen Boat Club from Great Britain in 7. And Société Nautique de Bayonne in lane 8 from France. Couple of French crews, couple of Irish crews. But that's the crew in lane 1. That's the Estonian crew. They're the ones leading out at the moment. Going with them as well. Look out for that crew in lane number 3. That's our Irish composite from Castleconnell and Limerick. And on the far side of your screen, the left-hand side, that's the crew in lane 8. That's the French crew of Société Nautique de Bayonne. Those 3 crews challenging for those top 3 positions at the moment. As well, having a really good go at it as well. The crew in lane 2. The second of our French crews, Leon Kalur, as well, just sitting back in 4th place at the moment. Our lead, though, held by the Estonians Tartu and Parnu as we come up to the finish line. These coxed fours giving it absolutely everything. And what about this French crew, Société Nautique de Bayonne? Let's see what they've got left to see if they can overhaul the Irish combination of Castleconnell, University of Limerick. They're sat in 3rd, 2nd place at the moment. Themselves looking to make a bit of a move, push up and challenge for that top spot that the Estonians are holding on to. It looks like Société Nautique de Bayonne are currently fading, though, and they've been overhauled by their other French countrymen from Leon Kalur. But up to the line, Tartu Parnu from Estonia. 2nd place to the Irish, Castleconnell, University of Limerick. And it will just be Leon Kalur ahead of Société Nautique. And then we'll have the likes of Club de Remo Vigo, and I think Muckross and Fermoy coming through, with Aberdeen through. Then I can take a breath and go to the medal pontoon. It's VIMK Salgris, Lithuania, Kalpida Masters, Lithuania, and NSSB Germala from Latvia, your winners of Final 7 of Women's F Quads. There's your winners of Final 1 of the men's D coxed fours. Tartu and Parnu, 2 clubs from Estonia, out on top, ahead of Castleconnell and ahead of Lyon. Final 2 then. Lane 1, big French composite. Aviron Club Orleans Olivier, Boulogne 92, Cercle Nautique de Melun, and Annecy. Lane 2, an international composite from Argentina, from Spain, and from Argentina, Parana, Argentina, Capri Club Mequinenza of Spain, and Regatas Rosario, Argentina. Czechia composite of CVK Praha and Gisca Trebon. Athlone of Ireland in 4. Club Nautico Sevilla in 5 of Spain. Aberdeen Boat Club in lane 6 from Great Britain. Banyoles, we can expect great cheers, great shouts in lane 7 for the home club. And then we've got Vanessy and Nürtinger, the Germans, in lane 8. Well, our 3 crews that we can see on screen at the moment from left to right, that's lanes 1 to 3. That's our French composite in 1. Then it was our international composite, the Spanish and the Argentinians. And this, at the moment, is our Czech crew, CVK Praha and Gisca Trebon. And then just sticking their bows into shot at the moment is RKM, Vanessy and Nürting. There are your 2 crews leading at the moment. Our crew from Czechia. Clear water over the Germans in lane 8. They've got about half a length on that crew in lane 2. Our international composite from Spain and Argentina. Then sitting ever so slightly back on them, it's the French over in lane 1. 250 metres in. That's us hit the red, boys. And going strong, still going strong. It is CVK Praha, Gisca Trebon. Of course, their cox is unable to see what's happening, but perhaps now their cox will be starting to see the bows of the Germans coming into view. with a bit of a glance across. The Germans moving well. The Germans moving very nicely in the closing stages. Let's see what they can conjure up. But I don't think they'll be able to catch the Czechia crew of CVK Praha, Jiska Trebon as we come up to the line. Third and fourth look fairly set as well with our international composite, the Argentinians and the Spanish leading well, the French. But up to the line, CVK Praha, Jiska Trebon hold on, and they hold on in fine fashion ahead of the Germans, who will have to settle for second place, a length down on Czechia. And then coming through, they've got to be careful not to be caught on the line, but they won't. Parana Argentina, Capri Club, Mequinenza and Agatas Rosario of Argentina will hold on to beat into fourth place. Aviron Club Orleans Olivier, Boulogne 92, Cercle Nautique du Melun and Annecy of France. Here are our next two crews to come through the line. Aberdeen Boat Club from Scotland, right up in the northeast of Scotland. Granite City, as it's so often called. Next across will be Athlone from Ireland. And high fives all round on screen, because that is our Estonian crew. Tartu and Pärnu, Argo Nordmark, Laurie Kierberg, Preet Tam, Calver Tamik and T. Milberg, winners of final one of the men's D coxed fours. Well, from one set of high fives to the other. CVK Praha, Driska Trebon, your winners of final two of the men's D coxed fours. Right then, one more race to go in the men's D coxed fours. Final three. Poole from Great Britain are in lane one. Bedford Star, Ruder Club Bergedorf, Germany, and Ruder Gesellschaft Hansa Hamburg, Germany make up our international composite in lane number two. Sitting in one of those crews, it's my fellow commentator. It's Sebastian Frank in that international crew. Club Remo Domino next to them in lane three, the Spanish crew. Willem Drey and De Hoop of the Netherlands in four. Germans have got Kopenik, Akkad, Leipzig and Grunow in lane five. Spanish, Areluce de Getsko in six. International composite of Banyoles and Concepcion, Chile in seven. And Nottingham Rowing Club, Great Britain in lane eight. Well, there's our leaders at the moment. So our international composite, that is Banyoles and Deportivo Alemán de Concepción of Chile. Big cheers, of course there's big cheers. It's Banyoles, it's our host club here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. They all come through to take the win, and it's a blanket finish. Let's see what Sebastian and his crew can do. Will they be able to get second place? I don't think so. I think it will be the crew. I think it's the other German crew who will take second place. Coming through though there, that's the Brits, that's Nottingham Rowing Club. Andy Brown, Ian Hill, Michael Walker, Andrew Brackenbury, Tamsin Jones, they're Cox. But there's our winners, big thumbs up, big waves, cracking performance. And a great win for our host club Banyoles. And Deportivo Alemán de Concepción, Chile, Gonzalo Zanigo Prevegnano, Giorgio Valembona Echeverra, Alejandro Villarol Ojeda, Marcelo Royas Hub, and Paul Brunet, their Cox. Well, we've got two finals coming up. Women's I to M double sculls. And this whole final, this whole field is category I. Of course, an average age of 75 and above. Lane 1 is Corinthians of Brazil. We've got an American composite from Ravana and Minneapolis Rowing Club. The Dutch have got a composite from De Hoop and Roy Heineken Rhineland in lane 3. Sita Rowing from Japan go in lane 4. Gorge Narrows and Rocky Mountain from Canada and USA respectively go in lane 5. Saugatuck from the US in 6. And then we've got an international composite from Germany and France in lane 7. Well, there's two of your crews. That's lane 3, Greenland and De Hoop from the Netherlands. And just To the left of them is Minneapolis Rowing Club and Ravana from the United States of America. One of 2 American boats in this field. This Dutch combination looking very good at the moment, as are the Americans, Minneapolis and Ravana. So the 2 of them, that's who we're riding with at the moment. There are 2 leaders as we came through the halfway point. There still are 2 leaders. Going with them as well, our international crew from Gorge Narrows, Canada, Rocky Mountain, just sitting back in 3rd place at the moment. Leading the way though, Reifer Heineken, Rhineland and De Hoop. Cornelia Vogel and Eleonora Van Dam. They've got a few strokes to go until they come up to the finish line. Great performance from them. Bit of a surge coming from the Americans, Minneapolis Rowing Club and Ravana Rowing Club as well. Ravana, of course, from Charlottesville, Virginia. It's a surge that's able to bring them to within a length or so of the Dutch. But no one will catch the Flying Dutch woman as we come up to the line. Cornelia Vogel, Eleonora Van Dam, set to take 1st place in this first final of women's I to M double sculls. But that surge keeps coming actually. Just a few strokes to go. And it's a great sprint. It's a great sprint that we're seeing from the Americans. Minneapolis Rowing Club and Ravana Rowing Club close to within half a length. And then next through we will have the 2nd of our North American crews. Gorge Narrows from Canada, Rocky Mountain. Diana Morris and Amy Schonstrom. They will come through ahead of Planeta Radeboul of Germany and Rowing Club Port Marly of France. Annie van Weimers and Gertrude Goretzky. And we've got 2 crews then left on the course. Closest to us, Saugatuck and Sita Rowing. Saugatuck making the trip across from Connecticut. And there's our crew from Brazil, Corinthians. So it will be Corinthians coming through across the line. Susan Gardos dos Santos and Carmen Bardi.
And now we have here a very special race. It's category G.
But now we head up the course because our next race is our 2nd final of women's I to M. And both of these entries are category J, with an average age of more than 80. Lane 1 at the moment, that's who we're riding with, and that is Upper Thames from Great Britain, teaming up with Avignon from France, Pauline Fry and Mary Bromelo. And then we will also have our combination from Mitsubishi out on the course as well. Ryoko Aoki and Fusei Takashima. And that's them at the moment. Well, up to the line then, Mitsubishi Rowing Club from Japan. Fusei Takashima, born 1936. Ryoko Aoki, 1950. Wonderful to have them making the trip across from Japan. Delighted to welcome them to the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Confirmation there. The results of final two of the women's I to M double sculls. So, back up to the start once again. This time we go from doubles to pairs. We stay in the small boats. For the men's G pairs, final one. We can look forward to 4 of these finals coming up. Lane 1, it's Finland, represented by Takon Sutajat, Loughborough Boat Club from Great Britain in lane 2. Banyoles in lane 3. Poole from Great Britain in 5. SMBS of France in 5. Armadale of Australia in 6. Corinthians from Brazil in 7. And Chinook, the Americans, in lane 8. Well, 2 of our crews there are on screen. That is, of course, Takon Sutajat, the Finnish combination in orange, and the Brits Loughborough Boat Club in the yellow boat. The Finns, of course, Lasse Maki and Timo Pitkanen. And Loughborough Boat Club's Jeremy Haygate and Keith Hudson. We're now through 500 metres though, but it does look like the lead is with our crew in lane 6. That's Timothy Rogers, John Grant of Armadale from Australia. But it's a very close field. We've also got in the mix lane 4, lane 5, Poole from Great Britain, Raymond Wilson, Peter Jacobs, and the French combination SNBS, Ahmed Dib and Gareth Williams. And of course, there's our crew in lane 8. That is Chinook, Michael McDevitt and Timothy Bukowski of the United States. Well, through 500 metres, it did look like it was the crew from Armadale, the Australians, who were leading, but only by a couple of seconds or so ahead of the likes of Poole from Great Britain. The French crew, SMBS, and Chinook well in the mix there as well, along with Banyoles, the home club. So no more than 3 seconds separating, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crews at this point in the early stages of this race. So I expect we're going to get a particularly exciting final 250 metres if this blanket race continues. Armadale through 500 were our leading crew. Watch out for that crew in lane 6 once our camera pans round. These 2 chasing crews, though, from Finland, Takon Sutajat and Loughborough, just trailing ever so slightly some of our leading boats, by about 3 or 4 seconds. But now we're starting to pan round. There's the shot of our crew in lane 4. That's Poole from Great Britain. And we look across and they start to kick on. They were down by 2 seconds on Armadale, down by 2 seconds on the Australians as they came through the halfway point. They're having a big wind up, but we look around from the bow seat there. That combination of Raymond Wilson, Peter Jacobs. And goodness me, here they come. They've managed to overhaul everyone, absolutely everyone. That is a tremendous row. Coming through there, we then have Chinook for 2nd place. We'll then have Loughborough and the Finnish pair coming through on the top of your screen. They'll be quickly followed by the crew in lane 6. That's Armadale. And then in lane 7, that is, of course, Corinthians, with a kit that we're becoming so used to seeing. but they will come through, and that is a combination of Raimundo Beltrão Rosas, Manuel de Souza Oliveira, crossing the line in this first final of men's G pairs. So a win for Great Britain, a win for Poole ahead of Chinook and ahead of the French combination from SMBS. Back up though, we've got a British combination in lane 1 of final 2 of the men's G pairs. Exeter and Dart Totnes team up for this one. They're next to North Shore from Australia. MRCB from Germany are next to them in 3. ARA of Switzerland in 4. VRL and Camin Hens of Portugal team up in lane 5. Great Britain's composite is made up of Cantabrigian and Loughborough, their second composite. And then in lane 7 we've got Aviron, Majolan, Club Nautique, Chambert-Le-Bourg in lane 7. Well, our eyes are on lane 1 and lane 2 because that's the Brits and the Australians. Through 500 metres, it was the Australians leading out. With about 3 seconds that they had over the combination from Exeter and Dart Totnes. North Shore of Australia, made up of Eric Luck and Christopher Walsh, continuing to lead, continuing to have the advantage over Exeter and Dart Totnes, represented by Peter Atkinson and David Burns. Clear water now, though, as we come into the last 250 metres of this race. Going strong, going with them as well as the crew, I think, over in lane number 4. That's the Swiss combination with the Germans of MRCB. And I think the crew in lane 7. Aviron, Majolan and Club Nautique Chambry-Le-Bourg just trailing for 4th and 5th respectively. But out in front then, up to the line. Here we go. It's the Australian combination. North Shore, Eric Luck, Christopher Walsh. They come through. Great finish coming there, though, from the crew in lane 4. That's ARA of Switzerland, Michael Joy and Guy du Morcier. They'll have to settle for 3rd, though, because that British combination of Exeter and Dart Totnes, Peter Atkinson, David Burns, they took 2nd place. And coming through now, it's our Portuguese combination, VRL and Carmen Hens, Henry Capella Baxino and Mario Fernandez. There they are. Eric Luck, Christopher Walsh. North Shore from Australia.
I've got the energy for that. No, there's nothing left. There isn't any. we need you to carry the boat back for us.
So North Shore, of course, all the way from Australia. We head back up, though, for final 3 of the men's G pairs. And they're already coming into the red boys. Not too far for them to go. Lane 1, Lisboa of Portugal, MRCB and Werder of Germany in 2. Belfast and Neptune of Ireland in 3. River City, USA in 4. Great Britain's combination of Hollingworth Lake and Newark in 5. London Western of Canada and Llandaff and Nottingham Union of Great Britain in lane 7. Through the halfway point, it was London Western just ahead of the British combination of Llandaff and Nottingham Union. By about 5 seconds they themselves the advantage of about a second over Belfast and Neptune. There they are on screen. That is London Western. Christopher Walmsley. Sorry, my mistake. Volker Nolt and Brian Pika. We saw both of them on the medal pontoon yesterday after winning in a 4. Here they are switching to the pair, looking like they're going to be doing the exact same thing again. Going well though. A few lengths back on them. It's that British combination of Newark and Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club. Nigel Price, Graham Price had one of their races yesterday as well. I think we can probably say they are brothers. But then coming through, it will just, I think, be the Irish. Belfast and Neptune, Gerard Murphy and William Hunter just coming through ahead of Llandaff and Nottingham and Union Rowing Club. Christopher Walmsley and Christopher Scoos. Double Chris. And on the top side of your screen, Sergio Ferreira and Juan Teixeira de Freitas of Lisboa in Portugal. MRCB and RK Werder, Reinhard Gens and Dirk Tobjinski of Germany. That's River City, USA, Ronald Yaw and Thomas Patterson coming through there. But a great performance from the Canadian combination. Volker Note and Brian Peaker. So confirmation, a great win for Canada. London Western, Volker Note and Brian Peaker. Well, back up then. Our final race of men's G pairs. In lane 1, we've got a Canadian composite from Leander and Calgary. Belfast Rowing Club in lane 2. Ardingly from Great Britain in 3. Kunglav Row Club of Sweden in 4. Versal of Spain in 5. Kiev Masters and Dnipro make up the Ukrainian composite in lane 6. And Viking Berlin of Germany in lane 7. Well, through 500 metres then, it was the Spanish combination that was leading, but only just ahead of the Germans in lane 7. Viking Berlin just a second or so back on Versal of Spain. Those two crews separating themselves from the rest of the field. Ahead of the likes of Canada, the Canadian crew from Leander and Calgary across in lane 1. And the British combination of Ardingly in lane 3. We can see them on screen just in the background at the moment. Now though, what about this sprint finish that we're starting to see? Lane 5 and lane 7. That's the Spanish who are down by about half a length at this point in the race. It's the Germans who are leading. Viking Berlin, Rena Weitenhagen and Lukas Ostrowitz. But their steering, they've got to be ever so careful of their steering, crossing over their buoy line, coming into the lane of the Spanish combination. It's going to be incredibly close. The blades are starting to clash. It's disaster as we come up to the line. Just a few strokes to go, but it was that German crew crossing over, clashing blades with the Spanish combination. Let's see what happens as we come up to the finish line. It's going to be so close on the line. I think they might even clash again, but it will be the Spanish combination. Versal, Eduardo Martinez Martin and Mariano Hidalgo Gomez, who will come through and take first place ahead of Viking Berlin's Reina Wittenhagen and Lukas Ostrovitsky. Then on the far side, as we just gather some breath back, Leander and Calgary, Alexander Smith, Richard Galway, through ahead of Ardingly's David Reed and Stephen Banks. They'll then be followed by Kunglav Row Club of Sweden, with the Ukrainian combination of Kiev Masters and Dnipro coming through in lane 6. Goodness gracious me, what a finale to some of the pairs racing that we've had this morning. In the men's G coxless pairs, steering all over the place from Viking Berlin, but composure from the Spanish combination to hold on and take first place, having led for so much of this race leading up to it. So final four confirmation, a win for Spain and a win for Versailles. Well, we can head back up the course then. From pairs, we stick with sweep rowing, but this time we move to coxless fours. 2 finals coming up of women's A coxless fours. And in this first final, we've got an international combination of Karlsruhe Viking 1879 from Germany and Z Club Zurich, Z Club Lucerne from Switzerland. Aberdeen Boat Club from Great Britain are in 2. Then we've got a big New Zealand composite of Auckland, Hawke's Bay, Bad Boys and North Shore. Warwick Boat Club from Great Britain go in lane 4. Copenhagen's of Row Club of Denmark in 5 with Nottingham in lane 6. Well, the 2 crews we're following at the moment, it's the crews in lanes 1 and 3. And of course, we're following lane 3. They were the leaders at 500 metres. That was our New Zealand composite, the Kiwis of Auckland, Hawke's Bay, Bad Boys and North Shore. Currently up on the international composite who are across in lane 1 that we can see at the moment. I think it's going to be incredibly tight. I think Warwick are going to have a go as well. But I think actually it is that crew from Nottingham Rowing Club occupying first place at the moment. What a display of sweep rowing. They're absolutely motoring up to the line, Nottingham Rowing Club. Big cheers though for Warwick, the other British crew who are racing here in this field. They've got work to do if they're going to get themselves back into contention. I think they've got second place at the moment, Warwick, but Nottingham Rowing Club, Molly Varley, Rachel Matthewson, Marlene Ortiz Rivas and Laura Body will come through taking first place. Then I think it will be that New Zealand crew, Auckland, Hawke's Bay, Bad Boys and North Shore, with the likes of Warwick coming through, and that international composite from Karlsruhe, Viking 1879, Z Club Lucerne, Switzerland as well. But a great performance from Nottingham Rowing Club, dominating that race. Here comes Aberdeen Boat Club. Elizabeth Briggs, Helen Tintpulver, Lucy Rowe, Jennifer McCormick. And as Aberdeen Boat Club come up to the line, we can take a moment and appreciate the efforts, the work of Versales from Spain, our winners of the men's G pairs final 4. Congratulations to Eduardo Martinez Martin and Mariano Hidalgo Gomez, who are showing off their medals to all of the supporters on the bank. Well, there it is, Nottingham Rowing Club ahead of the New Zealand composite, and then it was the Danes of Copenhagen's Row Club. Waves and smiles from Nottingham Rowing Club. Back up though for the next final. Our second of 2 finals of Women's A Coxless 4. 6 boats again in this one. Aberdeen Boat Club back in action in lane 1. Rocky Mountain USA in 2. Mortlake Anglian and Alpha there. Their screen in the middle of your screen at the moment. Corinthians from Brazil in lane 4. British composite of Gloucester, Llandaff, Walton and Peterborough. And then Sweden have got a composite of Hammarby Rod and Akademiska in lane 6. Well, it was Mortlake leading the way. The club from the Tideway from London. Of course, that stretch of river that has the famous Oxford-Cambridge boat race and a whole host of other head races on it as well. They're in a tussle with a crew next to them in lane number 2, Rocky Mountain USA. And at the moment, I think it's ever so close between these 2 boats. The 2 of them in a race of their own, an ocean of water between themselves and the rest of the field. But I think the Americans are just starting to have the pendulum of momentum swing in their advantage as we come into the last 100 metres or so. Mortlake having led for so much of it. But I think it is the Americans now who are leading this second final of the Women's A Coxless 4. A few strokes left to go. Let's see what the British have got. See if they can answer this late surge, this late charge from the Americans. I don't think they will be able to. It will be Rocky Mountain, Adrian Gower, Erin Manfrey, Cara Rizzo, Lauren Steve Pack, who come through ahead of Mortlake Anglian and Alphas, Francesca Corby, Rebecca Campbell, Juliana Aritizabal Gutierrez and Jennifer Bailey. Next up, we've got the likes of Corinthians coming through. We've got Aberdeen on the top of your screen, and the British composite of Gloucester, Llandaff, Walton, Peterborough, and of course, Hammarby Rod, Akademiska from Sweden. Well, there's your winners. Rocky Mountain, USA. Timing doesn't get better than that in a race. Great performance, timed it to perfection to row through Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha Boat Club. With Corinthians taking third. The British composite ahead of Aberdeen and Sweden rounding out this final two. But we go back up to the start. We've got 4 finals now of men's B quads. Short, sharp racing over 1,000 metres. We've got an international composite of Putney Town from Great Britain, Newcastle, Australia, Drummoyne, Australia. With us of Korea in 2. British composite of Royal Navy and Poole in 3. Coimbra from Portugal in 4. Then we've got a German composite of WSV Königs, Wusterhausen, Pernau, Rodeverein, Schmockwitz and Grunau. Nabateurs of Spain in 6. Janlibao, China and Janlibao, Hong Kong make up your international composite in lane 7. Men's B quads, average age of 36 and above. So we're riding with the crew in lane 5. That is the German quad, Wusterhausen, Prima, Rodeverein, Schmockwitz and Grunau. They look to be our leading crew as we come through this 500 metre marker. Halfway to go then. The bows of lane 1, Putney Town from Great Britain, Newcastle, Australia, Drummoyne, Australia. Just flicking around and doing their best to keep themselves in contention. But the Germans are moving incredibly well. As we kick on into the second 500 metres. There we see it. There's the margin. There's the advantage that they've got over the rest of the field. Worth noting, lane 3, Royal Navy and Poole not in this one. But across on the far side of the course in lane 1, Putney Town, Newcastle, Drummoyne have just managed to separate themselves from the rest of the field in a bit of a no man's land out there in lane 1. We're into the red boys, 250 metres left to go. Probably about 40 seconds or so to get these scullers up to the finish line. That's the Germans, Tobias Schmidt, Sebastian Fortig, Konrad Vend, Roland Kuhn are your 4 out in front leading this one. An exceptional performance from all of them. Great display of sculling. And as the Germans come up to the finish line, we can say congratulations to Rocky Mountain, USA for their win in Women's A Coxless 4s. Congratulations, Andrian, Gower, Erin, Manfrey, Cara, Rizzo and Lauren, Steve Pack of Rocky Mountain. As that German crew, Tobias Schmidt, Sebastian Fortig, Konrad Vend, Roland Kuhn come through and take first place. We were followed, I think, by that international composite from China, Hong Kong. Next up, Nabateurs of Spain. And coming through on the top of your screen, it will be our Korean crew from with us. Well, there they are. WSV Königs, Wusterhausen, Pernau, Rodeverein, ESV, Schmockwitz and Grunau, your winners of this first final of men's B coxless 4s. Ahead of the international composite and ahead of the second international composite as well. Back up then. Look who it is, it's Rem Barcelona back for more. We've already said some of these names this morning. Out in front, leading, of course, it's Boris Batin, Alexander Kornilov, Artem Kosov, and Valery Sarchiev of Rem Barcelona. Well, who else are they up against? They've got an international composite of Express from Great Britain, Ely from Great Britain, Rob Roy from Great Britain, and Brussels of Belgium. Art Ao of Portugal in lane 3. TWDW, the Polish, in 4. Sarasota County Rowing Club team up with Circolo Canoteri of Peru for the composite in lane 5. Huaran Rowing of China in 6, and Corinthians of Brazil in lane 7.
Lane 4, EW from Poland. Lane 5, international composite from Sarasota.
Well, 250 metres left to go then. And of course it is. Who else would it be? It's Rem Barcelona out leading this one. Watch out as well, though, for I think it's that crew. In lane 4, that Polish combination, TWDW sitting in second place. But Rem Barcelona, they've been incredibly successful all regatta across numerous boat classes, across the pairs, the doubles, and here they are doing it again in the quads just now. What a setup they've got going there in Barcelona, and they'll be followed across the line by the club TWDW of Poland, quickly followed in quick succession. We'll then have Sarasota County Rowing Club. I think it was Corinthians just coming through just behind TWDW. Then on the top of your screen, that's the international composite of Express, Ely, Rob Roy, and Brussels, the Belgian combination. A moment though for the Germans on screen. WSV, Konings, Wusterhausen, Piernauer, Rudeverein, Schmockwitz and Gruno, Tobias Schmidt, Sebastian Forte, Konrad Wendt and Roland Kuhn, your winners of Final 1 of the men's B quads. So 2 more finals to go then of the men's B quads. Confirmation of this one, Rem Barcelona ahead. Oh, it was Corinthians pipping the Polish on the line. Great performance from the Brazilians there. Back up though for this next final, our third final. Turkey are in lane 1, represented by Modek Kurek Kulubu. Rem Barcelona, Corvea, the Spanish composite, in lane 2. Tribesmen, Lag and Sculls, Strathclyde Park make up the international composite in lane 3. We'll then have Bagsvard and Humbleback Row Club from Denmark in 4. Aviron du Bocage of France in 5. Sport Club Magdeburg, Germany. Soro from Denmark and MRG Baden of Germany in lane 6 to make up your other international composite. Well, 3 crews right in the thick of it. Rem Barcelona, Corvea, the Spanish composite in lane 2. Keep your eye on the Irish and British combination of Tribesmen, Lag and Scullers. Watch out as well for Bagsvard and Humbleback. But according to our times, it could even be the Germans in lane 6 who are in the mix, in the thick of things as well. 3 clubs we're riding with at the moment though are our crews in lanes 2, 3 and 4. That is of course Rem Barcelona, the Irish and British combination, and Bagsvard Humbleback. But there it is, lane 6 coming into view. Sport Club Magdeburg, MRG Baden, Soro from Denmark leading this one. Rem Barcelona won't be able to have back-to-back gold medals because they've come up against an incredible German combination and Danish combination. Christian Molvig, Lars Schultz, Sven Schwan, Moritz Schneider take first place up to the line. Rem Barcelona and Corvera will take second place just ahead of Tribesmen, Lag and Sculls, Strathclyde Park. And then I think it's the Danish combination, Bagsvard and Humbleback. And obviously pushing off on the left-hand side of your screen is Rem Barcelona. Boris Batin, Alexander Kornilov, Artem Kosov, Valery Sarichev. Showing off their medals proudly as well. Well, lane 1 is our combination from Turkey. Moda Kureg Kulubu, Asken Suda, Bora Honor, Alper Kakiloglu, and Ersin Ketinel. So confirmation then. A win for that international combination. Sport Club Magdeburg, Soro and Baden. Back up then for final four. 6 crews contesting this one. We've got an international combination from BTW Poland, SRC from Great Britain, RTW by Gostia from Poland. Next to them it's Nest of Finland, Allison's Row Club Norway in 3, international composite from Germany, Netherlands and Czechia, VK Olomouc, Läufer Heineken Dulac and Ruder Club Nasovia Horst from Germany. Lane 5, full German combination, Ruder Club and Baldenais. The French, Ramours Toulouse. There's the international composite, the second of them in lane 4. They are the ones who are out in front leading this one. Clear water for them at this point in the race as we come up to the last 250 metres. There's the red boys just on the right-hand side of your screen. This international composite from Czechia, Netherlands, Germany, made up of Karsten Brajewski, Karol Nevrala, Martin Polasek, and Peter Mitas. Still with contact though, it's the Norwegians to the left of them, sitting about a length or so back. Allison's Row Club. Let's see if they're able to close that margin as we come up to the finish line. But a length in a quad, it's a phenomenal position to be in for these scullers as we come into the final 40-50 metres of this. They won't be caught. Let's see if they can hold on to their advantage as they come up to the finish line. Great sculling, great insight from this drone that we're getting right the way inside the boat. You see some of the equipment, some of the technology they're using in there as well. But on the line, a win for that composite from Czechia, Netherlands and from Germany ahead of Allison's Row Club Norway. Next across it is Ramours Toulouse from France. And then we go to the top of your screen for, I think, our international composite coming through in lane 1 from Great Britain, Poland. And then in the middle of the course, we'll have the Germans, Ruder Club am Baldenais, and we'll have the Finnish combination coming through. But on screen, who have we got? We've got Sport Club Magdeburg, Germany, Soro from Denmark, and MRG Baden, your winners of final 3. Of course, Christian Molvig, Lars Schultz, Sven Schwan, and Moritz Schneider. And confirmation then. Final 4, VK Olomouc from Czechia, Ruder Dulac from the Netherlands, and Ruder Club Nasovia Horst of Germany. And that concludes our quad racing. We go back up. We've got some 8s racing now. Starting in a couple of minutes, we can take a little breath. 8 rowers, 1 cox. Let's take you through the runners and riders then. Lisboa, Coimbra from Portugal make up that composite. German composite from Ruder Club Ham, Ruder Club am Baldenais, Lübeck, Mundenau Ruderverein. Deutscher Ruder Club Kasseler Ruder Gesellschaft in 2. Big international composite in 3 from Germany, Belgium, Canada, USA, Hong Kong, Great Britain and the Netherlands. Lane 4, Willem III, Hertzbahn, the Dutch composite. Lane 5, that's who we're looking at. Valke Koskin, Visevikot and Smark of Finland. Aberdeen Boat Club in lane 6 for Great Britain. The Irish composite, Belfast, Tribesman, Killorglin, Old Collegian, St Michael's and Lee. And lane 8 is Marlow Rowing Club. Well, that's lane 2. That's our big German composite. Thundering out of the blocks go the Germans. Of course, over 1,000 metre racing, the start can become so important to get an advantage over your opposition. Over in an absolute flash, some of this racing. Well, we see it then from right to left. The Portuguese combination, Lisboa, Coimbra. Then it's the Germans. Then one lane across is our big international crew. Then just sticking their bows out in the turquoise kit. That's our Dutch combination, Willem III, Hertzbahn. Getting into the thick of the racing there. That race is underway. We can head back to the meadow pontoon though, because it is our winners of Final Four of the men's B quads. It's our international composite VK Olomouc from Czechia, Roy Heineken de Lac from Netherlands, and Ruder Club Nasovia Horst from Germany. Made up of Petr Mitas, Martin Polasek, Karol Nevrala, and Karsten Briski. So up to the halfway point, we're approaching that 500-metre marker in this first of our 8 races. 4 of these 8 races we can be looking forward to, and the first of it is an absolute belter through 500 metres. Lane 8, Marlow Rowing Club there in the scarlet kit. Let's see what they can do. They look to be our leading crew at the moment. A drone shot overhead confirming that, going with them. It's the Irish next to them in lane 7. We've also got our eyes on the Dutch in lane 4, sitting probably about half a length, 2/3 of a length down on Marlow Rowing Club, your current race leaders at the moment. So those 3 crews, they've got clear water over the rest of the field. The Dutch have got clear water over the likes of Germany in lane 2. Next to them, our big international composite, and then in lane 6 as well. That's Aberdeen Boat Club right in the mix, in the tussle with the international crew and the Netherlands. But this race for first place though, there's just a canvas or so in it as we come into the red boys. 250 metres left to go. Marlow Rowing Club holding the advantage. And as we said at the beginning, so important for them to be able to jump out, get the lead, and look back on their opposition. Let's see what they can do then. 20 strokes to go then to determine the winner of this first final of the women's D8s. Marlow Rowing Club still holding on to a lead. It is stroke for stroke. I think each stroke their lead is being reduced. The Irish, Belfast, Tribesman, Killorglin, Old Collegian, St Michael's and Lee. Perhaps they're moving, but I don't think they're moving quick enough at the moment. Marlow still leading, but every single stroke the gap is closing down. Here come the Irish as we come up to the line. Marlow Rowing Club doing all they possibly can to hold on. Big shouts from both sets of coxes to get their crews over the line. And goodness me, I think it is just Marlow Rowing Club who hold on over the Irish. The Dutch will take 3rd place, Willem Dry, Hertzbahn. And then coming through in quick succession, we've got the Germans. We've got Aberdeen, the Scots. And then we've got that big international composite crew. Ruder Club Ham, Sport Gent, Belgium, Montreal from Canada, Bremer Ruder Club Hansa from Germany, Rocky Mountain USA, Minneapolis Rowing Club USA, Strathclyde Park from Great Britain, Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club Hong Kong, and Delfter Sport from the Netherlands. That international composite to give them all of their clubs, to give their clubs credit for all of them. What a race. What a finale. What an effort from Marlow. What an effort from the Irish. Epic racing. Epic racing to kick off women's D8s here on day 3 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Marlow Rowing Club, Philomena Burrows, Fiona Ralston, Rachel Horner, Naomi Ritchie's the Paralympic champion, Sarah Galloway, Karen Phillips, Victoria Parsons, Ruth Naylor, and Tamsin Vernon. First place, your winners. They've just found out, they didn't know, they've just learnt. Marlow Rowing Club, your victors. Well, let's see what Final 2 has to offer then. British Composite in 1, Bedford Star, Milton Keynes Rowing Club. Banyoles in 2, German Composite in lane 3, British Composite in 4, St Andrew Boat Club, Strathclyde Park. The Irish Composite go again, Tribesman Commercial and Garda Sertion Boat Club. International Composite of Spain and France in lane 6, Legion Grand, the French in 7, and then the Swiss-German Composite in lane 8. Right then, it's the Germans leading out. That's lane 3 at the moment. We'll obviously have our eyes on lane 2 for Banyoles, as will the crowd. Big cheers. A few of them starting to stand up now and move towards the riverbank. Lane 5 poking into view. That's the Irish as we come up to the halfway marker. This H racing is just absolutely sensational. Lane 8, who's that coming into view? That is our Swiss-German combination. C Club Lucerne, Erste Kiel, Ruder Club Belvoir from Switzerland, Ruder Club Schaffenhausen from Switzerland, and SC Ceresio of Switzerland as well. Marlow Rowing Club, they're getting their well-deserved medals over on the left-hand side of your screen. A reminder, Philomena Burrows, Fiona Ralston, Rachel Horner, Naomi Ritchies, Sarah Galloway, Karine Phillips, Victoria Parsons, Ruth Naylor, and Tamsin Werner, your winners from Marlow Rowing Club in the first race. The next race is well and truly in the thick of it. We're coming up to the red boys. 8 lanes wide, 8s are going. This is another epic scenario that we've got winding up. We're flying over the heads of our Swiss-German composite at the moment, themselves trying to get their bows into contention. Lane 5, though, it's the Irish who are sitting down on the German crew in lane number 3. The Germans have the advantage. We're into the red boys, 200 metres left to go. Let's see what the Swiss-German composite can do. Let's see what the Irish composite can do. Less than 200 metres to go, probably about 150 metres to go as we come up to the line. The Swiss Germans holding on to first place and on to second place. The Irish perhaps just pushing through. I think the Irish have broken through into second place. Germany still holding on to that lead that they've had for so much of this race. Germany will hold on as we come up to the finish line. Then it will be the Irish. That's been a decisive move from them in the past 50, 60 metres to come through. Takes second place ahead of the Swiss-German composite. Next up, it will be the French, Region Grand. The Spanish-French composite come through in 6th, lane 6, ahead of Bedford Star, Milton Keynes, Banyoles. And they'll be followed by St Andrew Boat Club, Strathclyde Park. They team up once again. We've seen that combination before already today. Wow, wow, wow. 8's racing continues to deliver. Right then, confirmation then. Win for Germany from Ludwig Schaffner, Ruderverein, Rheinclub Alemannia, Rudergesellschaft Speyer, Ruderclub Aschaffenburg, Grunow, and Treviso Trier from Germany. Back up to the start then. Not quite the start, halfway I should say. In lane 1, it is Chinook from USA. We've got an international composite from Great Britain and Australia in 2. Bewdley from Great Britain in 3. Swiss-British USA composite in lane 4. The international composite of Great Britain and Hungary in 5. Spain are represented by CDR San Geronimo in lane 6. Another international composite, this one of USA, Switzerland and Germany. And in Ireland, they've got a composite. There they are, the Irish in the stripy tops, Clonmel, Cork, Belfast, Tralee. Right then, let's see how this one is going to unfold. The bows of lane 2 prominent there as well. That's our composite, our British-Australian composite of Bedford Star, Molesey, Adelaide University and Cheltenham from Great Britain. They are our leading crew at the moment as our drone shot looms over the top of them. Going quickly though, again, it's that crew in lane 8. The Irish going well. Next to them in 7, the international composite from the USA, Germany, Sarasota, Karlsruher Viking 1879 and C Club Lucerne. And of course lane 5 as well, Upper Thames teaming up with Ferencváros of Hungary. However, what about the crew from Chinook in lane 1? They're in second place at the moment. Half a length down on that international composite from Star Club, Molesey, Adelaide and Cheltenham. Let's see what they can challenge, see what they can do with less than 200 metres to go now. The Irish push down into 4th place. Because that crew from Upper Thames and from Cervanos from Hungary going particularly well at the moment to hold on to that 3rd place position. But over on the far side, a move is coming from Chinook from the US, closing down to probably about 1/3 of a length or so. Can Bedford Star, Molesey, Adelaide, Cheltenham hold on? I think they will be able to. We come up to the line. Chinook continue to come, but it will be that international composite. It will be Great Britain and Australia by about 1/3 of a length. Up to the line, fast finishing from the Irish, fast finishing from the international composite. But Upper Thames and Ferencváros of Hungary hold on for that 3rd place position. ahead of Clonmel, Cork, Belfast, Tralee, ahead of Sarasota County, Karlsruhe Viking 1879 of Germany, and C Club Lucerne, Switzerland, as the rest of the world comes through as well. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Outstanding racing here in the eights. And on screen at the moment, it is our winners of Final 2. Ludwig Schaffner, Ruderverein. Rhein Club Alemannia. Ruder Gesellschaft Speyer. Ruder Club Aschaffenburg. Grunow and Treviso Trier. Our winners from German. Our winners of Final 2 of the women's D8s. Confirmation then. The winners of Final 3, Bedford Star, Molesey Boat Club, Adelaide University and Cheltenham. Back up though, our next final, our fourth and last final of the women's D8s is already underway. The international composite in lane 1 of Avalon, USA, Sudbury from Great Britain in lane 1. Next to them, it's the All-Americans. It's North Suburban crew. The international composite, it's the Australians and the Brits teaming up. St George's Rowing Club Australia, UTS Haberfield Australia, Putney Town from Great Britain. Spanish composite in lane 4, Nautique Tarragona, Maritime, UR Kirolac and Santiago Tarak in lane 4. Riga, the Latvians in 5, Corinthians in 6, Warwick from Great Britain in 7. Big international composite in lane 8 from the US, from Germany, and from Switzerland as well. Well, that's the crew in lane 3. That's our Australian-British composite, going well with the Australian blades. Moving very nicely in the bows of lane 5. The Latvians, Riga, just poking into view as well. Well, halfway through the 500-metre marker as our camera pans around, and it is still that international composite, the Brits and the Australians teaming up and leading this one. Sitting just behind them, though, is the crew from Riga, the Latvians chasing hard, but it is the Australians, the Brits, with probably about 3/4 of a length, 2/3 of a length advantage they have over the field at this point at the moment. And there we get the confirmation, a great drone shot overhead. Those two crews separating themselves out, but that race for 3rd, 4th, 5th place at the moment. We've got our eyes on lane number 2. That is North Suburban crew, the Americans, who have clear water advantage, holding on to 3rd place very nicely. Going with them, though, that crew in lane 1, Avalon, Sudbury, the Americans, the Brits. And as well, probably 3 lanes across, I think it's that crew from Spain. Nautique Tarragona, Maritime, UR Kirolac and Santiago Tarak as well. This race much more spread out than perhaps some of the ones we've seen previously, but the standard of racing is just as high. And this international composite crew. St George's Rowing Club Australia, Putney Town from Great Britain, UTS Haberfield of Australia. What a performance from them, and what a way to close out women's D8s. Our 4th and last final has been dominated by Great Britain and by Australia. 2nd place as well. Great performance from the Riga crew, the Latvians, who hold on to that 2nd place position in fine fashion. And the Americans, North Suburban, your 3rd place crew. But up to the line then. St George's Rowing Club from Australia, UTS Haberfield, Putney Town from Great Britain team up and lay down an absolute marker in this final of women's D8s. We'll have Riga, we'll have Latvia coming through, and they'll be followed by North Suburban crew. But we can head back down to the podium, and we can say congratulations to our winners from Final 3. From Star Club, Bedford Star from Great Britain. From the River Great Ouse, Molesey Boat Club. That well-known high-performance programme down in Molesey. One of the great British clubs there. Juniors, seniors, masters, and everything in between. Adelaide University from Australia. And Cheltenham Rowing Club from Great Britain as well. I think it's all the kit of Molesey Boat Club that they are all wearing. So hello to everyone back in London, back in Molesey Boat Club, who are tuning in and watching. I'm sure you're incredibly proud of your athletes. Teaming up with Bedford Star, with Adelaide University, with Cheltenham as well. But final four, confirmation then. A win for this British-Australian composite from St George's Rowing Club, Putney Town, UTS Haberfield. So we'll now have a bit of a gap in racing for the next 14 minutes or so.
The next race is a single men's category E. Pass the microphone for my colleague.
And then kicking off at 10:34 will be the first of our races of the men's E single sculls. You know, flicking through the pages to see how many races we will have. 18 races of the men's E single sculls to look forward to. Wow, what a roster. That will be taking us all the way through till 11:25. We'll then have some coxless fours racing, men's H coxless fours. 3 races of those. Then women's G double sculls. 6 finals of them. Then we'll have men's C8s. 3 finals of those. Women's B coxed fours. 2 finals of those. And then we'll have men's F quads. 9 finals of the men's F quads to look forward to. We'll then have the women's E double sculls, kicking off from just after 12:30. 12 finals of the women's E double sculls to look forward to. Then we've got the men's I to M coxless pairs, 2 of those finals. Women's H single sculls. And then we head on to some women's C quads, 8 finals of those later on this afternoon. Before moving on to a plethora of the men's G double sculls. "14 finals of the men's G double sculls to look forward to. Before heading on to some pairs racing about 3:30 this afternoon. Some more quads racing for the men, men's J to M, got some coxless fours. Women's A8s, that's just before 4 o'clock today. And then back on to some women's D single sculls racing, 10 of those races to look forward to. Before the men's E coxless fours. 6 of those finals. And at 5 o'clock we move back to the women's racing as well. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. That's 6-7 hours away. We've got so much racing to look forward to, so much brilliant racing to do between now and then, and we'll be back with you in about 10 minutes time for the first of our finals at 10:34 of the men's E single sculls. I've been Fergus Mainland, guiding you through this first block of racing, and we'll be back, as I said, in about 10 minutes time for the first of our finals in the men's E single sculls.
that boat who's getting the medal, just take a look to the tower. There's a photographer here. The crew, after that photography, then look at the tower. There's another photographer here.
Right in front of the streaming camera too. Say hi, Mum. Thanks for staying up, Mum. Shout out Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Yes, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi.
Within 1 hour, see you back. Next victory. A friend of mine was got the silver medal here in coxed. Oh wow! We called him since because his family name is Finger, and we called him Silver Finger instead of Goldfinger.
I bet he loves that, not. Being reminded. Is he racing this regatta?
No.
No, until next time. We're racing with 3 of us here. None of us got medals at this game. We might make a fun event.
Yeah, collect medals. You get 10 and then you get 11 for free.
Yeah, so welcome back to the World Rowing Masters Regatta 2025 in Banyoles. Thanks to Fergus Mainland, who has led you through this morning's program. Now, my name is Sebastian Franke, and I'm really happy to be here in this lovely little container on the finish line. Not the direct view, though, but a view to our small but very dedicated crowd that we have. So we started this second part of the day with a series of men's E single sculls, and the first one's already underway between Carlos Magnis of Argentina, Didier Escalon of Banyoles, Spain, Richard Folds of Great Britain, Jens Meerhoff from Hammerdeicher Ruderverein, Germany. Then we have Patrice Monio for Aviron Saint-Germain for France, Jolt Darvas for Bruxelles, Belgium, then Steffen Schwan, Breisacher Ruderverein, Germany, and Kevin Spence, Fairlop, Great Britain. Yeah, Great Britain has the largest number of athletes over here in Banyoles, followed by the German contingent. We have a nice shot here, beautiful sculling technique from Kevin Spence of Fairlop LC. Beautiful racing conditions all morning. I have been out there myself in the coxed this morning, and we were really happy with the whole setup. A great job by the organizing committee, and of course we were also trying to be happy with our race. Actually, we were happy and finished third overall in our final. And now I'm here helping you through this program. So first final of the men's E single scull. And of course, it's going to be a bit louder now because there's a Banyoles sculler on the water. Indeed, in lane 2, our video team has his eyes on him. So that's for sure. It's Didier Escalon. In fact, also he is a commentator's colleague. He's doing commentary from the tower for the audience here on site. Really good sculling technique. A former French national team member, if I can remember correctly. He's making his way towards the finish line and wins this with a 3-4 lengths margin. Next one to come in should be Patrice Mongeau of France. Field quite spread out in this first final. Yeah, fantastic to see all these single sculls out there on the water. Let me quickly count the number of heats. So 18 finals, all the way through nearly the next hour we will see single sculls in this age category. What a fantastic entry we have in this boat class. Oh yeah, one of the scullers capsized, but probably is going to be rescued pretty soon. And indeed, it was Kevin Spence of Fairlop, Great Britain. Well, that can happen. Happens to the best. Hopefully, no more harm done than just falling into the very clean waters of the Lake Banyoles. Very clean indeed, so clean that all the boats had to be disinfected before they were allowed on the boat. So this is already the lineup for the second final between Alvaro Crespa Giner of Alicante, then James Breen for Tralee in Ireland, then Thomas Schulz of Schweriner Rudergesellschaft Germany, Alessandro Brusa for Ceresio of Switzerland, Paweł Szczepaniak for Poznan in Poland, and then we have also Ian Palmer for Peterborough, Great Britain, Roland Holz for Paraguayo Aleman for Paraguay, and Benedikt Roberg for Hanover. So again, 8 boats, 8 single scullers out there on the water. Yeah, beautiful drone pictures here in this men's boat class, and it's indeed the sculler from Alicante that leads the way home in this race, wins it. So a win for Alvaro Crespo Giner, whereas the Banyoles sculler, that's Didier Escalon, is so happy to receive his medal. Yeah, good racing. It's really a great way to be out there on the water in the single scull all by yourself. Yeah, every stroke you will have to gauge properly so that you don't overexert yourself, don't spend too much energy during the first half of the race. But all these scullers have been around for a while, so they know what to do. And then just try and find your best boat speed, and that will lead you to the result that you might want to achieve. Yeah, so we are already with final number 3 of this men's E-single. And here we have the lineup between Ludger Rasche of Osnabrück, Edward Bollo of Putney Town, Pedro Ferrer Rodriguez of Alicante, so another Alicante sculler, Robert Kleiderlein of Belmont Rowing USA, Burkhard Pott for Ruderclub am Wannsee, Ruben Sosa Marin for Sayonia Paraguay, Jacques Chassé for Beaufort in Canada, and John King, Australia. That's the Brisbane Grammarians. And it's Jacques Chassé there with the bow numbers S7 from Beaufort in Canada that leads this race. And on the left hand of your screen, we have the winner of the final 2, and that is indeed Alvaro Crespo Giner of Real Club Regatas Alicante. Yeah, strong push here from the rower from Canada, still trying to get away from his opponents, trying to secure his win. Good sprint from the start, and the rower Jacques Chassé from Canada looks quite strong and confident with just a few strokes to the line, maybe 10, 12 lines. You can see the red buoy in the background coming up, and that's the big one, so it marks the finish line. The last few strokes for the Canadian sculler, and the next one to come in should be Ludger Rasche of Osnabrück on the far side. Oh no, it's indeed Edward Bollo of Putney Town in lane 2. Yeah, great job. Then it's indeed the Osnabrück sculler, Ludger Rasche, coming in. Yeah. Last few strokes for Robert Kleiderlein of Belmont Rowing, USA. Next one is the Australian Brisbane Grammarians, John King, crossing the line. Yes, confirmation here. Canada, Spain, Germany were the countries of origin here for the first three races, for the first three places, of course. So coming up next is the final four. Here we are with the lineup. It's Almir Mahmutovic of Croatia, Francisco Orenana Ruiz of Chile, Thomas Duke, Great Britain, so that's St. Andrews Boat Club, Axel Zimmermann of Rostock, Germany, then Ilya Kolesnikov of Rocky Mountain, USA, Ferran Ornedes Vilas for Club de Rem Tortosa, Spain in 6, Siegfried Paulus for Tegel in 7, and David Fishman of Hanlon in Canada in 7. Yeah, already in the red buoy zone, so it's a good push here from the German sculler Axel Zimmermann for Rostock, trying to get away, but trying to secure his lead there on the last few strokes, and it's gonna be a win for the Rostock sculler Axel Zimmermann, just ahead of Thomas Duke of St. Andrew Boat Club. That's how I saw it. Then it's David Fisman of Hanlon coming in next, followed by, I believe, Ilya Kolesnikov of Rocky Mountain, and then it was Siegfried Paulus of Tegel. Then on the far side, the Croatian sculler Mahmutovic, and also the Chilean sculler coming in now. So all boats across the line safely. Super, that's how we want it. No capsizes here. Right, so happy winners again. Jacques Chasset of Beaufort presenting his medal. Oh, there's one more. Apologies. So this is Ferran Hornedes Vilas of Club de Rem Tortosa from Spain crossing the line. That concludes this final four. So next to come up is final 5, and I think I mentioned it's 18 finals that we're going to see. So a lot of action here in the single sculls. Final 5 composed of Emmett Cronin of Athlone, Ireland in 1, then Andrei Stugornyuk of Montreal, Canada in 2, then Stefano Tenderini of Canottiere Navala of Italy in 3, Dag Mokstad, Porsgrunn Row Club, Norway in 4, Lars Beckner, Orio from Spain in 5, then Neil McGuire of Stirling Rowing Club, Great Britain in 5, Antonio Garcia Abalo from Club Remo Dominio of Spain in 7, and Thomas Deubner, Dresden in 8. That's the lineup for the final 5. Yeah, so Stefano. Yeah, so this is Anderli Stugornyuk of Montreal, Canada, who led the race at the halfway mark. Now already quite comfortably in the lead, so he could take his rate down, moving his single sculp beautifully the next contender here. Yeah, good race here for the win actually, and it's the sculler from Remo Dominio, Antonio Garcia Abalo, who is pushing and pushing and trying to get second place. It's going to be close, but no doubt about the leader here. It's the Canadian sculler Anatoly Stogornyuk. And this is, to the left, is Axel Zimmermann of Rostocker Ruder Club of Germany. Happy about his win in the previous final, the final four. So the final five just concluded. Andriy Stogornyuk of Montreal winning this one.
Getting the medal right now, Axel Zimmermann from Rostocker, Germany.
So next lineup for final six, that's in lane one, Alexander Vidakovic of Versalles for Spain, then Max Harner for Runcorn GB in 2. Then we have David Billingsley of River City, USA in 3. Tayfun Baran for Turkey in 4. Craig White for Victoria City, Canada in 5. Frank Mika for Stockholm, Sweden in 6. Then Thomas Mika for Ruder Club Altwerter Magdeburg in 7 for Germany, and José Rosado Calsto for Barreiro, Portugal in 8.
Entering the last 250 meters, we have lane 1, Spain, Versalles, lane 2, Great Britain, Runcorn, lane 3, USA, River City.
Excellent race here on the last 150 meters in final 6 of the men's E single sculls. So men's E are the 55 years or older. Yeah, so that's the rower from the USA. So that's David Billingsley of River City, USA. In the lead, though, I think it was Thomas Mika of Germany, but we're going to confirm that in a minute. It's a bit tricky for us here in the video cabin, video hut, if you will. Oh, indeed, it was the scholar from USA, David Billingsley, River City, winning this final 6. So just to explain to you guys, either here watching on the big screen in the athletes area, or at home on via the YouTube channel of World Rowing, we're sitting in a container behind the finish line, so we just have the same picture that you have to talk onto, no other data, so no other pictures. So it's a bit tricky for us as well. And yeah, we try our best to identify the rowers involved. Yeah, so certainly a happy face here from the Montreal scholar, Andriy Stogornyuk, just pushing off the victory ceremony pontoon. So next up is the final 7 out of 18 of the men's E single scull. All these athletes, 55 years or older. Simon Billow, Calgary, Canada in 1. Thomas Schulze, Hennigsdorf, Germany in 2. Vitor de Magalhães Ribeiro for Coimbra in Portugal in 3. Angel del Castillo Solana for San Pantaleon, Spain in 4. Ivor Westmore Warwick, GB in 5. David Rhodes Undine, USA in 6. Guido Messina Bloomfield from Canottieri Valparaiso from Chile in 7. And Neven Tarl for Rijeka, Croatia in 8. Start seems to have been... No, it's right on time, actually. So bang on. I can only say what a great thing it is that we have a very dedicated and a very experienced crew of national and international technical officials that are helping to run this regatta and help the rowers get to the start, get to the pontoons, check the boats for safety, and also to stick with the regulations that we have for the safety of the rowers. And then there's the 350 volunteers that help run this regatta as smoothly as it has been doing so over the past 2.5 days. And I think we're not nearly halfway through this whole regatta. We are Friday morning, and we will continue until Sunday, just in the early afternoon hours. Finish this fantastic event. Nearly 5 days of racing action. Yeah, so this is the sculler from Hennigsdorf, Ruderclub Oberhavel Hennigsdorf to be precise. Thomas Schulze, long stroke, not rating too high. This is the drone the camera shot focusing on him from the 500-meter viewpoint. So he's not yet at 500 meter. Strongly challenged by the other scullers next to him. I can see lanes 4 and 5 coming up strongly as well, and that would be Angel del Castillo Solana from Spain in lane 4, and Ivor Westmore of Warwick GB in 5. So nothing settled in the early stages of this race, and the drone shot confirms this. So it's these three scullers I just mentioned out in front, maybe half a length or 3/4 of a length now for the Warwick sculler in lane 5. Yeah, so just 1.5 lengths separating the first three scullers. This is something that all rowing fans like. If there's real tough competition and action, bow ball to bow ball on the water. And here we have a happy winner. That's David Billingsley of River City, USA, presenting his medal. I think the sculler from Hennigsdorf, he had to pay a bit of a tribute here to the early fast pace set up by him. Whereas the other two scullers still are in touch, and it's still the mighty push being done by the Spanish sculler in lane 4, Angel del Castillo Solana from Club de Rem San Pantaleon, Club de Remo. And then it's Ivo Westmore defending his leading position here. We can see him right down here with a drone shot, trying to maintain the lead here. But this race is not over. Yeah, so from Warwick, Ivo Westmore in the lead, a length up on the Spanish sculler. So probably hearing the home crowd on the grandstand, the Spanish sculler might be finding some extra fuel. He's overrating the British sculler quite a bit, I believe. So let's see if he can increase the boat speed as well. So well done to the drone pilots here, flying exactly with the leading boat. That gives us a good chance to gauge the distance between the two. So a length, and here comes the finish line. A length clear of his opponent, Ivo Westmore, winning this final 7 in the men's E single sculls for Warwick. And second place goes to the Spanish sculler Angel del Castillo Solana for Club de Remo San Pantaleon. Yeah, super racing here. Everyone giving their best shot, giving their best number of strokes here. Roughly 120 strokes, I would say, you would count in most boat classes from start to finish. So some rowers count that down in their head. And especially on the last 30 strokes, the last 250 meters. So next to come up is the final 8 out of 18. I already mentioned this. We have a great entry here in the men's E single scull, so 55 years plus.
4, Slovakia, VK Argo Isola. Lane 5, Spain, Glen Barcelona. Lane 6, Germany, Nürtingen. Lane 7, Brazil, Portian.
Yeah, so here's the lineup for the final 8. So Fluvial, that's Vitor Soares Ribeiro Leitida Kun from Portugal. Chris Palmquist for Lake Las Vegas Rowing Club USA in 2. Then Dirk Krause for Ruderclub Oberhavel Hennigsdorf in 3 for Germany. Igor Božeglav from Isola from Slovenia, from the Adriatic coast, in 4. Then we have Motoki Kyo for Rem Barcelona in 5 for Catalonia and for Spain. Peter Hessler of Nürtingen, Germany in 6. Ricardo Diefenthaler for Corinthians, Brazil in 7. And Dragos Niagu for France, Club d'Aviron Annecy-le-Vieux in 8. And because the previous race was delayed, this one is already across the finish line. We'll give you the result in a minute. So that's there's nothing we can do about this on our video stream, obviously. Yeah, so medal presentation for Ivo Westmore of Warwick Rowing Club, Great Britain, for winning the final 7. Yeah, so this is a lovely drone shot of the finish area. We're sitting in a container behind the wooden finish tower, which you see there on the picture. Here's confirmation. It's the Igor Božeglav of Slovenia that won this final 8. This now is the lineup for final 9. Obviously, on this, that's on the screen. Let me just quickly get this for you. Luis Fernando Vieira for Martinelli, Brazil in 1. Antonio Polo Guerrero of Real Circulo of Spain in 2. Ugis Lasmanis for Jurmala, Latvia in 3. Jens Klingberg for Ruderclub Fürstenwalde, Germany in 4. José López Agante for Fluvial, Portugal in 5. Eduardo de la Flor for Rowhouse, USA in 6. Stefan Döring for Ruderige TIB for Germany in 7. And then finally Steven Sideaway for Warwick in lane 8. Jens Klingberg for Fürstenwalde won his single scull yesterday in another age category. So he should at least be an F age category, starting 1 up here in the men's E, 55. And he's fighting heavily, fighting hard, really, to not let the other sculler there, the sculler from Latvia, Ugis Lasmanis, doing a mighty push. But indeed, the win now is for another Warwick sculler, Stephen Sideaway, strong sculling squad, obviously, for Warwick, winning from lane 8. So really a great race here. 3 scullers within the length crossing the line. I always love these races when you really are both side by side racing. I can always gauge what your opponent does, and of course the best moment is when you then have enough energy to be ahead of your opponent. And that's the best thing that can happen here. Yeah, so whenever we see this shot, we know there's still a crew that is not across the line, or a sculler in this case, probably. Now let's look at our Slovenian rowing friend. So we can congratulate Igor Božeglav from Veslački Club Argo Isola. Really happy. And presenting his medal here. Beautiful town on the Adriatic coast. Oh, by the way, Slovenia, of course. So Isola is not far from Bled. It's maybe, I don't know, 45 minutes to an hour's drive from Bled, our host city of next year's World Rowing Masters Regatta. Bled being one of the iconic legs to row on, certainly. Right, we're final 10 here, obviously, with the final 10 of the men's E single scull between Juan Badoza of Barcelona, Taco Bavalar of Vada in the Netherlands, then Michael Tallet, and I think it was indeed the Barcelona sculler already across the line. So obviously we are catching up with the delay, the minimal delay that we had here. And I think it was Juan Badoza of Barcelona that scored the win here. Also in the race, as I said, Michael Target, Loughborough Boat Club. Then we have Francisco Aranzadi de Chero of Madrid, of Spain. So coming in now was the Swedish sculler, I believe, Rimvidas Zolinskas of Jönköping, Sweden. Pushing off the victory ceremony pontoon is Stephen Sidaway of Warwick, who won final 9. Yeah, it's really good to see these athletes, see their faces, their happy faces. This is the radiant smile that we want to have, want to see. And yeah, from the bank, it's really hard to see into the faces of the rowers here. Right, so this is this was the lineup of the previous race, I believe. We are now moving on to final 11. This is the lineup for final 11. White Marsh Boat Club, Steve West in 1, then Fabrice Paquin for Saint-Cassien in France in 2, Santiago Los Hernandez Versales, Spain in 3, Andreas Gere for Dresden in 4, John O'Neill for Shandon Island in 5, Wayne Callaghan, Poole, Great Britain in 6, then Alessio Bosco for Canottieri Sanremo, Italy in 7, and Yannis Geilis of Christiania Row Club Norway in 8. Right, so the Dresden sculler is not in this race. He did not start. All the other scullers should be there. So basically, it's lane 4 should be empty. So what we have here is lanes 1 to 3, and the boat to the left here was the sculler from Spain. But I believe the real action for the win is out here on the far side in lane number 8. So that would be Yannis Geilis of Christiania Row Club Norway. There we are. Thanks, guys, from the video regie for putting in the great graphics that we have here. Long stroke. And he has done his work. He's quite ahead of the rest of the field, 3-4 lengths to the nearest contender, which should be in lane 5. This would be John O'Neill from Ireland in second, if I'm gauging this correctly. Certainly it's a win for the Norwegian. It was a win just a moment ago for Juan Badoza of Rem Barcelona. And he certainly is also really proud and presents his medal. Yeah, so when you win a race like this, it's just all the energy that kicks in. Oh, there's one sculler stopping before the line. That's not good. Let me quickly double check for the win. So indeed, it was Taco Bavalar whom I just presented as the Barcelona sculler. Indeed, it's Taco Bavalar of Vada of the Netherlands. Apologies. Double checking always helps. Yes, our next to come up is final 12 out of 18 in the men's E single scull. Christian Janssen of Alemannia Hamburg in 1, Antonio Fernandez Schulte of Barcelona Spain in 2, Richard Spink of Bristol, Great Britain in 3, Ian Johnson, Victoria Lake, South Africa in 4, John Johannesen of Moss Row Club, Norway in 5, Scott Killen, Palm Beach, USA in 6, Kenneth Chalk, Lymington, Great Britain in 7, and Eve Woolmart of Stockholm, Sweden in 8. So that's the lineup for final 12. Yeah, so 300 meters from the finish line, we catch this race. But gauging by this picture, there's still everything in it between lanes 1, 2, and 3, but we can't see the other lanes. And you might remember we had some wins from lane 8 and lane 7 previously. This is a good thing. The conditions so far have not only been beautiful, but they have also been fair. Okay, that might be included in the word beautiful, but I mean, yeah, this is very important with a wide course like this, occupying all 8 lanes to enable a lot of people to race over this regatta. And indeed, it's here the lane 8 that is leading again. And the late 8 is Yves Wilmart of Stockholm's Rovforeningen, with the length up on the rest of the field, but it's a challenge thrown at him by, I believe it's the German or the US sculler that is next to him. There's on the far side as well another sculler challenging. So this is going to be interesting on the last few strokes. It's the Swedish sculler that seems to be fading just a little bit, but it's not far from the finish line either. So Janis Geiles to the left, he has received for Christiana, he has received his medal. Yeah, so this was a close one as well. Let me confirm that for you in a minute. Yeah, so we are really happy to be back here on this lake and a fantastic venue, and also, a beautiful town next to the Pyrenees, a very friendly host city to us. Loads of good food and drink to be had. Yeah, so here's confirmation for the win of Yves Wilmart of Stockholm ahead of the US sculler. Final 13 coming up. Lineup here being Eric Oliver for Fredericton, Canada in 1, Timothy Bull, Lymington, GB in 2, Jean-Michel Sempere of Rennes for France in 3, Johan Link of Rhineland, the Netherlands in 4, Jürgen Henser for Halle in Germany in 5, Roberto de Llanos Fernandez for Pontejos in Spain in 6, Marwan Sharif for Rockland, USA in 7, and John Heaney for Galway, Ireland in 8. So that was the lineup. Times are trickling in for the halfway ranking, but can't really gauge the leaders by that. For sure, we have lane 3 here ahead of lanes 2 and 1 in that order. So that would be Jean-Michel Sempere for Rennes. But also to the left, now coming into the picture, is Ian Johnson for Victoria Lake, South Africa, being level with that's the wrong line here. So it's Johan Link for Rhineland coming up in the left picture here, overtaking the French sculler, but in the lead, in fact, it's another sculler. So it should be very close between lanes 6 and 7. So in this case, a Spanish sculler in the lead, Roberto de Llanos Fernandez in lane 6 for Pontejos in Spain. Just under a length up on lane 7. That would be Marwan Sharif for Rockland, USA. Waving into the camera, though, is Yves Wilmart for Stockholm's Rovforeningen. Oh, it's going to be really close here on the last 10 strokes or so, bringing that down to the finish line. Who's going to win this? This is really bow ball to bow ball between lanes 3 and 6, indeed. So that would be between Jean-Michel Sempere and the Spanish sculler. And I think it was the French sculler that has just done enough. Let's see and wait for confirmation here. See what the timing people say to this. They have a very good timing system here and a good camera. So they can really give us the accurate results.
Lane 2, Great Britain, Lincoln, ARC.
Yeah, so here's confirmation for the win for Johann Link of Rheinland. Excellent job coming through in the last strokes of this race, the final 13. Then we have final 14 coming up out of 18. Manuel Villaverde Gomez for Minho for Spain in 1. Ariel Blumenzweig for White Marsh Boat Club USA in 2. Hans Pausen Ålesund for Norway in 3. Bertrand Olivier Lamarck for Château Gontier Aviron France in 4. Luciano Messiner for Canottieri Sile for Italy in 5. Thomas Hockley of Norwich GB in 6. Kenji Nakai for Tatsumi Japan in 7. And Mike Konlicek of Ruderclub Fürstenwalde in 8.
We have the next heat, the final 14 of men's E single. The race number 3056. In lane 1 we have Spain, Club Remo de Miño.
Yeah, not all times and all split times are in yet, so I can't really gauge. I think the Italian sculler in lane 5 looking strong. The camera though focuses on the sculler from Norway. That's Hans Pausen. Now in your picture from Arlesund's Roklub. Strong leg push here. Straight upper body. So the split time at 500 saw him in the lead ahead of the Spanish sculler and then the Italian. Yeah, so 2:04 was his split time. We can see him in the background just before the white motorboat there, pushing and pushing and trying to increase the gap. 1.5 to 2 lengths is his gap. The next contender being the Spanish sculler, being Manuel Villaverde Gomez of Club Remo Dominio in lane 1. Here we have him in the picture. But we just saw the Norwegian coming through the picture and coming through the finish line indeed as a win. And it's the win for Hans Pausen of Arlesund's Row Club ahead of Manuel Villaverde Gomez of Club Remo Dominio. Yeah, pushing off the victory ceremony pontoon, we have a happy face from Johan Link of Ruhrvereinigen Rheinland of the Netherlands. They are all also frequent customers, regular customers on the World Rowing Masters Regatta scene. So happy to have them here as well. Yeah, everyone has to catch their breath, the lactate acid burning in the muscles, and then the good thing here is actually we can wind down, so we have about 1,000 meters going back to the incoming pontoons near the rowing club and near the boathouse area. Right, so final 15 lineup is here. Giovanni Poncia of Canottieri Retica, Italy in 1. Hein Timmermann for Sport Gent, Belgium in 2. Then we have Olaf Wiedfeld for Ruderclub Altwerter Magdeburg for Germany in 3. Then Ernesto McKinnon for Paraná in Argentina in 4. Felipe Cherna Vilauta for Chile in 5. Xavier Smith of Toulouse Aviron for France in 6. And Dennis Crowley, Commercial Island in 7. So 7 boats in this race. Probably even less because I have 2 non-starters. Yeah, so the Belgian and the Chilean scullers are marked in my system as non-starters. Here we are with the remaining 5. Leading there was lane 7. So Dennis Crowley of Commercial Island looking strong here, still striking high, which also means he has some competition, which we can't gauge from this picture. This is the sculler from Retica, Canottieri Retica, Giovanni Poncia, who indeed had was together with the Irish sculler at the halfway mark, but yeah, seems to have invested something into this race here. So here we have him, the Italian Giovanni Poncia from Canottieri Retica in the picture, but actually we can't see whether he's in the lead because it seems to me that also Dennis Crowley of Commercial Rowing on the other side of the course looked strong. Who's going to win this? And it is indeed Dennis Crowley of Commercial Island that wins this final number 15 of the men's E single scull, 15 out of 18, so 3 more to go. Sorry, yeah, 3 more to go. And a great race also from the Italian, challenging the Irish to the finish line, which means they spent so much and they had a good speed, leaving everyone else in their wake quite far behind. Yeah, so Hans Pausen of Arlesunds Rowclub presents his medal to the left of your picture on the split screen. It's really lovely to have this while we follow the further scullers across the line on the right-hand side of our split screen. Right, so next lineup will be coming up shortly. I will give you this from my side as well, 2 non-starters. Let me just quickly mark them here. There we go. So, Lyon Caliur is the club for Jean-Yves Giroux of France in 1, Manuel Porto of San Fernando, Argentina in 2, Michael Parsons of Marlow Rowing Club, Great Britain in 3, Adrian McCallion of Galway, Ireland in 4, then 2 non-starters in lanes 5 and 6, that's Turkey and Uruguay, and Alvin Otten of Wassersportverein Meppen in lane 7, and I think they should show us lane 7 as well. They don't at the moment. They show us lanes 1 to 3, because Alvin certainly is one of the favorites. He had a margin of some 10 seconds already at the halfway mark. So we see the confirmation here. We don't have him on the picture though. Alvin Otten, former champion, world champion in the lightweight men's single scull in 1988 in the Milan edition of the lightweight and junior world rowing championships there. He won the single scull and yes, remained highly competitive. Yeah, so that's him with the yellow colors of Ruderverein Meppen. Yeah, so I think Alexander is his middle name, maybe. So this, we all call him Alvin. Yeah, so he's moving his boat beautifully still, same rowing style as back in 1988. He's also teaming up with Ansgar Wessling of Germany in the double scull. They won this already, and also Alvin has won another single scull. Alvin, being born in 1963, I think must be an F category at the moment, so starting 1 category up, winning comfortably here in this final 16 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta men's E single scull competition.
Great Britain from Marlow, Michael Parsons. In 3rd position.
So Michael Parsons coming in second from Marlow. Then it's Jean-Yves Giroux for Lyon Caliur in 3rd, I believe.
In 4th position, lane 4 from Ireland, Galway, Ariane Macorion. In 5th position, lane 1 from France, Liron Clary, Jean Gives.
And the medal comes from the young lady here, and the photographer is up there.
And now are receiving.
Yeah, we move on to final 17 out of our 18 finals. Before we have a look at Dennis Crowley of Commercial Ireland, who remains very fit and strong and won the final 15. This is confirmation for the win for Alvin Alexander Otten. So G5 is the bow number for Jean-Christophe Lenu of Nautique de Commune du Pays de Vitre of France in lane 5, leading final 17. But the full lineup being in lane 1, we have Duncan Gwilliam for Stourport, Great Britain, Sander Verheugt of Breda, Netherlands in 2, Hilmi Örer of Turkish RM for Turkey in 3, Nicholas Price, Dart Totnes, Great Britain in 4. Then the Frenchman I just introduced to you, Sigrid Mehl of Ruder Club Aachen, Germany in 6, and Lennart Wiegert for Stockholm in 7. And the British sculler in lane 1, Duncan Gwilliam, is leading and was leading already at the halfway mark. Starpod Boat Club is his home.
With Turkish RM. Lane 4 with Great Britain's Dar Thomas in lane
Yeah,
5.
so
French with
Alvin Otten pushing from the victory ceremony pontoon, presenting his medal to the world press. And
Germany with Rodolfo
congratulations to him
in lane
for this
7.
good win. Oh, nothing's over yet in this race. Look at this. So it's Jean-Christophe Lenu in the foreground, in the front of your picture, fighting so hard to fend off the challenge from Duncan Gwilliam of Starpod Boat Club. Wow, what a challenge here. But I think he has just managed to find another gear, upping the rate. Still maintaining 3/4 of a length lead. Coming up to the finish line, it's indeed Jean-Christophe Lenu scoring the win here, a length and a half up on the British sculler in lane 1.
Is lane 5 from French, Nautica des Stones, de Pais Tuvite, Jean-Christophe Letini. The second winner is from lane 1 from Super PC, Duncan William. The third winner is from line 3, Sweden, Stockholm area, Lennart Birgit. For position for line 3, Turkish Eren, Hilmi Over. And 5 position for lane 4, Great Britain, Dark Thomas, Nicholas Fries.
Yeah, so here's the lineup for the final 18. So this is the last final of the men's E single scull, 55 years plus. And we have Kai Nissen of Middelfart, Denmark in 1, Henry Royer of France in 2, Gaetano Durso of City of Derry Island in 3, Ansgar Wessling, whom I just mentioned actually, and from TVK Essen, Germany in 4, David Hope of Upper Thames Rowing Club, Great Britain in 5, Patrick Moscatello for Chateau Gontier Aviron for France in 6, and finally Michael Fahlbusch of Basler Ruder Club, Switzerland in 7. We have all crews on the water, at least that's what my systems say. And if you look at the yellow boat in the middle of your picture, that's Ansgar Wessling, the Olympic champion in the men's 8 from 1988. And he won a bronze medal in the 1992 Olympic Games on this very course. So also for him, it's a happy return. And in fact, he has already won a single scull the other day and a double scull as well. So he's in good shape and still keeping himself fit, running his hearing device company in the Essen area still. Here we are, confirmation. Indeed, Alvin Otten, his teammate in the double, scored a 4-minute time, just so 4:00. He now scored a 2:00 at the halfway mark, but I think he has done enough work and put his already managed to get his rate down a bit in the green and white colors of Ruderverein, Turnverein Kupferdreh Ruderige, so that's his name, so a multisport club from the Essen area. But really moving his boat beautifully, coming towards the last 10 strokes or so. That's Ansgar Wessling of Germany scoring a win in this last heat in the men's single scull. Yeah, so pushing off, this Jean-Christophe Lenu, I believe, the winner of the previous final. Jean-Christophe Lenu from Nautique de Commune du Pays de Vitre. Shaking his legs, so obviously he's got more racing action to come up. Yeah, a good massage would be nice when you have tired legs, and that is on offer here on the venue. Great range of things that you can buy or rent or consume on this venue. Great, so this field is not yet complete. So I'll leave you with the last pictures of the men's single scull for just a little while. We continue in a few seconds' time with the men's 4 H category 8.
And Jen Christoph just received their medal and is leaving the ponton. Congratulations.
Yeah, so already on the screen, the lineup for the final one of the men's 4 H category H. So that's 70 years plus. So fit guys of 70 years plus, and we have the internationals between Hungary and Switzerland in 1 star club, for Great Britain in 2, Armidale, Australia in 3. Then the French crew from different clubs in lane 4, Upper Thames and DRC. For Great Britain in 5, then USA crew from Palm Beach, Rocky Mountain, and Minneapolis in 6, and Durban, Nottingham, etc. for Great Britain in 7. And lane 6 seems to be leading at this moment, challenged strongly though by the lane neighbors. Yeah, so confirming this from the drone view, it is indeed the USA crew of Palm Beach, Rocky Mountain, and Minneapolis that leads, but there are challengers on the right-hand side of your picture. Not quite in the picture though. Here we come, and it should be lane 1. I'm not. Yeah, it should be lane 1 or 2. So it's really tough to gauge when we don't have all the crews in the picture. But a beautiful race indeed it is for the win here. Yeah, there should be another crew right outside of your picture on the right-hand side, which is leading, and indeed it is the international combination of World Masters Hungary and Baden, Switzerland, that is not on the picture, but it's leading. So let me tell you that, because I can see the wash of the crews. They have a length and maybe another length margin over the 2 crews that are competing for the second place here. So here we come with the crew in lane 1 on the right-hand side of your picture. Doing a good job indeed, and thanks for the drone pilots to cover this race for us in this beautiful way. Coming close to the finish line now with a 2.5 lengths margin for the international crew of World Masters Hungary and Baden, Switzerland. Second place goes to lane 6 indeed, so that's the Rocky Mountain crew just ahead of the crew from Armidale, I believe. Yeah, so and then it's quite close between the other 3 crews in this race. Yeah, so that was final 1 in the men's 4 H category H. Again, that's the gentleman 70 years or more. Yeah, so that's this confirmation, 3:37. It's a really decent time actually for this age category, and in the 4. This should be already the next race, and indeed it is. So Minerva Bath and Bristol Ariel for Great Britain in 1, Penta RC for Japan in 2, then Great Britain with Wimbledon, Quinton, Walbrook and Tideway Scullers in 3, Glebe, Manning River and Lake Macquarie in lane 4 for Australia, Corinthians, Sao Paulo for Brazil in 5, and Marlow, Great Britain in 6. Yeah, so gauging by this picture is indeed the crew from Australia, Glebe, Manning River and Lake Macquarie leading, so that would be Peter Armstrong, Peter Stevenard, Mark Tietjen and Roy Halliday. Yeah, and then looking, gauging from this picture, they have established a good margin over the last 200 meters or so. They're well past the halfway mark, nearly approaching the danger zone, the last 250 meters marked by the red buoys. So once you hit the red buoy zone, it's just 30 strokes to the line, And if you're under pressure, that's the latest moment to up your rate and get the boat speed up to fend off any challenge. So they're looking strong, the Australians. The other crews well behind this very well rowing Australian boat from Glebe, Manning River and Lake Macquarie. Yeah, I think they know they've done the work, they've done the miles in training, and this always pays off. It's here we are with a confirmation. That's long gone by, the 500-meter marks, but it was a considerable lead already then, and it's increased even more on the second half of the 1,000-meter course. Yeah, when you get this four really running well, it's such a great feeling when you leave the water and the boat just sings below you, under you, and you get it moving, sliding really beautifully. Here we are with a win for the Australian crew, Glebe, Manning River and Lake Macquarie.
Second position is gonna be following 5. They have 12 people.
Yeah, so the Corinthians, I believe, might have come in second place, but that was hard to see. So second final already nearly done. We're waiting for the crew from, that's the crew from Japan coming in, from Penta Rowing Club. Yeah, so we have crews from all over the world, from more than 50 countries here. So it's great to see that we have them also from all continents, except for Antarctica, where we didn't find a crew to enter from. So Antarctica, you mean? No. So Antarctica this time didn't enter the World Rowing Masters Regatta, but the Aussies did. So Glebe and Manning River and Lake Macquarie entering, winning the final two. The final three underway with Molesey and other clubs involved international in one, then another international between Great Britain and Australia in 2, Sunderford Club crew from Norway in 3, then USA, Willamette Detroit Boat Club in 4, Christiania and Drammen Row Clubs from Norway in 5, and Seta Rowing, one of my favorites, Japanese rowing clubs, I've been there, in lane 6. So lovely to see the crews from Hiroshi-san, my friend in Japan, commentator at the World Rowing Junior Champs in 2019 and Olympic commentator in 2021. He's the coach there for Sita and doing a great job.
Next final 3 of men's age 4 has now.
So let's congratulate the winners of the previous heat. That's the Australian crew from Glebe, Manning River and Lake Macquarie. Just pushing off the victory ceremony pontoon. And again, it really helps to have a good drone shot here. It's 3 boats within half a length vying for the win here in this final 3 of the men's straight 4, the men's 4 in the H category. Some steering problems from the crew in lane 2, I think. So it's very close between the 2 international crews, both involving GB rowers. The crew in lane 1, also Croatian rowers on board. But lane 2 is coming through. That's Poplar, Upper Thames and Mosman Rowing Club. So Australia also there. And they have done a mighty push over the last 10 strokes, moving away from the rest of the field, moving away from the crew from Molesey, Quinton and Mladost of Croatia. And then the third crew will be in lane 4. That's the US crew. That is also challenging for the win here. Yeah, we have... we have here now the Australian crew, Glebe and Manning River and Lake Macquarie. So congratulations to Peter Armstrong, Peter Stevenard, Mark Tietjen and Roy Halliday just pushing off there. And it was a win indeed for the crew from Poplar, Upper Thames and Mosman Rowing Club. Congratulations to Mark Williams, Robert Milligan, Leon Brown and Rodney Stewart, who I just heard has entered 12 races altogether. So what a program that is for Rodney, born in
Fifth position for
1949. So tough going, and quite a fitness level that's required to do this. So here we are with the crew from Seta Rowing Club. Ueda Kenzo, Doi Yuji Imanishi Hajime, and Kimura Toru.
As you can see, now we are changing the modalities. The race of the doubles of women is coming in the line 1. America with Chinook. In line 2, Great Britain with champion the Thames. In line 3, Canada with Calgary RC. In line 4, an international for Cambridge Rowing Club and Canoeti Roma.
So we move on now to the women's G double scull. You just saw the lineup. So G age group is 65 years plus. So the young ladies here. Chinook of USA in 1, champion the Thames Great Britain in 2, Calgary for Canada in 3, Cambridge New Zealand and Canoeti Roma for Italy in 4, sorry. And then we have also in this race the crew from Exeter in 5, North Suburban Crew USA in 6, and finally Commercial Australia this time. There's a commercial in Ireland as well, I believe, in 7. So this is the full lineup I gave you. Let's see how this pans out on the second half of the race. So the crew from Chinook was leading at the halfway mark. This is L1. Let me double check. This is indeed the crew from Chinook. So Adrienne Moore and Deborah Davis also having done the work. You can see them on the low right corner of your picture on the screen now. And they have maybe 2 lengths over the rest of the field. And indeed are across the finish line now, victorious, and then it's very close for second and third places between lanes 4 and 5, which are indeed the international combination of Cambridge Rowing and Roma, and also the crew from Exeter. So that was really close. We're going to have a confirmation of the final result in just a minute.
Position we have line 5 from Great Britain Exeter. In 4 position line 7 from Australia Commercial. In 5 position now we have line 6 from American North Suburban Crew. And 7th position, line 3 from Canada, Calgary RC. So just for repeat the winners of the last race, we are talking about
here we have the confirmation of the win for Chinook. Second final already underway between Tribesman Ireland in 1, Red Sands Canada 2, Martha's Mums USA in 4, Chinook USA in 5. Sorry, between that was Strathclyde Park for GB in 4. Then Jurmala Latvia and Kingston UK International in 6. And finally, Bewdley and Birmingham Rowing Clubs. Which should be on the course. But indeed, I need to correct myself because the two last named crews are not in the race. So we remain with 5 crews, with a lead for lane 3, which is Martha's Moms Rowing Club, which I love as a club name, right? So with me now is Lynn Charge, a very dear commentator, a very dear commentator. I welcome from Australia. So Lynn, happy to have you here.
Thank you.
How was your trip?
My trip was very long, coming from Australia, and it's great to see all the Australians that coming from the Southern Hemisphere enjoying this wonderful venue here. It's good. We see there's some people getting their medals. That's
Yeah, so that's absolutely true. That's the crew from Poplar, from Upper Thames, and from Mossman Rowing Club. So indeed an Aussie on board here. Mark Williams, Robert Milligan, Leon Brown, and Rodney Stewart.
And Rodney Stewart, who actually rows in the... no, that's not Rodney Stewart. Yes, he's in Bow. I actually have rowed with him in Melbourne.
Oh,
so it's good to see him there in Bow and doing a great job.
Yeah, and as we mentioned before, he's doing a really big number of races there. Right, so let's look at the race action of the women's G double scull. That's the final 2, which is just across the line. I will give you the full results in a minute, but I believe it should all have gone the way of Martha's mom's crew because they were in the lead considerably at the halfway mark. And yeah, we're going to have the graphics for them in a minute.
It's wonderful, the technology that comes out with this rowing, that we can get split times, we can get finish times, but sometimes there is just a question at the judges box. So conditions and results can take just a minute, but here they are now. Martha's Mums, first place, Strathclyde Park second, Tribesman third, Chinook was fourth. So well done to Martha's Mums. I'm imagining they're perhaps from America.
Indeed they are. Final 3 on the course now. And it's between Christchurch from Great Britain in 1, Avalon and North Shore, USA and Australia combined and international in 2. Then Sita Rowing again for Japan in lane 3. Then Breda for the Netherlands in 4. Two Rivers Rowing Club Canada 5. And ANA Australia, you will explain to me in a minute what does that mean, in lane 6. And Saugatuck USA in 7. Here we are with the Breda crew from the Netherlands. In the picture, but yeah, it's going to be taking us just a little while to figure out the order in this race. Yeah, so this is strong showing here. Elizabeth Rundy and Victoria Loughlin Taylor for Martha's Mums. Yeah, a little bit showing off here. Well, that's allowed. That's okay. So indeed, the Dutch crew is leading ahead of the Japanese at the halfway mark in the next final, which is a final 3 of the women's G double sculls. Here we have them in the picture. What a considerable lead, right?
They are doing a wonderful job. They're ANA from Perth. They're Australian Natives Association.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so we just call it ANA now. But they're good. One thing that I've enjoyed here is the variety of suits that people are wearing, the colours that they've got, and they show up really well on the graphics. So it's worth having a look at the live stream and having a look at the big screen to see exactly what people are wearing. And I always find that interesting.
Yeah, cool. Thank you for that. That's quite a different perspective, but I totally support that view because it's the whole sort of range of colors that we have in this Masters rowing, which is also relating to the range of age group that we have. The oldest rower here being, I believe, 96 years old, and the youngest ones, of course, 28, which is such a fantastic range. A good win here for the Dutch. So Anita van de Klundert and Marion Kinneging win this for Roeivereniging Breda, winning the final 3 of the women's G double sculls. Yeah, so lane 1 coming in next, and that was indeed Christchurch Rowing Club from Great Britain, followed by Avalon and North Shore, and then the other crews also coming in here. So this is the crew from Avalon and North Shore indeed. This is Mary Walsh and Martha McGuire, with a few strokes left until they cross the finish line. And one more to come in. This should be the crew from Japan, I believe.
It's not easy to see the bow numbers, but certainly the bow numbers that they have on the boats now make it very easy for the judges and the marshals to make sure people get into where they have to be. And I've got to say, Sebastian, the marshalling here has been excellent. You've got a terrific group of volunteers that have been very helpful. And next race is down the course.
Yeah, and we have another set of winners here as well, pushing off the victory ceremony pontoon. But I think that's, yeah, let's focus on the next race. Here's the start list for that one. Lyngby Dame Row Club, Denmark in 1, Corinthians Brazil in 2, Saugatuck USA in 3, Oriole Kensington GB teaming up with Maple Bay Canada in 4, Hawthorne Australia in 5, Star Club GB in 6, and Daventria of Netherlands in 7. Looks like a good race for lanes 1 and 2. So Lyngby Dame Row Club with Eva Sørensen and Hanne Brusch linked up on the crew from Brazil, Alejandra Isabel Lora and Lucima Barcelos. Yeah, so this is the main competition for the win here. But of course, you don't always row for the win. You row to have a good race. Lynn, you're having your first race today, right?
No, I've had, this will be my third race today. I've had a double on the first day, a quad and a double yesterday, and my single today.
Wow.
So...
thank you for joining me nonetheless. I mean, you should be like in the tunnel, focus tunnel here.
I'm going to be leaving you very soon, but I shall come back.
Yeah, beautiful sculling here for the crew from Denmark. Long strokes. Lyngby Dame Row Club is quite a competitive club. They always have had good rowers, female scullers here. Eva Sørensen, Hanne Brusch making their way to the finish line, having increased their lead over the second half of the course quite considerably so. Then second to come in will be the Corinthians from Brazil, Sao Paulo. They have the largest contingent of rowers on this regatta, the Corinthians club. And third will be probably the crew from Oriole Kensington and Maple Bay. But yeah, let's have a look at the table later on. Pushing off the victory ceremony pontoon, though, is the crew from Breda. Anita van der Klundert and Marion Kinneging victorious in the final 3 of the men's G double scull.
And they're crossing the line was the Hawthorne crew. That's down on the Yarra in Melbourne. So another Australian crew that's come a very long way to compete at this event, which, it's, as we say, it's not always about coming here to win, though it would be lovely, but it is being part of a huge event and just being part of the international event that you make so many international friends with rowing.
Yeah, that's also what I'm saying. I mean, it's a meeting of friends, and you want to meet them year by year at the same kind of event. So see you next year in Bled, actually. Let's move on to final 5 already underway of the women's G double sculls. So France in 1, that's Compiègne and Arcachonnes. So international between Leander Canada and Tribesman Ireland in 2, the Amstel and the Hope from the Netherlands in 3, Remeros Escandinavos for Argentina together with Corinthians Brazil international in 4, Seta Rowing Japan in 5, Cambridge USA together with Riga Latvia in 6, and Wallingford GB in 7. Already on the last 250, you can see the red buoys marking this last stretch of water here. And yeah, what I always do is really, if you're really pushing hard and your muscles burn, I'm counting down the strokes. I'm counting 25 strokes or 30 strokes, and I know if I'm at 1, I should be across the line. So here we are with the leaders, bow number 6, that's Cambridge, USA and Latvia together, Laila Lapina and Margarita Zetsa. They are in second place at the moment, but because I believe there's another crew in front of them, and that's for sure. So that was the Wallingford crew, I believe, Janet Mears and Anne Granger, that took the win here. Yeah, as I said before, explanation to you all that are tuning in on us on worldrowing.com or here on the venue. We only have the same pictures that you have, so it's a bit of a guess and a bit of a trying to find your way in the darkness. but in general, I think we get it quite well.
I think we do, and it's very hard for a cameraman to be able to get exactly onto the winners. They've got a great span to look across, and we want to give all our competitors equal time. It's as you say, it's about the friendships with a rowing problem. Really?
Absolutely. Here we are, Lyngby Dame Row Club, victorious there in the previous one. Whereas to the right of your picture, we have Seta rowing again with Yoshie Nakade and Yuko Kimura finishing their race. So medals being handed out to Eva Sørensen and Hanne Brosch.
Receiving now their medal, the winners of the final four, the Denmark ladies, Eva Sorensen and Han Brusk from Lyngby Damer of Club. Last final of the women's doubles, final 6 is now approaching the
So
last
moving on to final
in lane 1, we have the Netherlands.
7, no, final 6, of course. It's all there. Final 6, yeah, sure. So Pampus of Netherlands in 1, Loch Lomond and Clydesdale, Great Britain in 2, Lake Macquarie and Joinville for France International in 3, SAC and Lake Washington, USA in 4, Rhineland, Netherlands in 5, and Christiania Row Club, Norway in 6, Avalon, USA in 7. Here we are with the probably leading crew. That's the crew from Loch Lomond and Clydesdale. To the right of your picture, already in the red buoy zone. The USA crew was not at the start, and at halfway we have seen the crew indeed from Loch Lomond and Clydesdale already in the lead. So they have built on that, and this is confirmation, this drone shot here, the drone flying out to cover the leaders of this race. Yeah, fantastic race for the crew from Loch Lomond and Clydesdale. They were being followed, I believe, by the Rhineland crew, but let's confirm that in a minute.
From France and Australia. 6th position for lane 7, USA Avalon.
Yeah, so making their way from the finish line through a narrow corridor here, and then to the victory ceremony pontoon. That was the crew from Loch Lomond and Clydesdale from Great Britain, Eva Rankin and Jacqueline Irons.
El carrer 1, Alemanya. Carrer 2, Espanya, Nàutica de Sevilla. Carrer 3, França. Carrer 4, Àustria. Carrer 5, el Banyoles. Carrer 6, Rem Barcelona. Un composite amb Rem Barcelona i amb Alemanya.
So moving on to the men's C8. So C category being the gentleman average age 43 years or more. And we have Germany in 1, Spain, Sevilla in 2, French combination in 3, Leichhardt, Australia in 4, Banyoles in lane 5. And then another combination from Spain and Germany in 6, and Aberdeen, Great Britain in 7. So Scotland, of course. And this seems to be a good race between the outward lanes. So looking strong is the crew here in lane 7. In lane 6, sorry. This is Rem Barcelona and Hanau, Germany, leading this this field in the red and white colors of Rem Barcelona. A length up on the crew on lane 3, which is the French crew from Rameur Toulousain and Aviron Énergie, as well as Club Marignanais Sport d'Aviron. So the Spanish-German combination in lane 6 really pushing away from the rest of the field now, opening a gap of open water between their stern and the bow of the next boat. Crossing the line in first place is Rem Barcelona together with Hanauer Rudergesellschaft. Second place was indeed the French crew, and then it was close between Sevilla and Leichhardt of Australia. So that was also the winning crew of the last final of the women's double scull, age group G, and we congratulate Janet Mihes and Anne Granger. No, sorry, of course not. That we congratulate, let me just quickly double check this here. The crew from Loch Lomond and Clydesdale, of course. So that's what my notes say as well. Eva Rankin and Jacqueline Irons. It's quite a few races here that we do today. So sorry for the little mix-up here. We're already at race number 70 today, and it's not even midday. So it's quite a program that everyone is absorbing. So this is the next lineup. So between Spain, Portugal, Brazil, Great Britain, France, Great Britain and Spain. So great race here. This is the crew from Club Remo Vigo on lane 1. Long strokes here. Not too high rate of striking, I would say, for an 8. That could be higher, but they are pushing. They are really strong. And seem to be doing quite well with regard also to the other competitors. Lanes 4 and 5 now bringing their bow numbers into our view. So lane 4, that's Great Britain, Wimbledon, Ardingly and London together. Lane 5, that's the Région Grand Est from France, always boating competitive crews, as well as the Reds, St Andrew Boat Club and Stirling Boat Club in 6. So it's a tough race between these 4 crews actually, between all in it for these 4 crews, a length between them. Half a length actually between them, with a strong push now coming from the British in lane 6, followed by the French in lane 5. I love this picture. Look at this. It's the 7/8s coming down towards us. What a beautiful picture. And this is what's drawing about. The symbol of teamwork, that's the 8. And having 7 of them together is just magic. Just magic. Look at this. This is the beautiful Lake Banyoles nearly within the Pyrenees Mountains. And it's a race. We have a race on our hands here. We have the race between Région Grand Est with the blue blades nearly left, and left nearly out of the picture is the leading crew, which is the crew from Great Britain. The French are trying to close the gap here. And we are already on the last 15 strokes now. So the British crew still in the lead, just ahead of the French. Can't see the British crew on this picture. We can see the winners of the previous, which is the combination of Rem Barcelona and Hanau, Germany. So they are victorious. So this is the race here, and it's a win for the GB combination of the Reds, St Andrew and Stirling Boat Clubs, followed by Région Grand Est. And then it was, I believe, Club Remo Vigo in 3rd, but that was too quick for me to call in this race. This is really what we love, a little bit of a thrill down my spine with this 8s racing here. That is final 2 of the men's C8, so the 43-year-olds in average plus. So you may be you are allowed to race when you're older. Of course, you're not older in average, of course. few more additions to that rule, so look it up before you enter next time. Yeah, so we have a confirmation here for the win of the Reds. The Reds, that's usually in football that would be a synonym for Liverpool, I believe. Right, so here we are with the final three of the men's C8 between international, USA, Germany, Denmark, Spain, Czech Republic involved in this boat in lane 1. Then we have the Netherlands in 2, Estonia in 3, Ireland now in our picture between Macross, Castle Connell, Fermoy and University of Limerick in 4. Then we have international between Germany and Denmark and Great Britain in 5. And in lane 6, finally, Spain are probably 6-7 clubs involved in the Spanish crew. So, yeah, lane 1 to the right of your picture is international between Sarasota, Wannsee, Berlin, Bremen, Lübeck, Banyoles, Copenhagen and Brno. And there we have a few former world champions on board. So Klaus Altena, Michael Buchheit, Bo Vestergaard for Denmark. That's the crew in lane 1 that tries to score another win here in the younger age category, I must say, because they should all be racing like E's or D's at least, but they're racing here in the C category. But they know how to move that boat still, and let's see how they fare. They're still vying for the win. Next one to follow them is the crew from Willem III, Rick and Hetsbarne from the Netherlands on lane 2. So that's what we can gauge from the drone shot here. Maybe the Dutch are ahead now with maybe a margin of about a canvas or some more seats. Then also on lane 5, not to underestimate the other international combination here with Christian Mulvik on board and some other very experienced rowers, German and Danish and US combination. Also, they want this win. And I think they're pushing. They're pushing the crew from the Netherlands quite hard. So to the left of your picture is the international combination in lane 5 that's pushing for the win. They might even be able to do that. And the Dutch are still holding on to first place, though. Half a canvas maybe, gauging from this right from above. Beautiful drone shot here on the last strokes, and I hope we get the picture from the finish tower really soon. It's nearly level. I think it's still a slight advantage though for the Dutch, ahead of the German and Danish combination in lane 5. What a great race between the two. Last few strokes remaining. We congratulate, of course, the crew called the Reds, although they wear blue unis. Yeah, so it's a win indeed for the crew from the Netherlands, just ahead of the crew international from lane 5. Yeah, great race again in the men's C8. That was the third final of 3 that we have seen, and it was really, really fun to watch, with a win, I believe, for the Dutch crew. Let me double check this for you guys. Yeah, so 57 hundredths of a second was the margin for the crew from Willem III, Rick and Hetsbarne. Here's the confirmation. Wow, that's a close margin, but great race. Thank you, gentlemen, for doing this for us. So after this men's 8, we move on to the women's B coxed 4. And B is our second youngest age group here in the World Rowing Masters Regatta 2025 in Banyoles. So 36 years or more in average. And here we have the full lineup for you. International between Germany, New Zealand, Canada in lane 1. Royal Navy and Mortlake for GB in 2. Société Nautique de Bayonne and Aviron Énergie for France in 3. Commercial Old Collegians and Tralee Rowing Clubs from Ireland in 4. And Aberdeen, Great Britain in 5. Coxed 4 again. So lane 4, clearly in the lead here. in this race, commercial and old collegians and trailees. So Naomi Fearon, Emer Corcoran, Brianna Larson and Paula Maloney, as well as Kate Rooney, they have done enough work in training, and they have done a good job on the first 500 meters actually of this race. Right, so I don't know if lane 2 is missing. Actually, they are not marked as DNS, which means did not start, but it's empty, so let's assume Royal Air Force and Royal Navy and Mortlick are not competing here, unfortunately. But yeah, so lane 4 clearly still in the lead with a length up on the crew from France. In lane 3, Société Nautique de Bayonne and Aviron Énergie. They are going for second place, so Ireland ahead of France. This is what also the 500 meter split time table says for us here. Yeah, beautiful drone shot again, showing also how clear the water of the lake is. And of course we want to preserve that. That's why all boats needed disinfection before we entered them for the first time on the water of the Banyoles lake. Right, so in the last 250 meters, we are here with the women's B coxed 4. And it's nothing changing now in this race anymore. So 1.5 lengths is the margin for the crew from Ireland winning here ahead of the crew from France. Third to come in might be the Germans in line 1. The international crew, of course. Germany, New Zealand, Canada involved. And then a few more strokes. The Aberdeen crew coming up. Catherine Laurie, Nicola Brooks, Lisa Vandenberg, Catriona Bain, and Charlotte Decross. So well done. Well done also to the winners of the previous men's C8. And that was a win for the Dutch, Willem Drie, Rick and Het Sparner. So Johannes Maast, Marco Blauhoff, Dirk van Tijn, Henrik Stefels, Stefan Schultbrugge, Jan Kloosterboer, Henk Zwolle, Jasper Drent, and Martintje Quick was the coxswain. Yeah, Lynn was mentioning all the marshalling. This is really a great thing. The World Rowing Masters Commission and World Rowing have worked really hard to work out a traffic pattern, both for training and later also for racing, that is safe, that is secure, that still allows for some meters to be done before the race without the danger of collision. And that's the main task here in this very wide and open lake. And so far we've been lucky not to have a lot of serious stuff going on. So let's move on to final 2 of the women's coxed 4 age category B. So Bewdley GB in 1, Clonmel, Cork and Belfast for Ireland in 2, Corinthians, Sao Paulo, Brazil in 3, Aberdeen again in 4 for Great Britain. And then we have, let me just double check not to make a mistake. Then we also have Cork and Belfast rowing clubs for Ireland in 5. So 5 boats should be on the water. But 4 only are racing because Clonmel, Cork and Belfast rowing clubs did not start. So for whichever reason. Yeah, so these are happy winners on the left-hand side of your pictures, of your split screen. And this is the crew from commercial, from Old Collegians and Tralee Rowing Club from Ireland. We congratulate Naomi Fearon, Emer Corcoran, Brianna Larson, Paula Maloney and Kate Rooney. Right, so it's the next heat, final 2, lane 3 leading. That could be the Corinthians. Let me double check for the split times at halfway, and indeed was the Corinthians already in the lead there from Sao Paulo. So looks to be good for them on this last stretch of water here with just about 100 meters to go to the finish line. rowing really well.
Lane 5 from Ireland. They have now taken the wave, lane 2. Lane 2.
Right, I believe it was a win for the Corinthians. Not easy to see from this perspective, but we're going to get confirmation of that really soon. The Irish were in second and Bewley GB in third, then Aberdeen in fourth.
Ireland for Belfast RC and 4 positions for Great Britain Aberdeen. Congratulations to you all.
Right, confirmations here for the win of the Corinthian crew. Samia Nascimento, Sulaiman, Ingrid dos Santos, Noelia Luinas, Mariana Cadore Peinado, and Gabriela Lozano. Start list up, moving on with the next, coming up with the next boat class. So it's the men's F quadruple sculls. And here we are with the lineup. Club Nacional de Regatas, Uruguay and Paraguay together. Sayonia from Paraguay International in 1. Then Club Remo Areluche de Getxo from Spain in 2. France for Marignanet and Caderousse in 3. Austria, Wiener Ruder Club, Friesenwien and Donaubund Wien in 4. Then Medway Towns and Tideway Scullers, GB in 5. Bad Hersfeld and Lobenstein in lane 5 for Germany, Calgary for Canada in 7, and Royal Air Force and Lakeland for Great Britain in 8. So 8 crews should be on the water, should be racing. I have no DNS markings on my timing system monitor here. That's the only other monitor that we have. But as the split times trickle in one by one, it's really hard to gauge. Looks like Medway Towns and Tideway Scullers have the edge here, at least at the halfway mark. So that would be the crew in lane 5, with a length up on the rest of the field. But again, if we get this overhead shot, it's really hard to gauge which other crews or which lane we are looking at. So apologies for not being able to tell that with 100% accuracy. Yeah, so the men's quads, age category F, underway. We have quite a few of those quads coming up, average age 60 plus. The leading crew coming up towards us, and that is indeed the crew from Great Britain, the crew from Medway Towns and Tideway Scullers that have led all the way to the finish line. Yeah, so we're happy winners again with the crew from Sao Paulo. Congratulations to Samia Nascimento, Sulaiman, Ingrid dos Santos, Noelia Luinas, and Mariana Cadore Peinado, and Gabriela Lozano in this race.
Some information about some clubs that are participating here in the World Rowing Masters Regatta in Banyoles. Sport Club Corinthians Paulista, Brazil, has 149 entries. It's the largest delegation in Banyoles. Was founded in 1933. Oars and anchors in crest come from this. They train on San Paulo's Tietê River.
Yeah, lineup for final 2. We had it on the screen. So Alicante in 1, Worcester GB in 2, ARA Switzerland and San Diego USA International in 3, Nagambie and Hawthorne Australia in 4, Retica and Lazio Italian clubs in 5, Breda and Damas for the Netherlands in 6, yeah, and Malo GB in 7. Yeah, so lane 5 should be in the lead if I'm gauging correctly, and that's the Italian crew of Canottieri, Retica and Irno and Lazio combined. And this this wonderful drone shot gives us confirmation of that, counting from the right to the left. So lane 1 is to the right of your picture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the Italian crew. And they have a length and a little bit over the rest of the field. And I think they might even be underrating the crew to the left of them. And that would be the crew from the Netherlands, Breda and de Maas. Yeah, so about a length it was at the halfway mark. Now I think they've built on that and have a length and a half lead over the Dutch. The Dutch themselves get under pressure from the Australian crew in lane 4. Nagambie and Hawthorne pushing and pushing. So it's very close for second place between the Dutch and the Aussies. And then looks to be clear for Italy. Well, the quadruple scull is certainly a boat class where Italian rowers feel very comfortable in. And same goes here for the crew from Retica, Irno and Lazio. Second place, oh, that was close between the Dutch. I think they just had the edge here. And third place for the Australians. Fourth to come in is the crew from Switzerland and USA in third. Then it's Worcester in fifth. Then we have the crew from Marlow coming in sixth and seventh place overall for Real Club Regattas Alicante. So 9 altogether, 9 finals we have in the men's F quadruple sculls, which means we are into the next one. This is the result for final 2. Coming up next is final 3. Final 3 between Pro Monopoli, Armida and Canottieri Firenze, Italy in 1, Norwich, Norwich, Great Britain in 2, Karlsruhe in 3 for Germany. In 4 we have Saint-Cassien and York City International between France and Great Britain. Turun Sutajat for Finland in 5. Région Grand Est in 6 for France. And Kung Alf Row Club for Sweden in 7. So this is the crew from Great Britain winning final 1. Medway Towns and Tideway Scullers. The crew with Ralph Humphrey, Stephen Aquilina, Christopher Andrews and Sean Martin. Well done, gentlemen. Oh, it's a close race here in this one. So Italy again in the lead. We've seen an Italian win just a moment ago, but it's a canvas ahead of the crews in lane 6 and lane 2, lane 5 also not far off. So that's Région Grand Est from France pushing in lane 6. Lane 2, that is Norwich from Great Britain. So really, really nice racing here. We are across the halfway mark already and still 4 crews within competition, within reach of that win that you want to have at a World Rowing Masters Regatta. How nice that would be and how nice that is.
They are coming so fast, and as we can see from here, lane 1 looks the first one, and we are talking about the lane 1 from Italy, from Monopoli.
Yeah, so the Italians were leading at the halfway mark, but it was just half a second separating all 4 crews there. Now we are in the final stages of this race. And yeah, so we have a small picture now to gauge who's leading. I think it's still the crew from Pro Monopoli, Armida and Canottieri Firenze. Pushing off the victory pontoon is the Italian crew that won the previous one. So Renato Grimaldi, Giovanni Poncia, Luca Dell'Elce and Antonio De Palma. Wow, what a race here. We have the Région Grand Est scoring the win or not. It's not, yeah, so it should be an absolutely great finish here by all 4 crews involved. Just a canvas separating rank 1 from rank 4. That is awesome. That is just amazing. And I think it was a win indeed for the crew from France, from Région Grand Est.
From line 6 from French, Région Grand Est, Francois, Frédéric, Bernard and Patrick, congratulations. The second place is for line 5 for Finland, Turen, Tujucard. The third place is for line 1 from Italy, Pro Monopoly, Arminda, Canoetarian, Firenze. And fourth position is for line 4 from Great Britain, Norwich. And fifth position, line 3, Germany with Kevin King and Grain Club Alemania. Sixth position for line 7 from Sweden, Kalur Berkey. And eighth position for line 4, an international from France and Great Britain, Saint Cassain and York City.
Yeah, so just had a short visit here from Oriolf, the head of the organizing committee, checking on me. That's very kind of him, in this little container that we have here. Coming up next is the final 4 of the men's quads. And again, we have quite a close race here at the head of the field. 2 crews competing still for the win, maybe. Lanes 1 and 4, that's for sure, and that would be Potsdamer Ruder Club Germania and the red racing unis to the right of your picture. And then lane 4, that's the Stockholm's Rollforeningen from Sweden. They should be in the lead at the moment. They were indeed narrowly in the lead at halfway. Not all times are in at the moment, but anyway, so they are in the last 250 stretch anyway. So the question is, can the Potsdamer Germania, which is a Berlin club, it's not from Potsdam, can they score the win here and beat the Swedes? But looks good for the Swedes at the moment. I think they should have about half a length lead, maybe even 3/4 of a length now with just a few strokes towards the finish line. That should be enough to score the win here for Frank Mika, Tord Blomqvist, Yves Wilmart, and Leonard Wiegert. Yeah, so a length it was, ahead of the Berliner crew in lane 1, followed by the crew from, I believe, Lyngby and Landskrona in Denmark. Then it was Thies, then it was Mendoza de Regattas. But let's properly gauge that when we have all the results. Super racing indeed again in the finals of the men's F quadruple scull. Yeah, here we are with the winners of the previous heat. That's well, we can read that one. It's Région Grand Est, François Crepel, Frédéric Hulot, Bernard Pasdeloup, and Patrick Lardière. Félicitations to them. Good job. And Stockholm was named as the winner, of course, for Final 4. Coming up next is Final 5 of the men's F quadruple scull. Bausweiler, Denmark in 1. International between Ireland, Belgium in 2. Fredericton, Canada in 3. Perth for an ANA and Canning Bridge Rowing Club in Australia in 4. Neste, Finland in 5. Aberdeen, Great Britain, Scotland in 6. And Banyoles, Corvera, and Pontejos for Spain and Catalonia in 7. That seems to be a good race for lane 2 at the moment for the internationals. Shandon, Ireland, Sport Gent, Belgium, Galway, Ireland, and Clonmel. Yeah, and confirmation comes with this beautiful drone shot in lane 2. We have indeed the crew with Hein Timmerman, John O'Neill, John Heaney, and Paul Nugent having established a lead of 1.5 lengths. So quite a good lead for them ahead of the rest of the field. Yeah, so this is the most helpful shot that we have on the last 300 meters stretch if we have all crews in view, and I think we can gauge quite nicely here. Good push though from the outside lane again. The outside lane being the crew from Banyoles, Corvera, and Pontejos, so Jaume Masovilla, Jose Pardas Grau, Roberto Delañas Fernandez, and Jose Fernandez. They try to challenge the crew for the win, challenge the crew in lane 2, the international combination. but I think the crew in lane 2, the international combination, has done enough work on the first 3/4 of this race, and they will not be touched on their last strokes, barring any disaster, of course. But an excellent race indeed. Good final sprint. So the international crew takes home half a length only ahead of the Spanish combination. So hats off to them. Next to come in is the crew from Denmark, from Bagsvær Sø in near Copenhagen, or in the greater Copenhagen area. Then it was the crew from Canada, I believe, followed by the Finnish crew. Is that right? Well, anyway, we're going to get a good confirmation in just a few seconds. We congratulate the crew from Stockholm here in having won the final 4, Stockholm's Rovereningen. So we have Frank Mika, Tord Blomqvist, Yves Vuimart, and Lennart Wiegert.
Galway and Clonmel. The crew is Alan Timmerman, John O'Neill, John Henney, and Paul Nugent.
Yeah, so final 6 on the way. Second half has opened up already. Final 6 between Germany in 1, Norway in 2, Great Britain, that's Loughborough, in 3, Furesø for Denmark in 4, Chinook for USA in 5. And then we have Libourne for France in 6, and Glebe, Manning River, and Newcastle for Australia in 7. Yeah, so we have the crew from Germany, had the crew from Germany in the lead, and we still have them. That's the crew in lane 1 between Alvin Otten and Ansgar Wessling that have won the single this morning already. And they have also with them on board Ulrich Groffi and Stefan Klatt. They are already across the finish line, and then we have a close finish, lanes 4 and 7 coming in that order. So that is Furesø for Denmark and the Glebe, Manning River, Newcastle in 3rd place. Pushing off the victory ceremony pontoon is the crew from Ireland. That's Ireland and Belgium, of course. The international combination of Shandon, Sport Gent, Galway, and Clonmel. So Hein Timmerman, John O'Neill, John Heaney, and Paul Nugent. Yeah, so if you look at this beautifully clear water, you might think of, I want to jump in that one. That's possible. It's a good swimming lake, and they have it's a swimming club actually that hosts us, which has also rowing and canoeing and other sports. But it's really pretty warm. It should be like 24 degrees at the moment, maybe. So it's not the cool down that we would expect or would like to have after a race. So lineup for the next one. The lineup indeed for final 7 already. Wannsee, Berlin in 1, Danske Studentes, Copenhagen in Denmark in 2, then Aviron, Beaucaire and Bayonne for France in 3, Andina and Palm Beach, USA in 4, Nautic Tarragona for Spain in 5, Canberra, Australia in 6, and Hennigsdorf and Dresden for Germany in 7. And they are here in the picture. Klaus Peukert, Andreas Gehre, Thomas Schulze and Mike Jungermann. So really hard to gauge from this perspective who is in the lead. I can tell you that the French crew was quite fast. So the Hennigsdorf and Dresden crew was quite fast at the halfway mark. And indeed, to the right of your picture, that should be the German crew, and then it's also the French crew, I believe, that is still within contention, although we can't really gauge it from this drone perspective. But I believe the finish line camera will come up. Yeah, so if this camera could zoom out a bit so we can see more crews, that would be just great. Because it's a tough fight here between the crew in lane 4. That's Andina and Palm Beach here, sprinting. But the question is, will they be first across the line? And indeed, they are, by just under half a length, indeed. So they beat the Germans here. The Germans have led at halfway, but it was a good second half, indeed, for the crew from USA. So USA winning this one, the final 7 of the men's F quadruple scull. And happy Germans here at the victory ceremony pontoon. So congratulations to the combination of Mülheim an der Ruhr, WSV Meppen, TVK Essen and Duisburger Ruderverein, Alvin Otten, Ulrich Groffi, Ansgar Wessling, Stefan Klatt. That's Ansgar Wessling, Olympic champion 1988 and a bronze medalist here on this very course in 1992. And hopefully we're going to see him as well as other competitors of these two events, so the 1992 Olympics and also the 2004 World Rowing Champs for juniors and non-Olympic boat classes held here on this beautiful lake. We're going to present them at 6:30 tonight on the stage in the athletes area on this beautiful food court and on the stage that we had already used for the opening ceremony on Wednesday night. So, final 8 coming up for the men's quadruple scull, age category F. So this is Portugal, USA, that's Chinook for USA, Sweden, Malmö and Jönköping together in 3, Malo GB in 4, Versalles of Spain in 5, Bradford-on-Avon and Landa for GB in 6, and Arzons, Norway in 7. So this is the bow of the British crew from Bradford-on-Avon and Llandaff. Good row for them so far. Matthew Harden, Michael Frost, Roger Stevens, Christopher Skuse. Yeah, and they should be good also in lane 6. That's the second to the right in your picture now. They should be good for a win here as well if they can maintain that speed. No one at the moment can touch them. Then on the other hand, it's still about 300 meters to go because we can't see the red buoys. That's the only change of color that we have here on the last 250. A bit hard for the athletes to gauge where they are during the race, but then on the other hand, it's a relatively short race with 1,000 meter, half the Olympic distance, so about 120 strokes. Yeah, some steering issues here, although we don't have a lot of wind here. But of course, the quads, most of the time, the stroke would steer the boat with his foot. So the foot, one of the two shoes in the boat, can be moving the rudder at the stern of the boat, below the keel, actually, next to the sword. Yeah, great win. So it's not much to say about like fierce competition or anything in this race. In the final 8, we had a final a couple of races ago, which was just awesomely close. Yeah, so delighted U.S. scholars here: Roman Lesno, Frank Rowe, Daniel Gorarian, and Gregory Benning from Andina and Palm Beach rowing clubs. And that was the win in final 8. By the crew from Great Britain.
The winners are line 6 from Great Britain, Bradford qualifier. In second position, we have lane 3 from Sweden, Mamro Rukrom and Gonkopings RS. In third position, line 5 from Spain, Versalles. In fourth position, line 2 from America, Chinhawk. In fifth position, line 7 from Norway,
Yeah, so here we are with the lineup of final 9 in the men's quadruple scull. It's Tees for GB in 1, Corinthians Brazil in 2, Ardingly GB in 3, Tiber and Pavia for Italy in 4, then international between Lithuania, Norway and Latvia in 5, Switzerland, Steffa, Grasshopper and Küsnacht, as well as Reuss Luzern in 6 for Switzerland, Lyon, Callure and Annecy for France in 7, and Christiania Row Club in 8 for Norway. So in this last final in the men's F quadruple scull, so first to come across the halfway mark was the crew from no, sorry, I can't gauge that because the times do not come on my screen in the order that they cross the line. When I have them all on my monitor, I can probably give you a bit better gauge here. It looked to be the crew from Lyon, Callure and Annecy in lane 7, and that's also confirmed by this drone shot here. Lane 7 is the second one to the right of your picture, and this is indeed the crew from Lyon, Callure and Annecy. So Arnaud Picu, Philippe Nou, Emmanuel Sevaux and Patrick Loisel. They have done enough to win this race, hopefully, if they can carry this through to the finish line. Just a few strokes remaining in this race. And happy winners again from the previous one. That's our British friends from Bradford on Avon and Llandaff. Congratulations to Matthew Harden, Michael Frost, Roger Stevens and Christopher Skuze. Yeah, so this was 2 races in one, if you will, with a few boats coming across the line together in a second flight of boats. Excuse me.
Fourth position for the international of line 5, RCA from Lithuania, Christiania Erki from Norway, and SSB Jurmala from Latonia. 5th position for line 3 for Great Britain, line Gurley. 6th position for line 2 from Brazil, Cortanian. 7th position for line 1 of Great Britain, Tess. And 8th position for Norway, Christiania Erki. So just for reminder, winners of the last place are number 6 Sweden,
Yeah, so moving on to the next category, the next race action here is the women's E double sculls, and the E category is average age 55 years or more. We have one boat clearly ahead of the rest of the field in lane 4, I believe. So the full lineup is Sport Gent Belgium in 1, Maritime Spain in 2, Sarasota County Rowing Club in 3, Barnesbridge Great Britain in 4, North Suburban Crew USA in 5, Buell Great Britain in 6, Club Naval Piraquet and Clonmel, so Brazil and Ireland in 7, and the French combination in lane number 8. And indeed it's lane 4 that has led all the way down. It's Barnesbridge, Sarah Powell and Rebecca Pass, that have really made their impression on this race. Also rowing well on the outside lane number 8. That is the crew from Lyon and Région Grand Est, the French combination of Nathalie Audieu and Sophie Morel. But I think the British crew should have done enough to maintain that lead. It's, I think, already, yeah, we are already in in the red buoy zone, which means under 250 meters, probably about 100 meters to the finish line. Yeah, looking over to the tower, yeah, that's the bow woman of the leading crew. So Sarah Powell or Rebecca Pass, they, of course, want to gauge how far do we have to go. And here we are with a win for the crew in lane 4, which is indeed a win for Barnesbridge Rowing Club, followed by the crew in lane 8. So that's AUN Lyon and Région Grand Est together. Nathalie Audieu and Sophie Morel in second place. And then I think it was the crew from Spain, from Maritime, in third. Yeah, so this is the crew of the previous race in the men's quad, and I have to correct myself here. It's a win for Segelclub Steffa, Grasshoppers Küsnacht and Reus Luzern. So Beat Bachmann, Benjamin Soland, Adrian Escher und Michael Ben, they have scored the win here. But confirmation for this win in the double sculls for the ladies from Barnesbridge, Sarah Powell and Rebecca Pass. This is the lineup for final 2. Rocky Mountain USA in 1, De Amstel and Tor for Netherlands in 2, Huaran Rowing for China in 3. We have a small contingent here from China. Welcome to all of you here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta 2025. Club Remo de Brasilia in 4, Nottingham and Champion the Thames for Great Britain in 5, Aveyron du Bocage France in 6, Ipswich Rowing Club in 7, and Riverside and CRI for USA in lane 8. Lane 7 seems to be missing, gauging gauging by the drone shot. Yes, that's true. So Ipswich Rowing Club couldn't start, or did not start. Again, it's lane 4 with a clear leading position here. And lane 4 in this case is the crew from Club Remo de Brasilia, Maria Proenza and Carmen Rodriguez Amandio Matas. Good rhythm, really solid stroke, propelling their boat beautifully. As I said, the E category is 55 years plus in average. Yeah, quite a good lead here for the ladies from Brasilia, from the Brazilian capital. But they're dangerously close to the buoy zone on port side, on the left side of their boat. So hopefully they don't catch a crab. Well, just 2-3 strokes to the line. It's a solid win here for the Club Remo de Brasilia. Excellent job. Coming in next, I think it was the crew from De Amstel and Tor. So that's the winning crew from Great Britain from the previous race, from the final 1 of the women's double scull. And this should indeed be the crew from Barnesbridge, Sarah Powell and Rebecca Pass. Yeah, pushing off the victory ceremony pontoon, and then they have about a 1,000 meter stretch to wind down to get all the lactate acid out of their muscles, and then, yeah, set their minds on the next race.
third final of the women's.
Right, so here we are with the next final, the final three of the women's E category double sculls. Willem Drey for the Netherlands in 1, Mosey GB in 2, Smark for Finland in 3, Sarasota County for USA in 4, Mulhouse and Marignane for France in 5, Avalon USA in 6, and Rotation Berlin in 7. And finally, Lymington ARC for Great Britain in 8. So again, an 8 boats field in the final 3. No DNS on my monitor. And this one promises to be an exciting one between lanes 5 and 7. So between the crew from France and the crew from Germany. And the Germans now have upped their rate, maybe half a length, not quite that is their lead, but also on the far side there's a boat still within contention. I think the Germans might have the edge here, greater boat speed on the last few strokes, and it was indeed the crew from Germany, from Rotation Berlin, Daniela Goralik and Catherine Anti that scored the win here, just ahead of the French combination of Laurence Busseau and Aurélia Gerber-Schwab. Some happy Brazilian faces here. Club de Remo de Brasilia, Maria Poenza and Carmen Rodriguez Armandillo Matos. Coming all the way from the Southern Hemisphere to race here. We have crews from all over the world, from all continents. We said it before, nearly all continents, because we skipped Antarctica. But from all other continents, we have crews here from Asia, as well as from Africa, and of course Europe. This regatta, being in Europe, brings the most crews here. There's a great variety of boats that you can rent, so you don't have to bring your boat when you come from far away. And so this is going to be the same again next year when we go to Slovenia, to Bled, where the next year's edition of the World Rowing Masters Regatta, which will then be the 51st edition, will be hosted. Yeah, confirmation for the win of Rotation Berlin in this final 3 of the women's double scull H category E, which makes me come to turning the page again. Turn the Page is a beautiful song by Metallica, I think. Well, anyway, final 4. Aberdeen, Lisboa, then Portugal and Brazil in 3 together. Malo, GB in 4. Then we have Portugal again in 5. Stavanger and Tønsberg, Norway in 6. College Club Seattle, USA in 7. And Ruderclub am Baldnersee and Essen-Werdener Ruderclub, Germany in 8. Well, tricky to gauge, but it could be. Well, definitely we have a non-starter here. Well, we have 7 crews on the water, and yeah, the German crew in lane 8 did not start, so that leaves me with 7 crews, and so it looks to be lane 6 that was really looking good here on the last stretch. Widely spread out is this field, but lane 6, counting the lanes here. That's the Norwegian combination. Stavanger Rowklubb, Tønsberg Rowklubb, Line Olstad and Elin Ingemundsen scoring a win here. Fantastic rowing from them. Quite a decent margin as well. Next one to come in is the crew from Portugal. Clube Ferroviário de Portugal and Centro Universitario do Porto. Yeah, lane 7 belongs to the crew from Seattle, College Club Seattle, Amy Wright, Lisa Hitman. And then it's 3 crews together, 2, 1, and 3. That's the order of the lanes. And we have Aviron. No, sorry, of course it was Lisboa, also Lisbon, ahead of Aberdeen, ahead of the internationals between Portugal and Brasilia.
meters to go for the next final, the fifth final of the women's E double, race number 3088. In lane 1, we have the USA, East Bay. Lane 2, France, Aveyron du Bocage. Lane 3, Great Britain, Minerva Bath. Lane 4, Brazil, the Corinthians. Lane 5, Canada, Calgary RC. Lane 6, Great Britain, Star. Lane 7, Australia, Lake Macquarie. And lane 8, Belgium, UN Bruxelles.
All right, let's look at the next race, the final 5, already on the last 200 meters. So we have the crew in lane 5, looking good, I believe, or could also be lane 4. No, it's lane 5 actually leading this one. Lane 6 it is actually. So let's move on. So lane 6, that's Star Club, Rachel Armstrong and Susan Ray. They were narrowly behind the Belgian crew of the Union Nautique Bruxelles. But it's really close between these two. So sorry for that. We couldn't just gauge it from the drone shots. Indeed, it's could be a win for the Belgians, just ahead of the crew that we have just seen on our pictures. Definitely, that's the Norwegian crew from Stavanger on the victory ceremony. Stavanger and Tønsberg, of course. So congratulations to Line Olstad and Ellen Ingemundsen winning the race. A few more crews coming in from final 5.
Looks like it's going to be for lane 2. From France, Aveyron du Bocage. 7 positions for lane 1, USA East Bay. And it's going to finish this heat, this race, lane 4 from Brazil, the Corinthians.
Yeah, so this is the crew from Brazil, from Sao Paulo, the Corinthian crew on their way to the finish line to complete the field here in the final 5 of the women's E double sculls. 12 finals altogether in this boat class, so quite a few more to be enjoyed. Yeah, so it's the Union Nautique de Bruxelles who won this race. Just had them very briefly on the monitor as they dashed across the line first. This is the lineup of final 6. So Portugal in 1, then Rocky Mountain, USA in 2, international between Austria and Great Britain in 3, Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt in 4, Minerva Bath, Great Britain in 5, Oriel Kensington and St. Michael's in 6, then Canottieri Pescate of Italy in 7, and Stourport BC in 8. At the halfway mark, we had the Australian crew from Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt in the lead. That would be Trudy MacDonald and Magali Azema Barak. Could still be the case. Yeah, K4. So that's the Aussies there. And this perspective also confirms this. In the middle of your picture, nearly to cross the finish line. Here we are with the Australian crew winning this race, Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt rowing clubs. Second place goes to lane 1 to the Portuguese, followed by Minerva Bath. Then we have the crew from Stourport coming in. Next one would be Canottieri Pescate, followed by the international combination, and then also Rocky Mountain, USA. In the race here. This is the crew from Oriel Kensington and St. Michael's, so GB and Ireland teaming up together, conserving some energy for their next race probably. So that was final 6. It was a win for the Aussies. Congratulations.
6 positions for lane 3, international from Austria and Great Britain. 7 positions for lane 2, USA, Rocky Mountain. And 8 and last positions for number 6, international, Great Britain and Ireland. Congratulations to you all.
Right, let's continue. Final 7 coming up. Calgary for Canada. Just been to the Calgary Stampede, by the way. Glorious rodeo event in Calgary. Canada in 1. International between South Africa and Germany in 2. Australia in 3. Netherlands, that's Rhineland. Again in 4. Denmark, that's Copenhagen and Humlebeck together in 5. Wallingford GB in 6. Avalon, USA in 7. Club de Remo de Brasilia, Brazil in 8.
The final 6 of the women's E-double is approaching the 250 meters line. That's race number 3089.
Yeah, so we're already at race number 90 today. So between Fergus Mainland and myself, we have commentated on 90 races already, and we are about not even halfway through this program, I believe. So it goes on until roughly 6:45 tonight. So stay with us. Don't get tired. It's about our beautiful sport of rowing, and the happy winner faces there from Trudy MacDonald and Magali Azima Barak of Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt rowing clubs. So lane 2 in the lead. Is that true? Should be the international combination, if that's the leader. In lane 1. Yeah, so here we are with bar number 2. They led already at the halfway mark, so international lane 2, of course. Victoria Lake and Breisacher Ruderverein, Germany. Susanne Schäfer from Breisach and Samantha Johnson of Victoria Lake in South Africa. Second place for Rhineland, I believe. No, indeed, it was lane 5 in second place, and that would be the Copenhagen crew. Yeah, lane 8, that's the Brazilians coming across the line, ahead of lane 1, which is Calgary. And then it should be lane 3, that's the Danish combination of Quick in Copenhagen and Bauswer in the greater Copenhagen area. One more to come in at least, so that's Avalon, Mitzi Nicoletti and Jennifer Bowman. 2 on the split screen on the right picture. No, ladies, you're not across the line yet. But across the line and victorious, that's the crew. Now on our pictures, that's the crew from Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt, Trudy MacDonald and Magali Azima Barak. Yeah, you can see also the rescue people in the background, so everything is really well prepared on that in that respect as well. So a lot of effort going into being able to rescue people from the water really quickly. And fortunately, so far it has all worked out, even with a few capsizes that always happen. So line up here for the final 8 of the women's double scull H category E between international France and Greece involved in lane 1, Lake Macquarie, Australia in 2, Rofein, Quick and Bauswer in lane 3, White Marsh and University Barge USA in 4, SNBS for France in 5, Cornelis Tromp-Hilverson in 6 for Netherlands, Remo Mexico for Mexico in 7, and Maritime Rowing Club for Spain in 8. I think we will have a clearer picture who's leading pretty soon. It should be lane 3, I believe. Could have also been lane 4. Let me double check about the order in the half-hour meg. Yeah, it was a clear lead for Rofein Quick, and this is indeed the crew to the right of your picture from Copenhagen using the Bauswer Club colors on their blades. Bausberg Row Club.
Lane 3 from Denmark, Roferingen and Vaxberg.
Yeah, so they won it, and then the lane neighbors from USA, White Marsh Boat Club and University Barge come in second, and then it's quite a little bit of open water to the next cruise. Coming across there is the boat from Mexico, in third place. Then it's the French crew in lane 5, Manuel Penera and Stephanie Charles.
Lane 2 and 5.
Yeah, we only the winner takes it all. That's the motto at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. We don't have heats and repêchages and semi-finals. We have just finals, and every final has a winner. And in this case, it was the crew from Victoria Lake and Breisach, so Susanne Schäfer and Samantha Johnson winning this race. Confirmation for the win from by the Copenhagen-based crew in final 8, and moving on to final 9. Friesen, Wien, and one other club which I can't identify by the abbreviation. Austria, definitely in 1. Netherlands between Breda and Pampus in 2. RCA Alumni Canada in 3. Ridley Graduate Canada and Rofvereningen Quick Denmark International in 4. Tribesman Ireland in 5. Cambridge USA and Ceresio for USA and Switzerland International in 6. Canning Bridge Rowing Club Australia in 7. And Ruderverein Empor and Sportverein Energie Berlin Germany in 8. No boats marked as DNS did not start on my timing monitor, but let's check whether we all have them all in the race. So it looks to me as if lane 3 is leading. I don't have a split time for lane 3 then, but anyhow it looks like a clear lead for the crew from Canada, RCA alumni Cheryl Moore and Jennifer Bollinger. They have won before on this regatta, and they might want to do this again. Nearly 2 lengths was their margin at the halfway mark. This is the split timetable here on the left of our screen, but I think it's more now. It's really quite a considerable lead, but behind them it's quite a fierce competition for the minor places, if you allow me to call them so, because as I said, the winner takes it all, just a medal for the winner, but you want to be proud of yourself, so you want to race hard, even second, third, fifth, sixth, it matters, so you do your best. No doubt about the leader, it's still the Canadians. Not about the winner of the previous race on our picture now. On the left-hand side, it's Rofvereningen Quick and Bausberg, Anna-Karina Gravatt and Mariana Becker. Yeah, so it was a win for RCA alumni, and there was 2 boats really close, too close to call for me from this little split screen that I have here. But the good thing is about our beautiful timing graphics from our timing team that we can get this confirmation really soon. Yeah, pushing off a VC Pontoon from, that's the winners from final 8. We're going to see the Canadians coming to that pontoon really soon. Final 10, sorry. Christiania Row Club from Norway in 1. Then we have Hennigsdorf, Germany in 2, Furesø, Denmark in 3, Endeavour Racing Alliance in San Diego, USA in 4, De Hoop, Netherlands in 5, Noosa Yacht and Rowing, Australia in 6, Semple, Great Britain in 7, and Fredericton, Canada in 8. That's the lineup for final 10 of our women's E double sculls, which means we have this one and 2 more to come up. Yeah, here confirmation of the win for the Canadians.
Now going the race 3093. First line from Norway, Christiana. Second line from Germany, RCO and Hennigsdorf.
Yeah, so this is the crew from Hennigsdorf, I believe. in our picture. They look to be leading. Yeah, that's so. Can this be? Yeah, this is O2. Hennigsdorf in lane 2. So that's the crew in the yellow boat in the top left of your picture now. So with about 200 meters to the finish line, maybe 250, they have a comfortable margin over the rest of the field.
From Germany,
Let me double check this.
open water for the lane to Germany.
Actually, it looks as though it is lane 2, so that would be Hennigsdorf. So I'm not too sure about the timing graphics we've just seen. So lane 2 obviously in the lead here. But let me double check whether everyone's here that should be here.
Second position for lane 5.
So I would say then it's the crew from Furesö in lane 3 that's leading. Although they seemed to be rowing in lane 2, apologies for that. No doubt about who is at the victory ceremony in pontoon. That's indeed Cheryl Moore and Jennifer Wallinga of RCA Alumni Canada, posing for the world press, being present on the victory ceremony pontoon.
Winning this race, lane 2 from Germany, RCO Hennigsdorf. Second for lane 6.
Yeah, so also my colleague in the tower confirms it's lane 2. That would indeed be Hennigsdorf, but let's wait for the final confirmation, because that's the judges in the finish that have the final say here on our order, on our ranking.
So, enjoy. Same to you. You are going to the seminar.
And closing this race, lane 4 from USA.
Law player of Banyoles. He's the president of the club. They will assist you. I go
500 meters for the next race, 30.94, final 11. Lane 1 from Denmark, Cresco. Second line for GB, Star. Third line for USA, Rocky Mountain. GB, Marlow on the fourth. Line 5th, USA, White Marsh Boat Club. GB on the line 6, Frankfurt. Netherlands on lane 7, and Germany on lane 8.
Yeah, so I can confirm the Hennigsdorf. We have just seen the final graphic there. Won the previous one. We are now with the final 12. Sorry, final 11, of course, of the women's E-double scull. Furesö for Denmark in the race. Star Club, GB, Rocky Mountain, USA, Marlow Tideway Scullers in 4 for Great Britain. Then we have USA in 5, Semple GB in 6, Hilversum and Sparner for Netherlands in 7, and Möwe Groß Auerheim and Hellas Offenbach in 8 for Germany. That's the boat from Marlow in Tideway Scullers, Jacqueline Easton and Fiona Betts that is racing here in the middle of your picture. Good rowing from them.
From Denmark. 50 meters to go now for lane 7.
Yeah, and they were nearly the fastest. I think the Dutch crew was even faster. And here we have the Dutch crew winning this race. Yeah, so it's always a little bit deceiving when you get a crew on the picture. They should be the leaders, but indeed the Dutch crew that led at the halfway mark. That's the crew from Cornelis Tromp, Hilversum and Het Sparne were also the winners of this race. And the crew from Marlow and Tideway Scullers, I believe, came in second. Good race from them as well, of course. We're still here with the women's E-double sculls. One more to go. So E means the ladies are an average age of 55 or more. So you may start when you're older than 55 in average. course not when you're younger. So we have one more to go before we hit a short break of just under half an hour. So the next race will be final 12 of 12 in the women's E double sculls. And then we will have the men's pair age category I's to M in at 1:44, or in European times 13:44. So just a little break, which me allows to do some prep work and some getting some fuel into my body after this morning session. I will be racing later on as well, so I need to do something to be strong and fit enough for that second race of the day. Beautiful site, this one. So Upper Thames, Calgary, Express, Schwerin, Exeter, North Suburban crew, and then also a German crew involved here from Hennigsdorf and Energie Berlin again. But here the race is a lot tighter than in some of the races that we've seen in this category so far. Looking good in lane 1. It's the Upper Thames crew of Judith Byrne and Helen Mangan. That's to the right of your picture if you're watching it. And not in the picture, should also be competitive in this category. The Germans from Sabine Winkler and Silke Schulze, sorry. One crew is not starting, the crew in lane 6, that's the crew from North Suburban in USA. So if we get a drone shot, which we might not, because just we saw the
Raising the pace now.
So if you heard the word cortado, that's the Spanish word for an espresso with a nice little topping of milk, and the Catalan word would be tallat. So you learn a bit when you travel around, and we learned about some happy winners here in this race, in this last final. I believe it was the German crew in lane 7 that scored the win here. That had also the fastest time at the halfway mark. So they really have done their work in the long months of winter, spring, early summer. Did some races here and there, and then you come here and want to be well prepared. Basically, it doesn't matter if you're 60 or 30 or 20. It's always the same. You need a good preparation. You need a solid base to work on, to be relying on to. Yeah, obviously we're waiting for a few more crews to cross the line in this last final, the 12th of 12 finals in the women's E category double sculls. By the way, we have DNS. That means we're not waiting. Confirmation so for the win of Ruderclub Oberhavel Hennigsdorf and Sportverein Energie Berlin for Sabine Winkler and Silke Schulze. Yeah, so that was the last race before this little break that we have. So apologies, I'll be tuning off. I'll be off air for the next 25 minutes. My name is Sebastian Franke. I had the pleasure and honor to guide you through this second half of the morning. Fergus Mainland had the first half, and I'll be taking the second half of the early afternoon as well, and then we're going to go back to Fergus. So we are really happy to have a good crew here in the tower, giving you the latest in English and Catalonian and a bit of French and a bit of Spanish. It was quite a bit of Spanish, of course. So that allows us for a second set of commentators working on the video stream, and we're really happy about that. So for now, it's goodbye. Talk to you soon in about 25 minutes' time.
25 minutes next race. Next race would be men I from N category. That's the pair.
Is okay? Not yet.
encara no els han arribat els resultats.
Ah, ok, ok.
Next race in 25 minutes.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah? Yes.
Yes.
And we are saying Sabine?
Ja.
Ja. Und Silke. Glückwunsch. Yes, okay. Congratulations. Thank you. Where are you from? Where is
This is Mode.
Was denn?
Ist kein wir kamen in Nähe Berlin.
Ah, nee, aber okay.
Machen wir Anzug wieder?
Really? Ja. Okay. Ja. Photographer.
And the break is 1 hour?
You're going up here, and then on the on the first row, not in the top. And the guy who's sitting number 2 from inside, he has the tablet. Così. Viene un'altra cosa che prende così. Yep.
No, yeah.
Excuse me? Do you speak English? Yes.
English, yes.
Yes. I am the photographer. I will leave here everything. I want to go to the toilet.
Yeah,
Is it okay?
no problem.
Thank you very much.
I'll look after it.
Thank you very much. I put it here.
Yeah, just let it be.
Do you want to drink something? Do you want to drink something?
You have it?
Yeah. Do you have something to drink for me? Water also? Water?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Banyoles? Perfect. Do you like? Yeah? Thank you.
Amb el carro és... No, sabes què?
No, però
Sí, ara.
Ara l'heu de posar nou punt? No. És que s'han d'enxar les tovalles. I ara cap a l'altre costat portem carro.
Aquesta no era...
M'acaba la frase, és que ja te veig a venir.
Què vols dir? És que sí. No, home, aquí el teniu. Falta l'ella, d'aquí és. No.
Sols dir la furgoneta, quan vingui.
En sèrio?
Sí, tant.
No vols cas que li arribi.
Jo que ets de robar un parell de medalles per fer classes.
Oh.
Amb els hotels. Bueno, merci,
que l'hagués fet amb ell, li han fet amb intel·ligència artificial. Aquí de cara, i ho juro. Una passada.
Aprovato aquí de costat, no?
Per fer la foto, per fer la foto. Tio.
Qui té el mòbil?
Ensenyeu-li en Marc aquesta foto.
Quantes n'hem de repartir?
Aquesta foto vosaltres, nosaltres, que estem aquí detrás de l'Espera. Pots pujar i fem... I després ensenyes el vídeo que te'l fem, va.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, you are the best boy of the lake. A veure. Espera. Espera. Ah, és la teva aquesta? No. De qui és aquesta? Ah, la teva. Espera. Només ho posa així de cara al... Està bo, no?
No diguis llac que vas a parar dintre.
Com el...
No diguis llac.
Sí, ho hem après que és l'estany. És l'estany. Sí. Bueno, farem dos moviments, Un que fem així, que me la vas a posar. Espera. I ara me la poses, sí?
I got it from there.
Ah, jo estava esperant el dia. Va, vinga, va. Sí, hem de fer així com fan les...
Two more steps backwards.
Tal, que aquí som, però ja no tornarem, Ara no dinar,
We're the best rescue team. The best rescue team. Sí. Després dir que les tenim totes portades.
Val més acabar de donar totes.
Sobre alguna, no sé, però
Vinga, vámonos.
Anem a dinar que a la taula i al llit el primer crit.
Home, doncs has de tornar demà passat.
Ja us la faré arribar. Ja veuràs. Aneu amb el Marc, no? Sí.
Cada loco. Ciao.
Jo m'estic deixant el
Així no la posa.
Andreu de Tortosa.
Allà, aquell d'allà, no?
Ja no necessito més dades.
Good morning. Sí, aquest és el jutge.
Ah, va.
Yes, I forgot the one. No, it's for Marshall.
Tira marxa atrás i se puga de cara. Vale.
It's one for Felipe. Tracteu-lo el metge, Si no...
Què passa amb el metge?
Tracteu-lo bé, que pugui pujar bé sense que...
Al revés.
Si no,
s'apoya sobre la morros.
si no es podrà...
L'has trobat?
Aquí n'hi ha un que se veu Felipe. Felipe. You have one? Here, only one for, you don't need more.
Last row is for lunch, if I remember well.
This one is to the tower, but I have one here, maybe someone of the tower change. I don't know.
Unless the other gentleman took it.
I don't know. Okay.
Okay,
I don't
perfect.
need
Last row, we are waiting for you, okay?
Was handed over for me.
Perfect.
What is your favorite position of all of them?
I don't have a favorite position.
You like them all.
I think it's okay to do more or less everything. I think there were not too many for the control commission yesterday, and I think that's a pity because
I did control commission so much yesterday. I got beaten up just both. Yeah, I haven't done a finish at
better international events. I done all of them, but not.
Yeah, but you have a.
I'm national.
Yeah, only national.
Yeah, I'm not international.
Well, you were from
South Africa.
South Africa. It's a long way up here.
Almost 24 hours.
Yeah.
But only because we flew via Heathrow. And there's a bit of a delay there.
Okay. Did the organizing committee pay for your ticket? You're paying yourself? Oh my God.
No, they don't pay for anything. We don't get any subsidy. But I also work, so the two, it's okay, you know.
Then you are going straight home, or do you travel around here? No, straight home. Yeah.
But I will do some races, so it's okay. So you came from Germany?
No, Denmark.
Denmark. And that's next door. It's big.
More. I'm flying to Munich, and then from Munich to a small airport called Billund.
Billund?
Yeah. It's near in the mainland.
Like a 7-seater plane.
Yeah.
A small plane.
Yeah.
Yesterday you moved the weather. I'm sure you can do it again today.
Yeah. I think we should have a little bit of sun. But unfortunately.
Please tell the marshal to pre-start. We need Romeo 4.
They expect rain at so around 4.
I haven't seen Romeo 4, and I haven't seen Sierra 4. No Romeo 4, no Sierra 4 at the moment.
You predict a bit of rain for later?
At 4, they said. But we are going in. When do you finish here? When do
no,
you
I'm here all day till the end.
Oh, right, to the end today.
Counting marshal, and she answered.
You travel alone?
What?
You travel alone?
I came alone. Actually, I was elected as spare number 4. So there have been 4
Because I understand it's not.
resignments.
Oh, wow.
So-
Because of age.
No. I don't know if they were ill or whatever.
Oh, yes. I heard someone saying that someone lost someone, like someone died, like
Oh.
a family member.
Okay. But there were 4 of them.
Oh, I don't know.
No, but they were telling. So suddenly I got an email if I could come down here. And actually I didn't ask for a holiday. So I went to my boss and said, yeah.
How long have you been international? I'm gonna know.
Since 87. In 2 years, it's 40 years.
That's amazing. 87, wow. National, when did you become?
I was national in 82.
I was 4 years old. I've been national for 11 years now.
Yeah.
It's just for us to do the exam, it's not so easy.
Why?
Just because where we are, and then we have to travel to do the exam.
Yeah. But if you are some 2 or 3 or 4, then you can ask Visa to come down to you. If you just pay the accommodation and the flight ticket. Instead of 4 flying, then you only have to pay 1.
I like the information about the power rowing, but the coastal one you need a lot of practical to understand it well. You need a lot of hand-on. And we've never had. We're going to have our first one now.
But I think that if you are sitting down and read the rules, and then think about how to do it in practice, then it will become more easy.
But I do think that I need to attend at least one event. And Adrian wanted me. Do you know Adrian Higgins? Remember Adrian?
Maybe I've met him.
He asked me to go to Namibia. I would have loved to, but it was just a bad timing. I was going to have to stop. So did you row before?
I've rowed myself, yes.
Were you really good?
No. I more or less stopped when I became a senior, because then I had to move for education and so on, and then it was not so easy to find a new club.
In Denmark, is rowing a school sport?
Oh yeah. We have had, especially in lightweight.
Yes, that's right.
For many years we had the coxless 4. They were winning more or less everything.
Why? Because of the training?
They had a good trainer.
Are you here with us again?
Huh? No. I'm over there, but I had to.
Oh, you swamp
to walk a bit.
marshal.
Yeah, I'm swamp marshal.
Oh, that's so special. How was your swamp day?
Not great.
Oh no, why? It's lonely, miserable.
Lonely, stressful, and masters don't listen.
No, we can't. We're old. We can't listen anymore.
Yeah, true.
When I had the Japanese man, he says, "Tell the lady, I can't hear what she's saying. She talks to me. I can't hear." But look, it's tricky, huh? Because when we finished, it was hard to know when the finish line was.
Yeah.
And then they tell you it's a tight turn. Yeah, it's not so easy up at this top. It needed a little bit more of a runoff.
Yeah, it really needed a little bit more of a runoff because it's a little bit short, in my opinion.
I also
It's too short.
Yeah.
I even think for the rules, I'm sure it was supposed to, when we studied, it was a bit longer.
That could be
When the H's are coming, then it's too short.
Yeah, because you have to stop them.
But did you find a lot of people stopping?
No. I think 2 or 4.
Sierra 2. Sierra race, please stay behind the start tower. Sierra 2. Sierra 2. Sierra 2, please back off. Please back off, Sierra 2. Move away from the start, please. Sierra 2, back off.
Sierra 5 is right here in the red space. Coming back.
Perfect, thank you.
Sierra 3, please don't come forward. Stopping
Next race, race 1396, men's pair, category I to M. And on the starting block at this time, first final, lane 1, international crew, Hungary and GB, lane 2, Switzerland, Polytechnic, lane 3, from Australia, Drummond, lane 4 from GB, Poplar, lane 5, USA, Willamette, and lane 6 from GB, Star. This race is E category, average age 75 years age and more. Final one. Few minutes to go.
Sierra 5, please stop your boat. Stay behind the start car.
So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the live stream from worldrowing.com. Thanks to the efforts of the organizing committee of the 2025 World Rowing Masters Regatta in Banyoles. Thanks for providing the budget that we actually can do this. We are here with the lineup of the men's I and M category pairs. So we're going to start this one really soon. The traffic lights already red and now they're green. So nice that we have this shot from the start, which we rarely manage because of the 3 minutes intervals that we usually have. 4 minutes in this case, 3 minutes actually, yeah, right. So this is the I category racing in this men's pair, and I actually means 75 years or more in average between the crew members. Some steering issues here. That is because, of course, the powers might not be evenly distributed between the two rowers, and also, well, steering with the foot is also not an easy thing, but that's also the magic of this beautiful boat class, the men's pair, smallest sweep boat class. So lane number 1 is World Masters Hungary and Upper Thames. That's Gabor Noe and Rodney Stewart. Rodney Stewart, I think we had his name on the list before. He won a race this morning. I think altogether he's racing 12 times on this event. Then we have Switzerland, Polytechnica Zurich, Baden, in lane 2, then Drummond, Australia in 3, Poplar and Ardingly, Great Britain in 4, Willamette and Cambridge in 5 from USA, and then Star Boat Club from Great Britain in 6. Yeah, all these rowers in this race here, in the 96th race of the day, are from the I category, so are all 75 years plus. We have then another race coming up where we have 4 crews in the J category, which is 80 years or more, and 1 boat even from Hungary that is from the K category, 83 years and more. And I must say, hats off. I mean, the pair is all about the reach, the flexibility, and the balance. And we all get older, so it's not easy to actually maintain all those capabilities over the span of the years. But that's the beauty and the magic also of Masters Rowing. If you keep going, you can preserve quite a bit of what you have achieved in your younger years, and yeah, maybe even work on it. And reading a lot about sports physiology, weight training actually at any age past 60 is not an unimportant factor here. Beautiful race from lane 1 in this case, so that's the crew from World Masters Hungary and Upper Thames, Gabor Noé and Rodney Stewart. Good style of rowing there, long strokes, and this brings them away from the rest of the field. The next contenders for the win here are Friedrich Wilkening and Günther Kraut-Giesen from Polytechnica Zurich and from Baden. That's the Swiss crew in the yellow boat to the left of your pictures. Overrating the leading crew, but a little less in length there. Yeah, so this is a great pace set by Gabor Noé, the Hungarian, and Rodney Stewart, the British rower from Upper Thames Rowing Club, Great Britain. Yeah, confirmation of that, the Swiss in second place. Then it's the US crew from Willamette and Cambridge. It's William Bird and Oleg Simonovsky in third place. Yeah, displaying the national colors of the US as well on the left of your pictures. So it's great to see all these rowers relatively connected in this race, so not too far away. Although it's 2.5, 3 lengths between the three leading crews equally. So in the background, in the dark boat, that's the crew from Hungary and Great Britain. So that's Gabor Noé and Rodney Stewart, and they indeed come towards the line in about 4:10 time. Excellent time for them. Second is going to be the Swiss crew from Zurich and Baden. Third, it's the crew from, let me just double check here. Yeah, from Calgary and, come on. That's Poplar and Ardingly, I believe, also coming in. So Willamette and Cambridge, that's it, came in third. And yeah, so it's 120 strokes, however you turn it. Yeah, so they know the drone is there, so they can wave into the camera and greet their friends at home. Hopefully they've spread the word. WorldRowing.com has a link to the video stream on the World Rowing YouTube channel.
The second race is on this category of
right, so that was the first final of the men's I to M categories in the men's pair, with a win for World Masters Hungary and Upper Thames Great Britain. Second one is underway. As I said, 4 crews from the J category that will be Willamette, USA in 1, DRC and Minerva Bath, Great Britain in 2. Then it's international between France and Latvia, so Aviron Sauveteur Réolais from France together with Riga from Latvia in 3. Then we have Calgary Rowing Club and Gold Coast Masters, Canada and Australia teaming up for international in 4, and Jepel Evezes for Hungary in 5. And the last mentioned crew is the crew from the K category. So that is the K category being indeed 83 years or more. So in the ages above 80, we go every 3 years in the next category. Yeah, some steering issues for this crew actually. In lane 5, that must be. Can't see the other crews. Let me double check about who actually started. And there we just missed the crew from Calgary and Gold Coast Masters in lane 4. That is a DNS here in my timing system. Fastest crew on the water was at the halfway, the crew from Willamette in lane 1. That will be Wyatt Hume and John Alberti. Confirmation for that. Second place at the halfway was for lane 2 for the crew from DRC and Minerva Bath, Frederick Hollis, Klaus Riekemann.
Very clear advantage for lane 1, the crew from the USA.
Yeah, we can't see all crews competing. There's some steering issues, and I hope it doesn't lead to any collision here. Some steering issues that could have been the crew from Calgary, Gold Coast Masters that had some problems there. So this is the crew from Willamette. So that's Wyatt Hume and John Alberti. Can take their rate down already just a bit with 50 meters. Oh, there's the finish buoy. So that's the last red buoy chain. Once you're through this, you've done it, and they won. Yeah, more way to go, and I think they even leave the lane there a little bit outside of the lane. Hopefully, they notice that. Right. So second place might go. So there was 3 Hooters just very close together. So this is the crew that won the first heat. This is indeed the crew of World Masters in Upper Thames. So Gabanoe and Rodney Stewart taking home another set of medals. I might have a few already at home. Yeah, so if we see this picture with open and empty water in the across the finish line, that means we wait for another crew to cross that line. Might be the Hungarians that we're still missing. Can't gauge that from my position here. So the next race will be the women's single scull, age category H, and H is the average age of 70 years or more. While we see the cool down and leaving the finish area of the men's pair from the J and K categories, so 80 and 83 years in average age. Yeah, so we've got all crews safely across the line. It was pretty close between all 3 pairs in second place. Second place actually taken by the Hungarians, being the older ones. But let's look at the lineup here in the women's single sculls, age category, Dart Totnes GB in 1, ANA Australia in 2, Viento y Marea for Chile in 3, Clonmel Island in 4, Compiègne France in 5, and Armida for Italy in 6. This is Claude Marmara for Société Nautique Compiègne from France. Unfortunately, I can't tell you whether this is the leader, but it looks like to the left side of your picture now in lane 5, actually. So one lane is empty, or we don't have a rower in display yet. That we can see. And indeed, counting from right to left with this drone shot delivered, we have a comfortably leading sculler from France, being Claude Marmara from Compiègne. Yeah, really long reach, good style, and moving her single scull beautifully. I mean, come on, this is also a great feeling when you're sitting in a single scull and this 8 meter long, maybe a little bit more than 30 centimeters in width, just 14 kilo. You move this with your feeling, with pushing the legs and then the arms, and it runs under your slide when you move forward to the next catch. This is just great single sculling, all out there, all alone, no one to blame. Unlike the pairs where you might be blaming someone, but these guys obviously don't. They're longtime friends, and I believe this to be Wyatt Hume and John Alberti from Willamette Rowing Club, USA. So back to the race, the final of the final one of the women's H single scull, and we have the win here for from Compiègne for Claude Marmara.
Second, lane 4 from Ireland.
So second was Fenella McCarthy for Clonmel in Ireland,
Italy.
And then we have the sculler from Armida in Italy, Donatella Borgialli. So that was the final one of the women's single scull category H. Not quite over yet though, with a few scullers.
Lane 2 from Australia.
Thank you very much.
Lane 1.
Pleasure.
Yeah, so looking on the water across with this drone shot here to final 2 of the women's H single sculls. Fredensborg, Denmark in 1, Wrocław, Poland in 2, Offaly of Ireland in 3, Marne-Joinville for France in 4, Club Remo de Brasilia for Brazil in 5, and Melbourne, Australia in 6. So pushing off the victory ceremony, that was the Hungarian crew of Zeppel Evezes, Laszlo Lukšanski and Irme David, the oldest competitors in this class and from the K category, so 83 years plus and still competing. I'm not quite sure what we could be taking from this picture here.
Receiving her medal.
Yeah, excuse me for for the confusion. It seems to be still sculler from final 2 here in this race, but it's really hard for me to gauge from my timing monitor and from just this one screen that I have. Yeah, so that's definitely the combination for the confirmation of a completed field here. So the Chilean in lane 6 or in rank 6 also across the line now.
Final 2.
So this was Alexandra Bloch from Wrocław in our picture. So this is the sculler from Poland in lane 2. Where this is Claude Marmara from Société Nautique Compiègnois. Félicitations. Excellent job.
Crossing 500 meters, leading lane 2.
Yeah, so just past the 500 meter mark is indeed the sculler from Poznań. Sorry, from Wrocław, of course. Polytechnica Wrocław. So it's Alexandra Bloch. Can't see any other competitors so far, which is also probably partly due to the fact that the drone actually needs charging or changing of batteries every now and then. Here we are again with the drone in function. Thank you for that. So with the 3 minutes interval, there's actually no break to properly have time to properly change the batteries. So they need maybe a little time here and there. But yeah, so very far away of the rest, ahead of the rest of the competition, is the Polish sculler, Alexandra Bloch, exactly 71 years of age now.
Entering now the last 250 meters.
Yeah, it's really a big gap, so it's hard also for the video camera to gauge. Let me check the split times. We have 2 non-starters. Fredensborg in lane 1 was not there, and so Anna Jürgensen, and also Jan Ni Gourmain of Ireland was not starting, and that leaves us with 4 scullers, and the lead at the halfway mark already was nearly half a minute. Yeah, so a good long stroke here from the Polish sculler from Wrocław, Alexandra Bloch, making her way to the finish line in commanding style in this final 2 of the women's age category single scull, 70 years plus that is. We have 1 more final in this category to come up after this one.
And winning the race from lane 2, Alexandra Bloch from Poland.
Yeah, so the other crew still, other three remaining scullers need some more time to come into the finish one. So this is the bow of Gabriel Zetoun for Marne-Joinville for France. Good leg push here, propelling her towards the finish line, finishing in second place.
Second lane 4.
Yeah, that is my dear colleague, commentator from past World Rowing Masters Regatta, Lynn Charge of Melbourne, rowing here in spite of a few illnesses that she had over this year. So great to see her out there, Lynn. Good, well done. Lynn Charge of Melbourne, Australia. And this is from Brasilia, Elizabeth de Araujo Ferreira, also on her last strokes. Again, the red buoys, or boys, wherever you come from, you pronounce it differently. In the background indicate the last 250 meters.
The race 31:00, final 3 of the women's singles category A.
Yeah, so the Brazilian hopefully nearly across the line here because the next one already underway. The 100th race of the day already. And I think, let me just quickly look this up. We will end up. Oh, sorry, I need to look this up properly in my program. So the last day is going to start at 6:47, and that will be the race 185 of this day. So at least we are more than halfway now. So next race is the final 3. Before we have the confirmation here, final 3 of the women's single scull between Anne Lockwood of Belfast Boat Club, Catherine Wittery of Riverside, USA, Cornelia Vogel of Rhineland, Netherlands. Then we have Anne Woppert of Seattle Sculls. Then we have Nagase Nobuku of Seta Rowing in Japan, and Eleonora van Dam of The Hope of the Netherlands.
From the Riverside, USA.
Yeah, so it looks like the Catherine Wittery of Riverside, USA, leads this field in the last heat of the last race of the women's age category. Second place goes to Cornelia Vogel of Rhineland, Ruhrvereinigen Rhineland. And then it was Anne Wopat, I believe, Seattle Sculls coming in third, followed by Eleonora van Dam from De Hoop. Then it's Anne Lockwood of Belfast, BC. And I think we're still missing Nobuku Nagase of Seta Rowing. Yeah, so Seta Rowing in a nice town between Kyoto and Tokyo on the same island.
And lane 5.
Yeah, well done. Nagase Nobuko for Seta Japan, finishing her race. So that was the third and last heat in the women's age category. And indeed, it was a win for Catherine Wittery of Riverside, USA.
31:01. This is the final A for the men's 4 coxed.
So we move on now to the only final in the men's A coxed 4 between Leichhardt, Australia in 1, the French combination of Toulouse and Bayonne in 2, Aberdeen, Great Britain in 3, Corinthians, Brazil in 4, and Royal Navy and Poole for Great Britain in 5. And it's a really tight battle here. We are between 500 and 750. Indeed, there we are between the crews of... Let me check. It's not too easy to check. It should be the Australians and the French. The French in the white boat have the edge at the moment, half a length up on the Australians, but the race is not over yet. So the Australians going for a push here. So the French with the W2 on their bow, pushing and trying to get away. It's the youngest age category here, so rates are higher here. 28 is the minimum age that we have, and so the French pull away actually on this last stretch of water and get nearly a length clear ahead of the Aussie crew from Leichhardt. So a beautiful racing here in the men's A category, opening up a big gap of water to the third place crew, and that is the crew from Aberdeen, which looks good for third place here. Could also be the Corinthians, apologies there, and Aberdeen and Royal Navy still missing. Next to come in is the Royal Navy crew, and then it's the crew from Aberdeen. Aberdeen Boat Club also having a big contingent here, a big group. Thank you for bringing so many of your club mates over here to race. Also the Corinthians, as I said before, they have the largest number of athletes on this 2025 World Rowing Masters Regatta. So that was the one and only final in the men's A coxed 4, with a win for Toulouse Aviron and Société Nautique de Bayonne. So moving on to the men's D category in the pair, and indeed we have the average age of 50 years or more in this D category. So we have Léon Callure for France in 1, Tartu for Estonia in 2, Tribesman Island in 3, Rosario, Argentina in 4, BTW for Poland in 5, Rocky Mountain, USA in 6, and St. Andrew Boat Club in 7. I will double check whether we have all on the start list. Yes, we have. And yeah, let's have a quick look at Catherine Widgery from Riverside, having received her medal for her win in the women's single scull. And back to this race. Oh, this is highly competitive. Look at the high rates of striking here. This should be lane 7, if I gauge that correctly. And lane 7 would be St. Andrew's Boat Club. Is that right? Let me check. Do I have split times? I do have split times indeed, and was St. Andrew Boat Club on lane 7 leading at the halfway mark, but they are under pressure from 2 or 3 other crews, which we gonna see in a minute when we zoom wide with this drone shot, or when we get the shot from the finished tower. Yeah, mighty push here on the last stretch of water, and I think it's still the crew from St. Andrew Boat Club leading. We have the winners of the previous race here at the finish tower, at the victory ceremony pontoon. But let's look first at the race. Oh wow, that's a race indeed. Really hard to gauge, but I believe it's still the crew from St. Andrew Boat Club, Andrew Dobson and Thomas Duke, winning this race. Well done, gentlemen. So another set of gentlemen at the victory ceremony pontoon. So félicitations pour Johan Yvonne, Rémi Eichinger, Clément Arakelian, and Adrien Godet, as well as Maïtena Luc. Well done in the men's coxed 4A category. Yeah, thick and fast again this afternoon. So thank you for tuning in on worldrowing.com on the YouTube channel. Thank you for listening. Also in the athletes area, in the lovely food court that our organizing committee here has installed, and I believe it's very well liked. A lot of good food and drink on offer there, and live music every night. So it's a festival of rowing for all ages, and yeah. I just love the atmosphere on the ground here. It's really nice to see. So next one is the final 2 of the men's D pair between Lagunac of Spain in 1, The Polish crew in lane 2. Spain, that's Tortosa in 3. Tribesman Island in 4. Willem Drey for Netherlands in 5. Ardingly GB in 6. And Bayonne again in lane 7. And it looks to me as if the French in lane 7 and the crew in lane 2, that would be the Polish combination of Malinowski and Urbanowski. They have the edge together, slight advantage now opening up for the Polish with a final sprint here. They're overrating the French by 2 or 3 pips. So that gives them a little bit more boat speed here. The Polish combination moving away now, and the French get under pressure from other crews closing in on them. They even have some steering issues here on the last meters. This is not looking too well, but I think they have corrected their course now and moved back to their lane 7. But that costs them. Every steering movement is very precious, very costly. And the Polish still just have half a length. Can the French up the rate again and maybe close in? Is the Polish team now in our picture fighting hard for the win? They might be away now. The French coming in second place, securing that second place. Poland first, and third was, I believe, the crew. Let me just double check this from the... I'm a little bit confused here now. I think it was a crew from the Netherlands. But let's double check this and look at what our results team produces as the results table. We briefly had the St. Andrew Boat Club crew on the screen. Apologies for not being able to announce them properly. Andrew Jobson and Thomas Duke won the first final of the men's D pair.
The winner of the race, the crew from Poland, beat Gostia. Second position for lane 7, Bayonne. Third position, Netherlands, Willem. Next race.
Yeah, so here's the lineup of the third final in the men's D pair. We have 4 altogether, so this is the penultimate one. Between Orléans and Boulogne together for France in 1, Banyoles for Spain in 2, Corinthians Brazil in 3, Weibling in Germany in 4, Regatas Rosario Argentina for in 5, RV Rhineland in Netherlands in 6, and Wrocław and Warsaw for Poland in 7. So 7 boats should have started. Let me check whether that's the case. I don't have any DNS on my timing system monitor, but yeah, let's see how they come into the finish area. I believe lane 4 should be looking good, but we can't see lanes 1 and 2, so it's really not easy to guess. Here we are with a shot from the other side. So indeed, it's lane 4 leading just ahead of lane 2. So let me confirm this. Lane 4 is Weibling and for Germany, Christian Schwab and Markus Baumann, long-time visitors of the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Lane 2 is the club from Banyoles, Jordi Arteman and Jaime Gazelas Gratakos. They try to win this race, and that's why they're also in the pictures. The local heroes getting good support from the bank here, from the dedicated crowd in the finish area. But I think the Germans have done enough to conserve their win here to come across the line in first place. So Weiblingen wins this in the Swabian federal state. This is the victory ceremony for the Polish team of Bydgoszcz and Wierzbach. So Waldemar Malinowski and Wojciech Urbanowski, happy faces from them.
Very good race. Thank you very much.
Confirmation, Walblingen.
Yeah, so here we have Markus Baumann on stroke seat and his partner in this boat, Christian Schwab. Victorious together. Quite a busy area, that post-start area. Lineup for the final four of the men's paired age group D. So that's the 50 plus. We have Cornelis Tromp-Hilverson and Wada together for Netherlands in 1. The Reds and Bristol from Great Britain in 2. Magdeburg and Wittenberg, Germany in 3. Bandeirante for Brazil in 4. Fluvial for Portugal in 5. Bergedorf and Hansa Hamburg will not be starting, I believe. If they did what they said they might do. And Upper Thames is the 7th crew in this race. Yeah, so the Hamburg crew is not in the race there, but all the others are, and it's looking good for lane 4, which means the Brazilians from Bandeirante are leading this field. So correction, is lane 5. Let me just double check. No, it should be lane 4 actually. So lane 4 is the Brazilians. But it looked to me as if the Germans in lane 3 would be more up there. So let's wait for confirmation here. Coming to the line, it's indeed the lane 4. The lane 4 is Bandeirante from Brazil taking the win here. So second place goes to the Dutch, Wada and Cornelis Tromp-Hilversum. So then is the crew from Upper Thames, followed by the crew from the Reds in Bristol.
Lane 1, lane 7, lane 2, and then the rest, lane 3.
Yeah, really difficult to gauge from this little monitor that we have, or this monitor that we have about the numbers. Also in the pairs, sometimes they change the lanes. But, of course, that's no excuse. But, yeah, it is one. But it was a win here for Bandeirante of Brazil. So, and a good one, 2 lengths. And look how they celebrate. Excellent. Good work, gentlemen. Andre Berezin and Henderson Aires. This is Markus Baumanns to your right. And to the left is his partner Christian Schaap, the Weiblingen crew from the Stuttgart area. Moving on to quadruple sculls. Beautiful sculling boat, the fastest sculling boat in our competition, the women's C quad in this case. Aviron Beaucaire for France in 1. Glasgow Stirling Row Clubs together for Great Britain in 2. Then Hammarby Rod and Akademiska for Sweden in 3. Bristol Ariel in 4 for GB. Then international between Ireland, Brazil, South Africa and Hong Kong, China in 5. Moda Kurek Kulubu for Turkey in 6. And then we have Spain with Barcadeño, Madrid and Getxo in 7 and Commercial Island in 8. This is the crew in lane 6, I believe. So that was the Turkish combination of Moda Kurek Kulubu. Start has been given, and start has been given some 2 minutes early. Fine with me, fine with you out there on your monitors watching from around the world. Yeah, so that's the Turkish crew still in the picture. If you need to correct your course, then you have a rudder below your boat, of course, and one of the shoes can be turned. Right, so lane 4 from the right. So 1, 2, 3, 4 would be counting from the right, just to give you an indication here. Lane 4 is the Turkish crew, still with some steering issues, but still within the leading trio, which is also composed of the lanes 7 and 8 to the left hand of your picture. Let me double check who's not starting here. Everyone's starting, but I can see only 7 boats here on your monitor. So looks like lane 8 is missing, which would be commercial. Anyway, we're going to see later Lane 8 is there, so lane 7 might be missing then, but it looks good for the crew from the international combination of Tribesman Island, Brazil, the Alfred Club from South Africa, and Jian Li Bao of Hong Kong, China. They have now moved away from the rest of the field out there in lane 7, nearest contenders for the win, still the the international crew. Sorry, yeah, it was indeed the Bristol Oriole crew in lane 4 that is in second position at the moment. Not quite sure about their course, now moving back into their lane after they had the buoys under their portside rigger, which is a dangerous thing, not being under the rigger, but when you go back to your lane, you might hit a buoy, and that could cause what we call a crab, so your blade just sticking in the water and the boat stopping. That's not what you want. Good sculling there from the outside lane. That's the commercial crew of Rachel Smith, Elizabeth van Nuik, Irma Kokorin, and Cleodna O'Connor. I know I'm a little bit... I'm not like the most Irish-speaking person here, so apologies if I butcher the name too much, but yeah, we try our best with some 50 countries represented here on the World Rowing Masters Regatta, so you can't get all the names 100% correct, but look at this beautiful shot from above, displaying the wonderful technique by all 3 quads that we have in our picture now. So coming to the closing stages, it looks still to be going all the way the crew for the crew from Commercial Island. Yeah, so indeed it's a win for the Irish here. Quite considerable margin here. Second place, that is lane 7. So that is the crew from Spain that just snatched the second place away from the Turkish combination. And then the other crews coming in on lanes 3, that's the Swedish, lanes 2, that's the British from British and Scottish combination of Stirling and Glasgow rowing clubs. This is the crew from Bristol Oriole coming in next. And this, of course, is the Turkish combination. We have seen them right at the start, still working together as a team there. Moda Kürek Kulubu is their club name. Great to have them here. Still looking for the finish line. That's hard to gauge. You just wait until the last red buoy line is past you. You might see that in just a few minutes' time. Yeah, so now they're across the line.
So the next
if you're in doubt, just wait for another hooter. If you're lost, that's your signal. So next one, again another run in the women's C quadruple scull. Warwick GB in 1. Then Alicante for Spain in 2. Seeclub Luzern for Switzerland in 3. Région Grand Est for France in 4. Nottingham GB in 5. Commercial Kilorglin St. Michael's Island in 6. Then it's Hansa Bremen, Alemannia Hamburg, Schaffenburg, and Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club for Hong Kong, China in 7. And Lisboa, so Lisbon in lane number 8. Right, I already read the start list to you guys, and so let's look at who is leading. Hard to gauge actually from just one boat on the screen, but what a technical analysis shot this is. Yeah, this should have been the crew from Ireland actually, or should be the crew from Ireland, Commercial, Kilorglin, and St. Michael's. And at the and then because also they were leading at the halfway mark with quite a good margin. This is the crew from Alicante. That's why we also have it on screen here. This is the Irish crew, actually. Leaders at halfway by 2 lengths. Then the French from Région Grand Est were third at the halfway mark. So a few strokes remaining here for the crew from Ireland, scoring a beautiful win. Commercial, Killorglin and St. Michael's, that's the name of the clubs. Who's coming in next? Ooh, it's going to be a little bit closer here. It's the international combination of Bremer Ruder Club Hansa, Alemannia Hamburg, Ruder Club Aschaffenburg and Royal Hong Kong Yacht Club. Good racing here in the women's quadruple sculls age category C. We have, let me just double check, that was the second one out of 8 altogether. So a few more of these races in the women's quads to come.
Lane 8 will be coming in shortly. So again, the winner is the boat from lane 6, the mixed boat from Emporium, Rem Barcelona and Emporium and Rem Barcelona. Then the second is the Bristol Ariel boat, and the third is the boat from Buell in Great Britain. Oh, sorry, I mixed that up. I totally apologize, I skipped lines here. So the first one was the boat from Ireland. The second one was the international boat from Germany and Hong Kong. The third boat was the boat from France, Région Grand Est. Sorry about that.
Yeah, official confirmation here for the win of the crew from Ireland. Moving on to the final 3 in the C quadruple sculls. It's Arlesons, Norway in 1, Rocky Mountain, USA in 2, Corinthians, Brazil in 3, Buell, Great Britain in 4, Speyer, Aschaffenburg and Grünau in 5 for Germany. Spain, that's Emporium and Barcelona in 6, Bristol Ariel for Great Britain in 7, and Nottingham and Barcelona teaming up internationally in lane 8. And lane 8 is also amongst the leaders of this race. Lane 5 also looking in, being in competition here for the win. Yeah, so it's the crew from Nottingham and Olympic Barcelona leading ahead of the Germans, or are the Germans ahead? That's quite a question here. Let me double check on the split times, and there it was quite close between a number of crews. So yeah, still nice field together. Look at this beautiful shot. Maybe I should take a screenshot of this one here from my perspective. There we are. This is yeah, good racing action, and it's indeed the boat in lane 5 that has now moved away from the rest of the field, and that means the RG Speyer, RC Aschaffenburg and Grünau with Micha Meyer, Carola Bösinger, Scarlett Gellisch Fertig and Jessica Fuhr wins this race. Second is lane 4, that's Buell. And then it's lane 3 coming in, that's the Corinthians from Brazil, and then really tight between all the other crews. What a great race we had here. And yeah, Oriol was just here with me in the container, and he said, oh, that was a great race when we had like 3 or 4 crews coming in within half a length. This is what the rowing aficionados love to see.
The second one was the boat from Buell. The third was Corinthians from Brazil.
Yeah, confirmation of the win for the Germans in this race, which directly leads us to the next one. So international between Great Britain and USA and Germany in 1, Loughborough in 2, Badenersee and Essen-Werdener for Germany in 3, St. George Rowing Club and UTS for Australia in 4, Modakule Kulubu again for Turkey in 5, Smart for Finland in 6, Sarasota County and Seeclub Luzern International in 7, and Exeter and Llandaff and Walton rowing clubs for Great Britain in 8.
Lane 3 did not start.
Yeah, looks here we have in the picture lane 7 and 8, but that's not the full picture that we need. Coming across the halfway mark, there's a red buoys marking that halfway mark, but it's indeed, or looks to be, lane 7. If there's not another boat from lane 5 or 6 that we are, oh, there is another boat actually that we're missing on this shot, and so this is a lot better for us. So it's indeed lane 6 looking good, lane 3 looking extremely good here. So lane 3 indeed having established a good margin here, and that's another German boat from the Essen area that is leading this field in the women's C quadruple sculls by 1.5 lengths maybe. This is the winning boat from the previous heat. So we congratulate Tessa Kuhn, Gesa Kirsch, Alexandra.
200 meters we have.
No, sorry, that is of course a mistake. That was the Irish winning in that race, but it is indeed Michaela Meyer, Carola Bösinger, Scarlett Gellisch-Fertig, and Jessica Fuhr to the left hand of your split screen picture here. Then we look at the right. We have the picture of the last stretch of water remaining in final 4 of the women's quads. And it looks still lane 4. Well, anyway, that's better. Thank you, guys. And it's indeed lane 4 sticking out clearly in front. And so it's a win for the crew from St. George Rowing Club and UTS of Australia. Good race from these scullers. And then it was quite close with the following crews. Yeah, so that was the crew from Poznan and Triton from Poland crossing the line. A few more meters. They haven't crossed the line yet. The boat with the bow number 5 belonging to the Turkish club. Yeah, so that's the white tent is the landing zone for the drone. It's a good thing that to have that on our monitor once. I can see the drone landing right outside of my window here. Right, so confirmation, St. George Rowing Club and UTS winning this final number 4. Final 5 coming up. So Chinook, USA in 1, Hetsbarn, Netherlands in 2, St. Andrew Boat Club in 3, Banyoles in 4, Aberdeen in 5, Poznan and Triton again in 6, Stockholm in 7, and international between Great Britain, USA in 8. Yeah, so we're here with the crews still ahead of the 500-meter mark, so good to catch them as early as this. Pulling out fast from the starting blocks was the crew on lane 1 from Chinook, Catherine Remove, Summer Landreth, Lisa Galo, and Emily Headland. I believe they have also won a few times. Then we have here the picture from the crew in lane 8. That's international between Falcon, City of Oxford, Milltown Rowing, and Rocky Mountain. And they look strong as well. Right, so to the right of your picture, that's the Dutch crew from Hitsparne. That's on lane 2. So we're missing lane 1 just outside on the right-hand side of our picture. Lane 1 was leading there. Yeah, I can hear the first charts from the bank, which means we have 250 meters left in this race. The last 30 strokes. And so everyone would be high on lactate acid now in their muscles, burning. The vision gets a bit narrow here. You might be able to look to your opponents just a little bit, not too much, but otherwise you might even close your eyes. Yeah, just conserve energy for that final sprint that you might need to win this race. Having done that already is the crew from St. George Rowing Club and UTS, Kirsty Edwards, Jacqueline Peel, Christine Phillips and Monique Heinke. Congratulations. And we come back to the race at hand here. It's not decided yet. It's decided. Lane 8 that was. So the win for the crew of Andaruya, Lolanda Vendrelli Monel, Rebecca Wilson and Danielle Wagmeister.
The first one was the boat in lane 8, the international boat from Great Britain and USA. Second position for...
Yeah, so here's the confirmation of that result. The Falcon crew, etc. 1 winning it. So back with the racing action. We just briefly saw the crew in lane 2 on our screen. And here we see them again. That's the Banyoles and Alicante crew leading. But the full lineup is Lübeck and Schwerin, Germany in 1. Then Banyoles and Alicante in lane 2 for Spain. Willem Drie for the Netherlands in 3. Malo GB in 4. Fredericton, Canada in 5. Then it's Spain again between Vigo and Villa de Cangas. Then it's Great Britain, Minerva Bath in 7. And Leichhardt, Australia in 8. Again, a full field of 8 crews in this race, and I believe everyone has started. Good pace set by the Spanish crew here: Elena Espinosa Perez and Maria Dominguez Quesa, Maria Perez Guzman and Berta Duran Visuete. They really dominate this race here and have a margin of just over a length over the rest of the field. Probably the nearest contender being the crew from Marlow, if I gauge that correctly. Yes, should be. Willem Drie following in 3rd place at the moment, the Dutch crew. And then right at the bottom of our picture is the Lübeck and Schwerin, the German combination, in 4th place. So quite spread out this field here. It looks to be a clear win, though, for the supported by the home crowd, for the rowers rowing on their home turf. At least that's the Banyoles half of it. Yeah, bringing that home. Yeah, so this is this was the 6th final in the women's quadruple sculls. 3 more crews coming in. So as I said, quite spread out over some 150 meters, the whole set of crews. Now we have them nearly all safely across the line. It should have been Fredericton, Canada, coming across the line. And they're already at the victory ceremony pontoon here. That should have been the Falcon, City of Oxford, Milltown Rowing and Rocky Mountain crew. Andarula, Lolanda Vendrelli Monel and Rebecca Wilson, as well as Danielle Wagermeister. Confirmation was just before. Now it's the setup for the next race. It's Marlow GB in 1, Belvoir and Schaffhausen, Zurich in 2. Then we have the crew from Canada in 3, from Two Rivers and Red Sands and PEI. Then international between Spain and Poland and Great Britain in 4. Then we have Italy, Retica, Roma, and Pescate in 5. The Amstel, Tor, and the Waal from Netherlands in 6. Then we have Portugal, different clubs from Portugal in 7, and Victoria Lake and Ravens for South Africa in 8. And yeah, in the South African crew we have Samantha Hudson Racing, who was part of the organizing committee of the 2023 edition of the World Rowing Masters Regatta down there in the vicinity of Johannesburg. So the bow number of the crew from Belvoir and Schaffhausen, so from Switzerland, sticking out in front here, just coming past the halfway mark, between halfway and 750 meters. It's a beautiful scull for the crew from Switzerland, being from Belvoir, Rowing Club Zurich, and Ruder Club Schaffhausen. But yeah, the race is not over, because there's a challenge coming from the far side, from the Dutch crew definitely, and also from the Portuguese, I believe, if I gauge this right correctly. Yeah, so it's tough racing here, definitely, that's for sure. We are already now in the last 250. So final sprints on for all the competitors, and look at this, bow to bow between the two crews. We know for sure that the one down here, that's the Swiss combination, but they're under pressure, and I believe it's 3 lanes up. That would be lane 5, so that would be the Italians. So let me check what's happening when they come across the line. Yeah, it's lane 5 in second place, but the Italians might even score the win here, and it is just a canvas win for the Italians ahead of the Swiss. And then third place was the Dutch boat. Excellent sculling here from all parties involved, from all boats involved, and again some happy winners here. So this should be the crew winning the previous final, which was final 6. So let me tune back, and it is indeed the crew from Banyoles and Alicante. So Elena Espinosa Perez, Maria Dominguez Quesa, Maria Perez Guzman, and Berta Duran Vizuete. Well done. So one crew coming in, it's the crew from Victoria Lake and Ravens, with Samantha Hudson stroking this crew from South Africa. Right, so we have the last of 8 finals in the women's C category coming up. First of all, confirmation for the win for the Italians, just 35 hundredths of a second ahead of the Swiss. Fantastic racing here. Last race coming up in the women's C category quads. So Leichhardt Australia in 1, Stavanger, Tønsberg, and Moss row clubs for Norway in 2. Hennigsdorf for Germany in 3, Arlesons for Norway in 4, Fredensborg for Denmark in 5, Marlow, Great Britain in 6, international between Switzerland, Germany in 7. So then we have Noosa Yorton rowing for Australia in 8. So that's the last final in the women's C quadruple sculls. Well, so it looks to be a good race for the Swiss crew again. So no, but the Danish were leading at halfway. So that's the Fredensborg crew in lane 5. But also now we have on the far side, I believe, the crew in lane 7 that has taken the lead. So that would be Seeklub Luzern, Erster Kieler Ruder Club, and Belvoir. They have won yesterday in the same lineup, I believe. So they should be having this. Yeah, and they have. So a win for Gabi Schulz, Anja Odermatt, Ulrike Lohmann, Susan Dressler. Yeah, that was a good win for the Germans, and then all the other crews following suit in this last final of the women's C quadruple sculls.
The second place are for lane 5 from Denmark, Fredensborg. Third position for
So winning crew on the victory ceremony pontoon. And this, let me double check. Yeah, this is the Italian crew that has won the previous race. So Canottieri Retica, Esteri Roma, and Canottieri Pescate. So Annalisa De Cesare, Francesca Grasso, Monica Robustellini, and Savina Panizza. And yeah, so I think I've spoken enough this afternoon. My name is Sebastian Franke, and I'm handing over the microphone into the very capable hands, and leave you in the very capable hands of Fergus Mayland, who's taking over from me now. Enjoy.
So now is coming the first final of double men's in letter G. Letter G is the average of the boat between 65 and 69. And they are here in the lane 1. We have Australia with Jabriana. In second line we have Great Britain, Star Hollywood Lake Rowing Club. In line 3, Argentina with Rodenberry, Tetuania. In line 4, Brazil Cortines. In line 5, Denmark with Fureza. In line 6, Croatia with Harveki and Maldos. In line 7, Great Britain with Norwich. And line 6, Canada Ferdinand. And they are here, and it looks that the lane 4 is the leader for the moment. Brazilian Cortines is leading this race, but the race is not done. Definitely first position for line 4. Congratulations to the Brazilians, Cortines from Mario Diaz and Sergio Ribeiro. Second position for...
Well, hello everyone, it's me, Fergus Mainland, with you till the end of the day's racing. You have to forgive us just for a couple of minutes switching around here in the commentary box. Just getting everything sorted out, ready to go for our block of racing. Thank you very much to the wonderful Sebastian Frank for all of his hard work over the past few hours. And I'll be riding with you right the way through till about 6:45 this evening. So grab your drinks, grab your snacks, get settled down. We've got an awesome block of racing coming up. And of course, this is the first race in the men's G double sculls to kick this one off just now. Big block of racing, this one. We've got 14 of these finals that we'll be looking forward to over the next wee while. Nice big block of racing to look forward to. So, confirmation then. This first race in the men's G double sculls as it was a win for Corinthians Boat Club, Mario Diaz-Flor and Sergio Ribeiro de Oliveira, who took first place in final 1.
Line 1, Denmark with Kronberg Rocklub. Line 2 from French, Nautique des Commons, Dubai, Subire, and Samour. Line 3 with Great Britain, Norway.
We move to final 2 though. And the start list is as ordered from 1 to 8. Humbleback Row Club from Denmark. French composite of Saumur and Nautique du Commune de Pays de Vitre. Norwich Boat Club from Great Britain in 3. RCO Hennigsdorf of Germany in 4. Banyoles, the home club, in 5. Tees Rowing Club Great Britain in 6. Tigre Boat Club Remeros Escandinavos of Argentina in 7. And Nagambi from Australia in lane 8. Well, how about that crew in lane 3? What about that crew from Norwich Boat Club from Great Britain? Richard Conway and Vagantas Ordines leading out this field. Going with them, though, it's the French crew. It's Nautique de Commune de Pays de Vitre and Humbleback Row Club in lane 1. On the far side of the course, we've got our eyes on the Argentinians, Remeros Escandinavos and Tigre Boat Club. But across the line, first place in this second final, it's Norwich Boat Club of Great Britain. Over there on the left-hand side of your screening, receiving their medals, it's the Brazilians, it's the men of Corinthians, Mario Dias Flor and Sergio Ribeiro de Oliveira. Great racing from both of them. Coming through, though, you've just seen Nagambi cross the line. And now we're just seeing the Argentinians, Tigre Boat Club and Remeros Escandinavos. So that is, of course, our finish area here at Lake Banyoles. And these are the confirmed results. Norwich Boat Club on top, the French second place with Humbleback Row Club of Denmark through in third. We go back up the course, though. Final 3. Remember, we've got a bumper roster of these races that will be coming through. Let's take you through these crews in final 3. Champion of the Thames from Great Britain in 1. Danish composite of Middelfart Row Club and Fureso in lane 2. Oreo AE of Spain in 3. They've got an international composite of Region Grand Est of France. Banyoles, the home club. Next to them, it's another crew, this time from Tees of Great Britain. Camin Hens and Centro Universitario de Porto in lane 6. And then in lane 7 next to them, Allison's Row Club of Norway, Canoteri Comunali Firenze and Canoteri Firenze in lane 8. Well, we're coming up to the red boys. Probably about 300 metres or so left to go for our crews. Out in front, leading this one. It's that crew in lane number 4. Big cheers coming from the banks. Region Grand Est and Banyoles teaming up for this one. Out in front, leading the way, going with them. Over on the far side, lane 7, Allison's Row Club of Norway. And the crew in lane 2, Middelfart Row Club and Fureso of Denmark. That Danish crew just about managing to hold on to third place at the moment because they've got to watch out. They've got to be careful of the Italians over on the far side in lane 8. And of course, the Tees Rowing Club, who are just sitting ever so slightly back in 5th place at the moment. But out in front, here comes the home support. Here comes the home cries because Region Grand Est and Banyoles are out in front leading this one as they come up to the finish line. Just a few strokes left to go for them. On the far side, Allison's Row Club holding on for 2nd place. We can see it there, claps from the staff on the left-hand side. Lane 6, it is Banyoles, Region Grand Est from France, come through just about a length or so ahead of Allison's Row Club. Congratulations, Bernard Pasteloup and Miguel Junca Riero, finishing just ahead of Hans Paulsen and Karsten Almas. Just coming through there, it's our Portuguese crew, Camin Hens and Centro Universitario de Porto. And on the far side, lane 1, Champion of the Thames. Interesting enough, Champion of the Thames, it's a Cambridge club named after a pub in Cambridge. So if you do find yourself in Cambridge, a city of that great university, see if you can find it, Champion of the Thames. There we go though, confirmation. Banyoles, on top in this one with Region Grand Est of France. Final four, though. Men's G double sculls. International composite from the US and from Great Britain. Juleth from the USA and Henley Rowing Club of Great Britain. Kunglav Row Club of Sweden in 2. Dart Totnes of Great Britain in 3. VK Slavia Praha in 4 for Czechia. Corinthians back in action in lane 5. Australia go in lane 6. Their composite of ANA and Canning Bridge Rowing Club. Chinook next to them in 7 from the United States. And of course, a British composite of Exeter. And Dart Totnes in lane number 8. So one of our top crews coming through then. The crews in lane 7 and 8. There we have it. Chinook out in front from United States of America. Macaulay Nash, Timothy Barkowski. They're your leading crew at the moment. What about the crew next to them in lane 5? I think it's the Brazilians. I think it's Corinthians in the mix as well, as are the Brits, Exeter and Dart Totnes Rowing Club. Both from the southwest of England. They're trying to get themselves back into second place at the moment. I don't think they're going to quite manage it because out in front, Chinook, the United States of America, holding on to first place. But perhaps, you know, I was speaking earlier, were the Brits going to manage it? We shall see. I think Corinthians will just hold on just by half a length as Exeter and Dart Totnes come through. So a win there for Macaulay Nash, Timothy Barkowski. Speaking of winners, there on the bank, lots of photos for them because it's a win for Banyoles and Region Grand Est in final 3 of the men's G doubles for Bernard Pasteloup and Miguel Yonca Riero. In final 4, though, that is Juleth for the United States and Henley Rowing Club just coming through the line. The crew in lane 6, ANA Canning Bridge. There they are. Big smiling faces there. Of course, what a way to win on home water. Now, my apologies, VK Slava Praha through in second place. Jiri Nop and Josef Sulk. And that takes us on to final 5. Lots of home support expected for this one because Banyoles are back in action. They've got a full crew in lane 1. Real Club Regatas Alicante in 2. Banyoles in 1. The international composite of Viking Berlin, Germany, and Bagsvard from Denmark in 2. Sarasota County Rowing Club in 3. Norwich Boat Club from Great Britain in 5. Chinook back in action in lane number 5. Tees Rowing Club Great Britain in 6. CA Vichy of France in 7. Then we've got the Australian composite of Perth and Canning Bridge Rowing Club in lane 8. Once again, our eyes drawn to that far side of the course, to lane 7. Our leaders, Jean-Marc Fage and Patrick Vassor of CA Vichy, Club Aviron Vichy. We can follow that drone footage, but we can also appreciate the efforts of our winners there, just over on the left-hand side of the screen. Well then, 250 meters to go, less than. Out in front, leading. Does look to be that French crew. Vichy going with them next to them. Tees Rowing Club, Great Britain, and then very close racing for the next few positions. Just going out of shot there is the crew in lane number 5. That is Chinook from the United States of America. But there's our 2 leading boats. Tees Rowing Club doing all they can to get themselves back into contention. But it looks like CE Club Aviron Vichy just finding another gear or two as we come up to the finish line. And they'll be hoping to be heading to that finish area in just a second or two. There we see coming through lane 6, that is Tees Rowing Club, of course. And then very close, fast finishing racing from the likes of Banyoles on the far side. Chinook, Norwich from Great Britain, just coming through the line there. There's our crew from Perth, from Canning Bridge Rowing Club as well. Gary Marsh, Ian Winfield from Australia come through to round out this final. Final 5 of the men's G double sculls. There's your final confirmation then. The French, Vichy in 1, Tees, second place with Banyoles in lane 1 through in third place. Well, let's go back up to the start then. Final 6. Breisacker Ruderverein Eingeretraverein from Germany in 1. Aberdeen Boat Club of Great Britain in 2. UR Kirolac of Spain in 3. Lyngby of Denmark in 4. Durham Amateur Rowing Club from Great Britain in 5. SNBS, the French, in 6. We've got an international composite in lane 7. Galway from Ireland, Palm Beach, USA. And ARA from Switzerland in lane 8. Well, through 500 metres, advantage was with our crews. In lane 1, Breisacker Ruderverein, and also the crew in lane 7, our crew from Ireland and from Palm Beach. We're riding at the moment, though, with Durham Amateur Rowing Club. The Brits there in lane 5. That's Andrew Jaggard and Richard Court. But I suspect as our camera pans around, yeah, we just start to see some of those puddles on the top of the screen. Yes, are they going to be able to come through? It is the Germans who have been leading for so much of it, but I think the Brits, Durham Amateur Rowing Club, phenomenal sprint from them to see, I think, get third place. Third will go to the Galway and Palm Beach crew. And coming through SNBS, the French, ARA Switzerland. Lane 4 is Lyngby of Denmark. And then we've got Aberdeen Boat Club. And they'll be followed by the Spanish crew, UR Kirolac. What a sprint. Phenomenal finish from Durham Amateur Rowing Club. And pushing off there. Our winners of the previous race. Of course, that was Club Avion, Vichy, Jean-Marc Fage and Patrick Vassor. Back up then, final 7. We've got a British composite in lane 1, Llandaff and Nottingham Union in lane 1. US composite, Palm Beach and Rocky Mountain. Argentina have got a composite as well, Rio Panara, Corrientes and Buenos Aires. Sweden, they've got another composite. It's the race of composites, this one. Malmo Road Club and John Coppins, RS from Sweden. ARA of Switzerland in 5. Another British composite, Newark and Hollingworth Lake. The international composite of Ruder Club, Amicitia Bad Hersfeld, Germany, Maple Bay, Canada. And Uruguay, Club Nacional de Regatas. Well, there's some of our leading crews. It looks to be the crew in lane 3. That is, of course, that Argentinian combination, but on the far side of the course as well. We've got our eyes on the crew in lane 6, Newark Hollingworth Lake. That's them just coming through the line just now. But ahead of them did look to be the Argentinians, Rio Panada, Corrientes, and Buenos Aires, but we'll wait for those official results to come through for the confirmation. But up to the line. It's our crew from Uruguay, Club Nacional de Regatas, Luis Garcia Garaglia, and Andreas Elola. Well, confirmation then. It was a win for the Argentinians. Rio Panara, Corrientes, and Buenos Aires just ahead of the Americans, Palm Beach and Rocky Mountain in first and second place, respectively. Well, let's head to final 8 then. The international composite from Calpe, Gibraltar, lane 1, with Club Nautico Sevilla, Spain. France are represented by Aviron Agatois in lane 2. Germany, Potsdamer Ruder Club Germania in 3. Worcester Rowing Club from Great Britain in 4. Aldo Luz and Riachuelo of Brazil in 5. Banyoles in lane 6. Armadale Australia in 7. And Bristol Aerial in lane 8. We're riding, of course, with the Brazilians, Aldo Luz, Riachuelo. We're riding with them. We were riding with them, I should say, because they are leading this race comfortably out in front ahead of the rest of the field. The next closest competitors coming from lane 1, Club Nautico Sevilla from Spain, and Calpe, the Gibraltars, in lane 1. Probably about a length or so that they are leading by the Brazilians. But that international crew in lane 1 working particularly well at the moment to give themselves as good a possible shot as we come into the last 250 metres. We've just seen the boys change colour there from white to red, signalling we're at the business end of this race. Let's see what this international crew have got. They're winding up. They're really going for it. A lot of power going down there in the strokes at the moment. Both of those crews pulling away from that crew sat in lane 3, Potsdamer Ruder Club Germania. And you know, I think this is going to be an incredibly tight finish on the line. You know, at 500, less than a second and a half separating those two crews. And this drone shot, we can't quite get the angle right, but I think actually it might be the international crew, Calpe and Club Nautica Sevilla. I think momentum is with them as we're coming up to the finish line. I think this is going to be incredibly close. It's them coming into shot first of all. Here come the Brazilians. Let's see what they can do, but it will be the international crew by half a length. Joseph Luis Leslie Gretsch and Enrique Briones Perez de la Blanca. Great, great sprint finish there, well timed. Just coming through there, that's Potsdamer Ruder Club Germania. And the rest of the clubs catching up with them. It's our crew from lane 2, Avion Agatois, Jean-Luc Boudou and Francis Dubus. Lane 6, that's Banyoles, just ahead of Armadale, Australia, Worcester, Great Britain, and Bristol Aerial from Great Britain as well. So great racing there from the international crew, proving that the most important time to be leading a race is right at the very end. Calpe, Club Nautico Sevilla on top in final 8 of men's G doubles. Well, up to the next one, final 9. Essendon of Australia in lane 1, Penta Rowing Club Japan in 2, the international composite from Germany and France made up of Viking Berlin and Rowing Club Port Marley. Kaiku of Spain, Minerva Bath from Great Britain next to Rotation Berlin. And then we've got the international composite, Rowhouse USA with Real Club Regatas Alicante in lane 7, and Royfa Heineken Breda of the Netherlands in lane 8. Well, that's Rotation Berlin, that's Frank Eirich and Bernd Kruger. Worth noting that we just have 6 boats. No start from Essendon from the Australians and no start from Kaiku in lane 4, either the Spanish. But we can see just on screen to the left our winners from final 7. Rio, Paraná, Corrientes and Buenos Aires of Argentina. They're on screen. Of course they are, you can't miss that flag. But wow, what a comfortable win, or comfortable performance and place that lane 6 rotation Berlin are currently in. Going with them, Real Club Regattas Alicante and Rowhouse USA. Just sitting slightly back on Heineken Breda from the Netherlands, holding on to second place at the moment and going well as well. Lane 3. It's our crew from Viking Berlin and Rowing Club Port Marly from France, trying to hold on to that 3rd place position. They're in a very good race though, with that crew from Rowhouse and Alicante. No doubt though of our winners. They have been superb as we come up to the finish line. Frank, Erich and Bernd Kruger. There we go. Awesome sculling. Hands aloft, celebrations. If we look out the window, we can see, I think, what must be the German supporters on the bank with a flag with a big R on it for Rotation Berlin. Congratulations to them. Next through, though, that international composite, Viking Berlin, Rowing Club Port Marly, just ahead of Royal Heineken Breda and Real Club Regattas Alicante and Rowhouse. Right, 2 crews on the water. Penta Rowing Club from Japan, Toru Sekino and Hideki Fukai. But they will be pipped on the line by Brodie McAllister and Christopher Bourne of Minerva Bath Rowing Club. Minerva Bath, the home club of Olympic champion Helen Glover from Great Britain. Well, there it is, confirmation, Rotation Berlin, leading out ahead of Viking Berlin, Germany, and Rowing Club Port Marly from France. Well, back up then, final 10. We're rattling through these men's G double sculls races. Lane 1, Saugatuck, USA, Belfast Rowing Club from Ireland in 2, Tees Rowing Club from Great Britain in 3, Norsk from Norway in 4, CP Katja of Portugal in 5, Hawthorn of Australia in lane 6, Avignon from France, and Ruder Club Aachen, Ruderverein Dessau from Germany in lane 8. Well, at this point we can head back to the medal pontoon on the left-hand side of your screen, because it's Calpe, the Gibraltans, with Club Nautico Sevilla for their win in final 8 of the men's G double sculls. Congratulations to Joseph Louis, Leslie Gretsch, and Enrique Bouillons Perez de la Blanca. Well, here's our race. This is how it's unfolding for final 10. Lane 7, Avignon, the French, out leading the way, with the crew in lane 2, Belfast, perhaps in second place, or perhaps it's Ruder Club Aachen and Dessau from Germany across in lane 8. Well, we're into the final 250 meters then. I think a slight correction. I think it is Hawthorn. It might be John Stewart and Mark Oliver out in front. Yes, it is. That's lane 6. John Stewart, Mark Oliver, Hawthorn, the Australians coming through for a great gold medal. Great race then for second, third, and fourth. Just one, I think, our crew from Belfast Rowing Club. Saugatuck in the mix as well there. And the Germans at Ruder Club Aachen and Rodeverein de Sceaux.
And the boat from Ireland, Belfast Boat Club, in third position.
So that's the Portuguese then. Arthur Faustino and João Simons of CP Katja. And Jens Peter Korin and Bjorn Saga of Norsk from Norway. So as we wait for confirmation of final 10, there is Rotation Berlin, Frank Erich and Bernd Kruger, your winners of final 9.
Lane 1, France from Banyoles. Lane 2, Australia, Canberra. Lane 3, Aram Row Club from Norway. Lane 4.
Confirmation then, Hawthorne from Australia, your winners ahead of Saugatuck, and Belfast in second and third.
RRC and Astakila in lane from Germany. In lane 6, we have the Netherlands with Breda. And in lane 7, we have Marlow from Great Britain. 5 and 1 leading the race at this point. The German composite with RRC and Astakila.
Final 10, next on the course. Correction, we've just had final 10. Of course we had. Final 11 up next. SN Compenois from France in 1. Canberra of Australia in 2. Borum Row Club Norway in 3. Fluvial of Portugal in lane 4. Next to them, it is the German combination of RRC and Erstekila Rude Club. The Dutch, Roy van Heineken, Breda and Marlow from Great Britain in lane 7. Through 500 metres, it was that crew in lane 5, still out in front, leading. RRC, Erstekila, Rude Club from Germany, Bertold von Ber and Matthias Borchardt. What a commanding lead they had. They had an 8-second lead going through 500 metres, and it looks like they've grown that significantly since then. They're going well in lane 5 as well. We can expect a good performance coming from Roy van Heineken, Breda, Sander Verhoed and Johannes Bielderman. That's them coming through just now. And they'll be followed by the Norwegians, Borum Row Club and then Canberra from Australia. Eric Godoy and Tor Guli making the trip down from Norway. We head over to the left-hand side. And we say congratulations to Hawthorne, the Australians, to John Stewart, to Mark Oliver for their win, final 10 of the men's G double sculls.
Another race in the men's this is final 12. In lane 1 we have Poznania from Poland. In lane 2 we have Bergedorf from Germany. In lane 3 we have Diorano from Euro. In lane 4 we have the Club Nautico Sevilla. In lane 5 Athla from Ireland and Urkirulak from
Confirmation then.
In lane 6 we have Mosman.
It was the Germans on top, RRC and Erstekila Rude Club from Germany in final 11. Next up, final 12. 3 races to go in the men's G double sculls. Poznania of Poland in 1. Rude Club Bergedorf from Germany in 2. VRL Barrio, the Portuguese composite, in lane 3. Club Nautico Sevilla from Spain in 4. Athlone and UR Kirolac of Spain make up our international composite in 5. Mossman Esden of Australia in lane 6. And the international composite from Canada and Ireland. Lady Victoria Boat Club, the Irish. Calgary Rowing Club from Canada. So lane 6. That is the Australians. Very much in charge, in control of this race. And then it's the crew across in lane number 1. Poznania from Poland, second place. With the international composite athlone. And you are Kirolak just sitting back in third place at the moment. But great rowing from these Australians. This overhead shot just showing the length, the reach they're able to get every single stroke. Great angles as well on the blades as we come up to the finish line. 100 meters or so left to go then, just a few seconds to go. It's a great performance from the Australians. And speaking of great performances, there's our winners. From Germany, RRC Erste Kieler Ruder Club on the left-hand side of your screen. Lane 5 just coming through. Athlone from Ireland, you are Kirolak from Spain. Paul Gallen and Jon Inaki Bian Esquera. Bit of a crab there from Mario Fernandez and Rui Souza, but they are safely across the line. Our Portuguese crew, VRL and Barrio. And they'll be followed by the international composite, Lady Victoria Boat Club from Ireland and Calgary Rowing Club, Roddy Clark and John Martin.
Next race coming down the course. The international boat from
Confirmation then. It's the Australians on top. The men from Down Under on top of final 12.
we have in lane 1.
2 races to go then. Nottingham, Notts County from Great Britain in 1. International composite from Spain and Argentina in 2. Another British composite from Agecroft and Runcorn in 3. London Western, the familiar colours, in lane 4. Lake Macquarie from Australia in 5. The Italian composite Bissolati, Canottieri, Leonida Bissolati. And the German composite SV Energy Berlin and ESV Schmockfitz. It's the crew in lane 4. It's London Western of Canada. It's Brian Pika. It's Volker Nolt. We've said their names so many times here, reflecting on some of their great performances from across the regatta so far. We've seen it in the pair, we've seen it in the quad, in the 4 I should say, and now we're seeing it in the double scull as well though. Going with them though, it's that crew in lane 7. It's the German composite SV Energy Berlin, ESV Schmockfitz, holding on to second place. They've got about a length's advantage on the Italians, Bissolati and Canottieri, Leonardo Bissolati, and then going with them as well, Lake Macquarie from Australia, who themselves are in a bit of a race with that British combination from Agecroft and Runcorn. But up to the line then, cracking performance from the Canadians, from London Western, from Brian Peaker, from Volter Note. Just a couple of strokes left for them to see themselves over the finish line in what has been a well-orchestrated performance in the final 13 of the men's G double sculls. Clear water for them then, ahead of Energy Berlin and ESV Schmockfitz, themselves finishing ahead of the Bissolati combination, ahead of Lake Macquarie from Canada, from Australia I should say. And that will be the colours of Agecroft and Runcorn from Great Britain through. One boat out on the water to round out this 13th final. And that is the composite crew of Nottingham Rowing Club and Notts County Rowing Association. 2 local clubs from Nottingham, where of course Great Britain's National Water Sports Centre is. Big 2,000 metre lake there hosting a lot of the domestic championships, university championships. as well as numerous other events as well. So a fantastic piece of water to train on. Stephen Cardwell and Peter Stasiuk. But your winners, of course, London Western, Brian Peaker and Volker Nolt. We move on, though, to our last race of the men's G double sculls, the international composite of Quinton Boat Club from Great Britain and HAVK Mad Lost from Croatia in lane 1. Kulker from Hungary in 2, Colding of Denmark in 3, Marlow of Great Britain in 4, Royfa Heineken Pampus of Netherlands in 5, Canada, their composite of Leander and Calgary in lane 6, and then Nottingham Rowing Club of Great Britain in lane 7. Well, our leaders coming in lane 2, it's the Hungarians Kulker, Andras Fair and Miklos Zabados. Hot on their heels, though. Next to them, it's Denmark in lane 3, probably a length or so back down. And then it's clear water to the rest of the field. The rest of the field at the moment being led by the crew in lane number 4, which is, of course, Marlow Rowing Club, John Driscoll and Richard Buckeridge. Going particularly well, part of a really strong contingent that have come across from Marlow Rowing Club. They're in a race, though. They're in a cracking race on the far side of the course. It's the crew in lane 1, that international composite from Quinton Boat Club and Mad Lost in Croatia. Let's see if Marlow can hang on there. But up to the line then. Couple of strokes left to go for our current race leaders. There it is. Boom. Job done. Kulker, Andras Fair, Miklos Zabados. Followed by Jorgen Secker and Pal Jorgensen of Denmark. And then the rest of the world will come through across the line. On the screen, though, to the left-hand side, your winners of the previous race, London Westerns, Brian Peaker and Volker Note, winners of final 13, the men's G double sculls. There they are. So that's our crews just composing themselves, getting ready to spin round and head back up the course to the athlete village. That was our final race of the men's G double sculls, final 14. We're ready for the next race, so we're ready for the next block of finals. And that comes in the form of women's F pairs. 2 finals of these. The F category, of course, average age of 60 across the crew. In lane 1, we've got the international composite Atlanta from USA and Rowing Canada Avignon alumni. Ardingly from Great Britain are in lane number 2. We've got the Dutch composite of Hertzbahn and Cornelius Tromp Hilversum in 3. Club de Remo de Brasilia of Brazil in 4. Leichhardt of Australia in 5. Star Club Bedford Star in lane number 6. 2 crews didn't start this race. The Brazilians in lane 4. Star Club Bedford Star in lane number 6. So down to 4 boats then in this final. And leading the way, it's the Dutch. We've seen those colours leading out beforehand. This is Maria Schaap and Alita van der Ersch of Cornelius Tromp Hilversum and Hertzbahn. The 2 of them out in front, going well. But we're also keeping our eyes on the crews who are just coming through next up. The first of which will be lane 5, that is Leichhardt from Australia. They'll be followed by Ardingly of Great Britain. And then we've got the composite crew, the international composite of Angela Schneider and Kerry Brown. Rowing Canada, Avignon alumni and Atlanta, USA. So just 4 boats racing after we saw Bedford Star and Club de Remo de Brasilia scratch. That was a great win, a great performance from the Dutch pair, Maria Schaap and Alita van der Ersch. Well, there's our winners from our final race, final 14. In the Felipe, wearing the Felipe kits, with the Felipe hats on as well. That was, of course, our Hungarian crew. Kulka, Ike, Andras Fera, and Miklos Zabados.
Where are you from? Hungary. Hungary. Yeah. The second one.
Confirmation, though, of our results from Women's F Final 2, and it's a win for the Dutch. It's a win for Cornelius Tromp, Hilversum, and Het Spaan. Back up the course, though. 6 crews racing this one. Final 2, Women's F pairs. Commercial from Australia, not to be confused with Commercial from Ireland. Saugatuck from the USA in lane 2. Upper Thames Rowing Club of Great Britain in 3. Perth, Australia in 4. Chinook, United States of America in 5. Corinthians from Brazil in 6. Well, we've got the camera trained on Upper Thames Rowing Club. They were the leading crew going through 500 metres. About 4 or 5 seconds back was Saugatuck, who is 1 lane across from them. I think that's them just to the right-hand side. And then just in the background, that'll be Commercial from Australia, Barbara Hall and Louise Street. Our 3 leading crews. A Brit, 2 American boats. The second of those American boats being Chinook. But into the red boys. Upper Thames Rowing Club out in front, leading. Not too far for them to go. But as Upper Thames come up to the finish line, we can say congratulations once again to Cornelius Tromp, Hilversum, Het Spaan, represented by Maria Schaap and Alita van der Esch. Upper Thames, though, up to the line. Congratulations, Sarah Kell, Judith Byrne, your winners of Final 2 of Women's F pairs. Across the line next, it will be Saugatuck, and it'll be Chinook, the 2 American combinations. Then we'll have lane 6 of Corinthians. Perth, Australia will come through next. They'll be followed by Commercial, Australia. Well, this confirmation, a win for Upper Thames from Great Britain. Back up to the start, though, we've got some quad racing. Men's J to M quads coming up, and this first final is all fully loaded with category J boats. Lane 1 is Mitsubishi from Japan. Then we've got 2 international composites in lane 2 and 3. The first of which is from Germany and the United States. The second of which is from Ireland and the United States. Lane 4, Christiana Row Club of Norway. Lane 5, another international composite of Denmark, Great Britain, the USA. Those 3 nations making up that crew in lane 5. So lane 2 then. That's the bows of our first international crew. From Ulmer Dono from Germany, Detroit Boat Club, USA, and Ann Arbor Rowing Club from Michigan, USA. Alan Barr, James Monty, Klaus Karok, and John Burnfield out in front. And then the bows just behind them. Bows 3 and 4, I should say. The second of our international crews from Carlow, Ireland. Saugatuck, USA. Lee Valley Rowing Club from Ireland. And lane 4 is, of course, that fully loaded Norwegian boat from Christiana Row Club. Well, 3 seconds the difference coming through the 500-metre mark with our international crew. From Germany, from the United States, out in front, leading this one. We can see the gap that our leading crews have on the rest of the field. Just 5 boats racing this field. Our leading crew just coming back into view just now. And the lead for second place is still unchanged. Carlo from Ireland, Saugatuck USA, Lee Valley Rowing Club from Ireland in lane 3. Christiana Row Club, the Norwegians, going in lane number 4. And we're into the red boys, less than 200 meters to go. Let's see what they can manage as we come up to the finish line. Will Christiana Row Club be able to overhaul that international crew next to them? We'll wait and see. But off to the left, Upper Thames Rowing Club. Your winners of Women's F Pairs Final 2, Sandra Kell and Judith Byrne. Congratulations to both of them on their outstanding victory. Back with the main racing though, we are still riding with Ulma Donu, Detroit Boat Club crew and Ann Arbor, because they are out in front, they are leading and they are set to win as they cross the line in men's J to M quads. They will be followed, there'll be no change in the positions, by Carlo Saugatuck Lee Valley, that international composite, and then Christiana Row Club from Norway. Our crew in lane 5. Again, our Danish, USA, British composite. We've got Odense from Denmark, Dark Totnes from Great Britain, River City, USA, and Nyborg from Denmark. One crew out in the water left. That is Mitsubishi Rowing Club from Japan. Masayoshi Mori, Suneyasu Nakamura, Tado Fujisawa, and Masiko Goda, your 4 scullers from Japan. So as you can see from the pictures, it's a little bit overcast on this Friday, day 3 of racing here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Blessed, of course, with sunshine in the early few days. Hopefully we'll have the sun starting to poke its head back through. But there's our official results. All of these crews in category J. Average age of 80 across all of them. But a few different races going on then in this next one. We've got 2 crews racing K, 1 crew racing L, and 1 racing M. So K with an average age of 83 and above, L with an average age of 86 and above, and M with an average age of 89 and above. We're at the moment looking at the crew in lane 3. Poznania, Poland, Cambridge Boat Club, United States of America, Krefeld of Germany, and Warszawa of Poland. They're in lane 3, and they're coming through 500 meters. There are crew racing in category L. Let's take you through the other runners and riders then. We can see all 4 of them on the screen just now, but it's that one in lane 3 who is leading the field out that we've just listed off. From Poland, from the United States, and from Germany. Going with them as well is the 2 boats who are racing category K. From Dark Totnes, Great Britain. From Porsgrunn Row Club, Norway in 2. From Rocky Mountain, USA in 3. And from Royal Chester, Great Britain in there as well. Then in lane 2, we will have that other crew from Sarasota County Rowing Club, Stockholm from Sweden, College Club from Seattle, and Bendigo from Australia. We've talked about that crew in lane 3. Poznania, Cambridge, Krefeld, Warszawa, and lane 4. Casitas Rowing USA, College Club Seattle Scullers, Armida from Italy, and Kennel Cruisers from USA as well. Well, we're into the last 250 meters. Big rounds of applause from the spectators who are enjoying all of the action here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Because the first of our crews is coming up to the finish line, and this will be the crew racing category L. We've mentioned them. From Poland, from the USA, from Germany, Ireneusz Borkowski, Carlo Zeza, Bogusław Chalvis and Werner Butch. Then on the far side in lane 1, Carmichael Stanley, John Davis, Erling Sjoboden, Michael Schonstrom, making up that international composite. But here we are, our race leaders. Great performance from them. From Poznania, from Cambridge, from Krefeld, from AZS, AWS, Warsaw. Well, on the left-hand side of your screen, your winners from Final 1, Ulmer Donu, Detroit Boat Club Crew, and Ann Arbor. And it's not hard to spot who might be the Michigan man in that boat. Sat there at 3 with a big M, University of Michigan, on his hat. 2 of those clubs, of course, from the great state of Michigan, Detroit and Ann Arbor. But back with the racing. Our crew in lane 1, Dark Totnes, Porsgrunn Row Club, Rocky Mountain, Royal Chester coming through the line. But at the moment, we're with Casitas Rowing USA, College Club Seattle, Armida, Italy, and Kennel Cruisers from USA. Art Wright, Giorgio Pellicelli, Tiger Edwards, Demers, and Dawn Tannhauser come through the finish line and met with applause and cheers from our spectators just in front of our commentary position. So confirmation of that then, and a reminder across that race, racing for categories K, L and M. We go back up to the top though. It's final 1 of 3 finals for the men's B coxless 4s. Lane 1, Cambridge 99, Express, Ely and Rob Roy from Great Britain. In lane 2, Sarasota County, USA, and Chicolo Canoteri of Peru in lane 2. Coimbra of Portugal in 3, Region Grand from France in 4. Rem Barcelona of Spain in 5, Huron Rowing of China in 6, and Toulouse Aviron, Ramours Toulouse and Aviron Energy of France in 7. Well, out in front, you run out of superlatives to keep describing them. Rem Barcelona, our leading crew at the moment, going with them as well. Looks to be Region Grand, the French crew. Lanes 5 and 4. Yep, it's the Spanish, it's the French going at each other once again. 1 length up though for Rem Barcelona. No prizes for guessing who that winning crew is. We've said their names so many times already today as the French come through. Toulouse Aviron, Ramours Toulousain, Aviron Energy, but a win for Boris Batin, Alexander Kornilov, Artem Kosov, and Valery Sarichev of Rem Barcelona. X3 will be that crew from China, from Huron Rowing, Yizhang, Kuihao Yang, Tigang Zi, and Ziyu Kai. So confirmation, Rem Barcelona on top in that race, and then our 2 French crews. Region Grand and Toulouse Aviron, Ramours Toulousain and Aviron Energy. Well then, we're back up to the top. Great racing unfolding in the second final of the men's B coxless 4s. Corinthians in 1 of Brazil, St Andrew Boat Club from Great Britain, Jan Swedlow, Neil Paul, Andrew Dobson, Tom Duke. Next to them in lane 3, it's Société Nautique du Bayonne, 1998 in Avion Energy, the French composite. The international crew of Soro of Denmark, Rote Club Bergedorf, Germany, Rodeverein Teichweisen, Hamburg, Germany, and Alemannia, Germany in lane 4. London Rowing Club from Great Britain in 5. Club Nautica Sevilla in lane 6. Well, out in front, it's the Flying Scots. It's St Andrew Boat Club. We've just mentioned them. Jan Swedlow, Neil Paul, Andrew Dobson, Thomas Duke. They've got about half a length's lead over the international crew, going well in lane 4. Half a length it was. It's closing every single stroke. Question is, are the Scots able to hold on as we come up to the finish line? But that international crew is closing every single stroke. Goodness gracious. Can St Andrew Boat Club hold on, or will it be a win for the Germans and the Danish crew? I think we're seeing a bit of a burst coming from that Danish crew, from that Germans in the boat, but perhaps one more response from St Andrew Boat Club as we come up to the finish line. This is going to be ever so close, but it is St Andrew Boat Club who hold on. Great win for the Scots there, just ahead of the Danish crew. Then we've got, in quick succession, we've got that French crew, Aviron Energy, Club Marjanaise. Club Nautica Seville coming through. Corinthians there from Brazil in lane 1. That was a brave row from Jan Swedlow, Neil Paul, Andrew Dobson and Tom Duke. Confirmation there, St Andrew Boat Club on top, ahead of the international combination of Soro, Bergedorf, Rodeverein, Teichweisen, Hamburg and Alemannia, Germany. Back up then, final 3 of men's B coxless 4s. Lane 1, international composite from Lagan Scullers and Strathclyde Park. Allison's Row Club from Norway in 2. Spanish composite, Rem Barcelona and Rapita of Spain. Ramours Toulouse of France in 4. VK Olomouc from Czechia, Rodeverein, Roy Heineken Dulac from Netherlands, Rode Club Nasovia, Horst from Germany in 5. And in lane 6, Avion Energy and Club Marginales Sport d'Avion in lane 6. Right then, this could be a cracking finale as we come up to the last 300 meters or so of this one. Probably leading the race at the moment, it's that crew in lane 6. Aviron Energy, Club Marjanaise Sport d'Aviron. Going with them as well, though, from the far side of the course. It's the international composite from Strathclyde Park, Lagan Scullers, and the one in lane 3. It's the Spanish Rem Barcelona, La Rapita as well. Perhaps that Spanish crew just starting to draw level. But just as you know, we say that, the French stepping on, finding another gear. Lagan Scullers, Strathclyde Park in the mix against the crew from lane 5. That's our German, Dutch and Czechia combination trying to hold on to 3rd place. I think they've just about managed to row through that Irish-British combination there in lane 1. Yep, I think they've got about a quarter of a length from them. But still out in front leading, it's the French. Aviron Energy, Club Marjanaise Sport d'Aviron. Great kit there on display from Lagan Scullers, Strathclyde Park. Doing all they can to get themselves back into contention, but I don't think it'll be enough. Rem Barcelona, Lara PT, also trying to get themselves back into contention, but we'll find out as we come up to the finish line. Big sprint from them, colossal sprint from them. Goodness me, they've done it. They've managed to overhaul the French by some margin as well. Outstanding rowing from them. La Rapitia, Rem Barcelona. And of course, it was just 2 races ago that we saw Rem Barcelona triumph. They continue to go from strength to strength, that club, at this regatta. So coming through just there, of course, Allison's Row Club from Norway. Confirmation there. La Rapita. Rem Barcelona on top just ahead. Lagan Scullers and Strathclyde Park. Well, we've got a great one coming up next for you. Final one, women's A8. And just at that point, the heavens start to open up. Here in Banyoles, we've been lucky with the weather so far, but now we get a bit of rain. Of course, just to level out the playing fields for all of these crews. Lane 1 then, Aberdeen Boat Club from Great Britain, up in the northeast of Scotland. International composite as we get underway is in lane 2 from Germany, Switzerland and Hong Kong. Lane 3, Bewdley from Great Britain, Warwick from Great Britain, Milltown Rowing USA, Starport Boat Club Great Britain and Peterborough from Great Britain as well. The crew that we just saw on screen, the international crew from Nottingham from Great Britain and Commercial from Ireland, Corinthians from Brazil in lane 5, and then we've got an Irish composite from Commercial, Belfast and Tralee as well. There they are then, you don't get much better than that. 6-8 blasting out of the blocks in this one and only race for women's A8s, and let's see what they can do as we come down the course. We've seen some great 8s performances from the Irish over this regatta, and I'm sure we can expect something similar as well over the next wee while. They're going well in lane 6, that Irish crew of Commercial, Belfast and Tralee. But how about that crew in lane number 4 from Commercial Rowing Club Ireland and Nottingham Rowing Club in Great Britain? All of them wearing the kit and the blades of Nottingham Rowing Club. We've talked about them in the Midlands of the UK. They've got the River Trent to train on. They've got the National Water Sports Centre as well. Going well next to them, though, that international composite from Bewdley, Great Britain, Warwick, Milltown Rowing USA, Starport and Peterborough. Well, there they are, all 6 crews from left to right. The Irish composite, we've got Corinthians, that British-Irish composite in 4, that British-American composite in 3, and then the Germans and the Swiss and the Hong Kong coming together in lane 2 with Aberdeen Boat Club in lane 1. Now, though, on screen, though, it is, of course, our winners from Final 3. La Rapita and Rem Barcelona. Oriol, Ilia Marti, Manuel Enrique Gonzalez, Ignacio Hidalgo Campos, and Andrew Gasparin. Your winners of Final 3 of the men's B4s. However, we're back with the women's A8s. The one and only final for this, and we're starting to see, as we come into the final 250 metres, that Nottingham Commercial crew really stretch themselves out away from the rest of the chasing pack. That chasing pack, though, comprised of that crew, that British-American composite in 3 going strong as well, that German, Swiss, Hong Kong composite just one lane across, and then in the background, it's the distinctive purple kit of Aberdeen Boat Club, continue to travel en masse to the World Rowing Masters Regatta this year, racing hard across all of their entries, but can't quite keep the pace of this British-Irish composite crew of Nottingham Rowing Club and Great Britain in lane 4. Absolutely motoring along as we come up to the finish line. We've got to keep an eye out for that Irish crew, of course, Commercial, Belfast, Tralee, just out of camera shot at the moment. Let's see where they are as they come up to the finish line. We're riding with Nottingham Rowing Club. Up to the line, it is a win for them, a one-length win over Commercial, Belfast and Tralee. Great performance from the Irish. And then coming through, it'll be our German, Hong Kong, Swiss composite crew coming through. Karlsruhe Viking 1879 of Germany, Sea Club Lucerne, Switzerland, Sea Club Sampak from Switzerland, and Jan Libao of Hong Kong coming through ahead of Bewdley, Warwick, Starport, Peterborough, all from Great Britain, and Milltown Rowing USA. Aberdeen Boat Club follow them, and then we'll also have Corinthians from Brazil coming through in lane 5. So there it is, confirmation then, a win for Nottingham and Commercial. The Brits and the Irish teaming up in women's A8. So from 8s we go to singles now. We've got 10 finals now of the women's D single sculls, which will take us through this block of racing till about 25 past 3. 25 past 4, I should say. And the first of these finals, in lane 1, it is Araluce Dugetsko from Spain, Moda Kurek Kulubu of Turkey in 2, Delfter Sport of Netherlands in 3, Roy Verheirigen KVIK from Denmark, Ardingly in Great Britain in lane 5, SC Ceresio from Switzerland in 6, St Michael's of Ireland in 7, and Bisolati of Italy in lane 8. Well, our camera is panning very nicely with our Swiss sculler in lane 6 as we come through the 500-meter marker. That's Dania Mathies Schubiger. And the bows just popping out of shot. That's the crew of the sculler Maria Bermudez Herbelo of Araluce de Getsko in lane 1, our Spanish sculler. Great shot there of all of our scullers taking part. Worth noting, of course, 2 of these scullers have scratched. It's our scullers in lanes 3 and 4 from the Netherlands and from Denmark. So 6 scullers racing this one. So just out of shot then will be Maria Bermudez Herbelo, but just from right to left then we've got Aysin Temel from Turkey. And then we've got Esther Clutton of Ardingly Rowing Club, Dania Mathies Schubiger from Switzerland. And in lane 7 we just saw Vanessa Lawrenson of St Michael's of Ireland. So into the red boys, less than 250 metres to go in this first race. And up to the line then. We've got our eyes on at sculler in lane 6. We've got our eyes on Dania Mathies Schubiger, the Swiss sculler. Let's see what she can do, holding off the sprint coming from the Spanish sculler at the top of the screen. She will be able to do it, I think, as we come up to the line. Yes, great performance from the Swiss sculler ahead of Maria Bermudez Herbelo, who finishes pretty much the same time as Vanessa Lawrenson of Ireland. But over on the left-hand side of your screen, speaking of Irish, a great win for Commercial and for Nottingham Rowing Club from Great Britain in the women's A8s. Great win for Rachel Matthewson, Marianne Ortiz Rivas, Josephine Bowman, Anna Beaumont, Molly Varley, Sophie Connolly, Catherine Beaumont, Laura Boddy, and Tamsin Jones. As Katerina Piva of Bisolati comes through the line. Confirmation there, Switzerland and Spain on top in this one. As we go back up to the start for final 2, plenty of these single sculls races to come. Molesey from Great Britain in 1, Moss Row Club of Norway in 2, Victoria Lake South Africa in 3, Avignon Energie from France in 4, Adelaide University Australia in 5, Esteri Roma Francesco Grasso racing in lane 6. Wallingford Rowing Club's Emily Brooker in 7. And Banyoles are represented by Eva Ramio Bosch. Worth noting that our sculler Stephanie Molas from Victoria Lake in lane 3 did not start this race. But there's the back in the middle of the course of our Italian sculler. She's had so much success already this regatta, Francesca Grasso. And once again, she's out in front leading this one. On screen, though, we can say congratulations to Dana Matisse Schubiger from SC Cereso from Switzerland for her performance, her victory. And speaking of victories, well then, it'll be another one for Francesca Grasso. She's up to the line. Just a few strokes left for her. But an incredibly close racing. We love it. Between Adelaide University's Christina Bursell in lane 5. Stephanie Savoldelli of Aviron Energy in lane 4. But first across, Francesca Grasso, Esteri Roma of Italy, taking first place in this race. But we've got our eyes set now for the crews in lane 5 and lane 4. Adelaide University and Aviron Energy. Christina Bursell, Stephanie Savoldelli. And then followed by Marit Anderson, Moss Row Club, and Emma Drinkwater of Molesey Boat Club through on the far side. Rounding out this final, it will be our Banyoles sculler, Eva Ramio Bosch. Followed by Wallingford Rowing Club from Great Britain. Wallingford Rowing Club absolutely thriving at the moment. A phenomenal junior section of their club. Strong masters section as well. But their junior section just won back-to-back Victor Ladorum titles at the British Rowing Club Championships. 2024, 2025. But confirmation now for Francesca Grasso. Final 3 now of women's D single sculls. Danske Studenter Row Club of Denmark in 1. Cheltenham from Great Britain in 2. Club de Remo Ria de Marin of Spain in 3. Leichhardt from Australia in 4. Ravens Boat Club from South Africa in 5. Sarasota County Rowing Club in 6. Bogazici from Turkey in 7. And Milton Keynes Rowing Club, Great Britain in lane number 8. Well, there's our leading sculler at the moment. Leichhardt from Australia, that's Daniela Borgert. And just coming into shot as well is Helen Marshall of Milton Keynes Rowing Club. Well, there's the drone shot. That tells us everything we need to know out in front. Lane 4. As we said, Daniela Borgert, 3-4 lengths on the rest of the field. Great performance from her. And speaking of great performances, there is Francesca Grasso, your winner of final 2 of the women's D single sculls from Italy. Leading though, as we've said, it's the Australian going with her though on the top of your screen. Jelena Haas Christensen from Danske Studenter Row Club. And then, wow, what a race. You know, we've got our eyes on Pilar Vaquez Buzas, the sculler from Spain in lane number 3. We've also got our eyes on the sculler from, I think Sarasota County Rowing Club, Jessica Archibald in lane 6. And lane 8 down at the bottom, Helen Marshall from Milton Keynes. Well in the mix for that second place position. I think it's the Danish sculler at the moment still with the advantage, still with momentum for second place. Going with her as well, though, is the American Jessica Archibald. Perhaps sneaking in front. We've got to check the boy lines. I think, yes, the American Sarasota County Rowing Club pushed her way into second place. But out in front, lane 4, Leichhardt from Australia, Daniela Borgert. And yes, absolutely, Jessica Archibald, Sarasota County Rowing Club, surging well there in the final couple of 100 metres to come through. Great row as well from Danske Studenter Row Club, from Milton Keynes Rowing Club as well. And from Club de Remo Ria de Marin. That's Cheltenham, that's Neve Richardson just coming through. Lane 7 is Bogazici of Turkey. Sahika Korkmaiser. So lane 5, that's Wendy Anderson of Ravens. You can see the South African flag just subtly on the back of the kit there. South Africans have travelled en masse. Of course, it was just a few years ago that we were down in South Africa for the World Rowing Masters Regatta. So it's great to welcome our South African contingent here to Banyoles. So confirmation there, a win for Australia, a win for Leichhardt, and a win for Daniela Borgert, who comes out on top. We go back up the course then for final 4 of 10 of this women's D single sculls. And our start list is as follows. It is Bedford Star Club from Great Britain in 1, Portadown Ireland in 2, Lake Macquarie from Australia in 3, Club de Remo de Brasilia in lane 4, Maritime from Spain in 5, AUN Lyon from 6 in lane 6 from France, Sport Ghent of Belgium in lane 7, and Calgary Rowing Club in lane 8. Riding there with our French sculler Christelle Boisserie. Long, powerful strokes there from the French sculler. So looking at the moment at the back of, I think, our sculler in lane 7, Sport Ghent, Katia Routiers. But there we are. There's the field. That's 250 metres to go. And our sculler in lane 6, Christelle Boisser from Lyon in France, as Daniela Borgert from Leichhardt just pushes off after receiving her medal for winning women's D single sculls. Not far to go then, 150 metres or so left for our scullers, but a challenge is coming from Rachel Armstrong of Bedford Star Club on the top of your screen. I don't think it'll be enough in these closing stages, but it will be enough for her to completely solidify second place. Not quite able to clear down the gap that leads back to our leader, Christelle Boissier from AUN Lyon. Third place, so it's a well-deserved third place for Katia Routiers of Sport Ghent, Belgium. On the line, though, it is overlap that Bedford Star are able to get, but a win nonetheless for AUN Lyon, Christelle Boissier. Through now, lane 5, Maritime, Crista Valdez Serrano, and Club de Remo de Brasilia, Eletania Liberal de Sequia. Sculler in lane 2. Portadown Santa Levina from Ireland. Again, part of the really strong Irish contingent that we've got here racing in Banyoles. And hello to everyone back in the Emerald Isle who is tuning in and watching these pictures. Of course, rounding out, we've got Alison Johnson of Calgary Rowing Club from Canada, who will come through in lane 8.
Right. Yeah.
Race 3140. Juliet 6 does not have their lane number on.
So our scullers neatly making their way out of the finish area. One of them, our French sculler, will be heading back to the victory ceremony pontoon, where she'll be receiving her medal. We're going to be hot on it now because final 5 is into the last 250 metres. Lane 1, it's Leichhardt Boat Club from Australia. Then it's Shanghai Entrepreneur Rowing Club from China. RRC of Germany in 3. Canottieri Retica of Italy in 4. Salmon Arm from Canada in 5. Real Club Regattas Alicante from Spain in 6. Remo Mexico in 7. And Upper Thames Rowing Club from Great Britain in 8. And it's the sculler in lane number 6. Real Club Regattas Alicante, Maria Dominguez Chessa, who I think is out in front, leading this one, going with her. It's lane 5. It's Salmon Arm from Canada. Those two scullers leading the way. Clear water, I think, just about for our sculler from Real Club Regattas Alicante. And then one lane further up from our sculler in second place. Through the line then, confirmation. Real Club Regattas Alicante, big cheers, big whoops from the bank, lots of applause. Salmon Arm from Canada, Doris Mills, and then I think it was Reina Stoicheva of Canottieri Retica of Italy. And now coming through in lane 8 is Jeanette Caldecott of Upper Thames, and on the far side it will be Lisa Jacks of Leichhardt. Lane 7, one more to go. Maria Contreras Marin of Remo, Mexico. So there's your confirmation. A win for Real Club Regattas Alicante. We move on then to final 6. 6 scullers racing this one. Bagsvard from Denmark in 1. Real Club Regattas Alicante back in action in lane 2. Smark of Finland. Molesey Boat Club of Great Britain in 4. Avalon from the United States of America. No start for Sydney Rowing Club. And Lee Rowing Club are in lane 7 representing Ireland. Well, 500 metres, there's the big boy telling us that we're at halfway. The red line of boys indicating exactly where it is on the course. We're tracking Sally Cudmore of Lee Rowing Club. The Irish sculler going well at the moment, as is our sculler across in lane number 2 and 3. That is, of course, Real Club Regattas Alicante and Smark from Finland, but it looks to be the Irish sculler Sally Cudmore of Lee Rowing Club going well in lane number 7. There it is. There's the drone shot just telling you exactly how far ahead she is at the moment over the rest of the field. On the far side, though, lane number 1, Bagsvard still in the mix. Real Club Regattas Alicante still in the mix for that second place position, as is Smark from Finland, as is Molesey Boat Club from Great Britain, who holds that second place position. That quartet of scullers all within probably about a length or so of each other at this point in the race. And talking of scullers, well, there's one. There is Maria Dominguez Chessa of Real Club Regattas Alicante, winner of the previous race. And that is something that Ireland's Sally Cudmore will be hoping to replicate in 250 metres time. Yes, we've hit the red boys' final quarter of this race. Here we go then. what Sally Cudmore got left. What can she do in these final couple of 100 meters as we come up to the finish line? Can she hold off the charging pack? Because it continues to come. Goodness me, I think it really is starting to close in on the far side, lanes 2 and 4. Of course, Elena from Spain, Michelle from Molesey Boat Club. It looks like it's Smark, Marika, Laxonen just starting to drop back ever so slightly, but still leading the way. Oh, it's getting close as we come up to the finish line, but I think Sally Cudmore will just about manage to hold on by probably about a length or so over the rest of the closing field. Lane 4, though, Molesey Boat Club, Michelle Sturridge. Fantastic finish from her. Probably gets it to about 2/3 of a length. Great performance. And then half a canvas, I think, separating Real Club Regattas Alicante's Elena Espinosa Perez and Marika Larkson of Finland. Through on the far side, it's Anna Karina Gravard and Bagsvard Rowing Club from Denmark. Great performance there. And then we will have our final sculler left, and that will be Jennifer Bowman of Avalon from the United States of America. Jennifer Bowman of Avalon Rowing Club. Avalon, of course, have their mission to keep rowing and racing fun and inclusive. Based in Washington, D.C., Avalon. But there we go, confirmation. Sally Cudmore, Lee Rowing Club, Ireland. Lane 1, College Club Seattle from the United States. Breisaka Rudavarain in lane 2 from Germany. Bradford Amateur Rowing Club of Great Britain in 3. Vancouver Rowing Club Canada in lane 4. Lake Las Vegas Rowing Club in 5. Strathclyde Park representing Scotland and Great Britain in lane 6. Noosa Yacht and Rowing of Australia in lane number 7. Wow, wow, wow. Out in front, what a performance, what a row of Suzanne Schaffer, Breisaka Rudavarain, Angara Vitravarahain. Well out in front, leading the way. And then on screen at the moment is, of course, Sally Cudmore of Ireland, winner of final 6 of the Women's D Single Sculls. Congratulations to her.
Where are you from? From Ireland.
Ireland, oh
yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
And it looks like the next of our scullers, Suzanne Schaffer of Breisaka Rudavarain, will be next to join her on the medal pontoon after this incredibly commanding performance. But we're seeing a charge for second place coming from Paula Hubens of Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. Let's see if she's able to hold on to it as Suzanne Schaffer comes across the line. Awesome performance from the German sculler to take the win in this one. Well, here comes that sculler from Strathclyde Park, and she does do it. She's able to hang on to that second place position. Just ahead of our sculler, Amy Wright from College Club Seattle across in lane number 1. She'll be followed by Bradford Amateur Rowing Club, Susan Clark. And then Cindy Vermeulen of Noosa Yacht and Rowing, Australia. With Marjorie Belsky of Lake Las Vegas Rowing Club. Lake Las Vegas hosts a number of invites races, particularly across the collegiate scene in the US. So our drone heads up back towards the start, and so do we. Because we are ready for final 8. 3 to go on the women's D single sculls. Lane 1, Portugal, Centro Universitario de Porto. Danska Studenter Row Club from Denmark in lane 2. Roy Heineken Rhineland in 3. Tribesmen of Ireland in 4. Aberdeen Boat Club from Great Britain in 5. Lima of Peru, and Rox from the USA in lane number 7. And that is our leading sculler, Rox. That's Debbie Brazil from the United States. So Rox, rowing organization of Citrus County from Florida. Debbie Brazil out in front, leading this one. But on the far side of the course, though, we're going from lane 1 to lane 7. We've got our eye on Maria da Silva Baptista of Centro Universitario de Porto, who I think is just sneaking her bow in front over the past 100 meters or so. Cracking push coming on. Yes, we can now see we're flying in line with the boys. We can just see, I think it's the Portuguese sculler is having her bows heading through each of the buoy lines just ahead of the American, the Floridian from Citrus County, Florida. So hello to everyone who's joining from Portugal, who's joining from the United States of America. We hope you're cheering for your two scullers at the moment. What a race they're in. Debbie Brazil led for so much of this. But she's managed to step on again. She's found another gear, I think, as we come up to the finish line. Let's see what it's going to be. I think it will just be the American. Yes, Debbie Brazil from Citrus County, Florida, comes through ahead of Maria da Silva Baptista, Centro Universitario de Porto. Lane 2 comes through next. It's Joelle Jenny of Danska Studenter Row Club. And we've got Heidi Solberg Siltanen of Tribesmen from Ireland. And through just there, that is Maureen Law of Aberdeen Boat Club. So confirmation there, a win for Debbie Brazil from a rowing organization of Citrus County. Final 9 though, our penultimate race in women's D single sculls. Poplar, Blackwall and District Boat Club from Great Britain are in lane 1. Next to them it is Circolo Canoteri of Peru in 2. Noosa Yacht and Rowing of Australia go in 3. Tees Rowing Club from Great Britain in 4. Fluvio Villa Condense of Portugal in 5. White Marsh Boat Club of USA in 6. And Germany's Rudersdorf Rudeverein Kalkberg in lane 8. Well, there's 3 of our scullers in the mix at the moment. 6, 5 and 3 White Marsh Boat Clubs. Heather Hollis, Alexandra Muller of Fluvial Villa Condense of Portugal, and Suzanne Otte of Noosa Yacht and Rowing from Australia. Our race leader, though, does seem to be that sculler. In lane 6 from White Marsh, the American. Just to her left, though, just coming out of shot. Rudersdorf, Rudeverein, Kalkberg's Annette Burnett. But a great shot of 6 of our scullers. And a great shot as well on the left-hand side of our winner from the previous race, which is, of course, Debbie Brazil from rowing organization of Citrus County, United States of America in Florida. Congratulations to Debbie, winner of Final 8 of the Women's D Single Sculls. So out in front then, as we come into the last 250 metres, it's the American. This could be back-to-back wins for the United States of America. Heather Hollis of White Marsh Boat Club currently leading out in this. But how about that Portuguese sculler, Alexandra Muller? Oh, what a boat. That's an incredible paint design on the boat. They are going well. A couple of lanes across from her. One lane across from her. And again as well, the sculler in lane 3. That's Josephine Lewis of Tees Rowing Club in 4, I should say. On screen at the moment, still in the mix, is Suzanne Otti of Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club from Australia. Awesome performance, though, from Heather Hollis, White Marsh Boat Club. So we've had one American winner from Florida, one now from Pennsylvania. As White Marsh Boat Club comes through. Ahead of the likes of Portugal, Peru, and our sculler just coming through there from Rudersdorfer, Rudeverein, Kalkberg, Annette Bernhardt. And then at the top of your screen, in lane 1, will be our sculler from Poplar. In the red, white and blue of Great Britain, Anita Newland. Great row from her, Poplar Rowing Club, of course. From the east end of London, the opposite end of the river to the championship course. That's Tees Rowing Club, Josephine Lewis just coming through. She'll be followed by the Peruvian sculler Stella Calvino Fernandez coming through to round out this penultimate race in the women's D single sculls. So the headline coming out of this one then. Back-to-back wins for the United States of America and a win in this one for Heather Hollis of White Marsh Boat Club. Back up the course though, well inside the final 500 metres. We've got Germany's SV Energy Berlin in lane 1. WTW Versova of Poland in 2. Marlow Rowing Club from Great Britain in 3. SV Energy Berlin again in lane 4. Minerva Bath from Great Britain in 5. Victoria Lake, South Africa in lane 6. And White Marsh Boat Club once again in lane 7. Let's see if it's a magic side of the lake this time for White Marsh Boat Club. They won from lane 6. Let's see if they can win from lane 7. Strong challenges, though, as the rain continues to come down here in Banyoles. The misty clouds just circling some of those mountains just make it all that little bit more atmospheric. On the far side of the course, we're riding with Sabine Winkler of SV Energy Berlin. Leading at the moment, watch out for our British sculler, I think from Marlow Rowing Club. That's Jacqueline Easton going well in lane number 3. So those two scullers on the far side of the course moving well, racing across, racing against one another in fine fashion. But it is the German at the moment. It's still Sabine Winkler as we come up to the finish line with about clear water. I think probably about half a length of clear water, but Marlow closing fast. Marlow closing incredibly fast. Wow, in just a few strokes getting down to half a length from Jacqueline Easton. Closing down on Sabine Winkler, but the German will hold on. Just pushing off the pontoon, though, on the left-hand side of your picture. Congratulations once again, Heather Hollis, White Marsh Boat Club from the great state of Pennsylvania for winning final 9 of the women's D single sculls. Next through is Minerva Bath, Yuk Ching Kilby, followed by Julie Waterbury of White Marsh. And then through in lane 2, Edita Serwinska Nowak from Warsaw, Poland. So confirmation there, a win for Sabine Winkler of SV Energy Berlin. And we've now got a small gap in racing. And in that small gap in racing, we're going to hope that the rain dries up ever so slightly as it continues to fall here in Banyoles. Of course, we're going to get some rain. We can't have 5 days of racing without a little bit of rain. Banyoles has been beautiful, though, so far. The wonderful Lake Banyoles putting on an absolute stunning regatta so far. But racing will resume here on day 3 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta at 16:43 in 13 minutes' time. And we will be back with a series of finals of the men's E coxless fours. 6 finals of the men's E coxless fours to look forward to, and we will be back with all of that action at 16:43 in just over 10 minutes' time. Well, welcome back to day 3 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta here from Banyoles in Spain. We are ready to bring you our final block of racing then, right the way through to the end of the day at 6:45 local time. I'm Fergus Mainland and I'll be guiding you through all of those races. We start now with the first of our finals, the first of 6 finals for the men's coxless fours. In lane 1 for Spain, we will have Itzas Lagunac, Ardingly Rowing Club from Great Britain in 2, a German composite of Akkad, Leipzig, DHFK and Gruno in 3. Lane 4 is Copenhagen and Copenhagen's Row Club of Denmark, that composite. Germany in lane 5, Nürtingen and ARC Würzburg in lane 5. Corinthians from Brazil in 6, that we're looking at the moment. And lane 7 will be the British composite of Newark and Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club. As we said, 6 of these finals that we can be looking forward to. And of course, in their short sleeves with their skins on as the rain's coming down. Of course, it's the Danes. Of course, it's the Scandinavians from Copenhagen and Copenhagen's Row Club. Green light then. Let's kick off this evening session in style with the men's coxless fours. Lights out and away we go. Great start there from the Danes that we're following. Copenhagen and Copenhagen's Row Club. Kenny Anderson, Steen Verstavang, Arjen Hansen and Mikael Schmidt. Out of the blocks going well. And who else is going well? How about that crew in lane number 1? Itzas Lagunac, the Spanish crew with the yellow and red on their blades. Quick out the blocks, high rate of striking from them. Sharp in at the front end. Same sort of style, bouncy out there on the course. Those 3 crews just getting caught by some wash by a boat that's past them. Lane 3, that's our crew from Germany, our big German composite. Again, still bouncing about, is washy out there. It's a rocky ride for them. Sandwiched in the middle is Ardingly from Great Britain, just starting to slip back on them. This crew's still bouncing around. So important with their blade work to be tapping down, clearing the water. But the German crew, I should say, just starting to do that a little bit better than the rest of them. Look at it, bouncing all over the place out there on the course. Splashing around, a big look round from the bowman in that Spanish boat to see what's going on. Lane 3, though, as we start to smoothen out, it's the Germans, it's Akkad, it's Rodeverein Leipzig, SCDHFK and Gruno. Lane 7, though, poking their bows into contention. It's the Brits, it's Newark, it's Hollingworth Lake. Thomas Woodman, Ash Cowley, Nigel Price and Graham Price. We've seen so many of these British athletes in action before. Ash Cowley, we know he's been on the Meadow Pontoon. It's been a great little regatta for Newark, Hollingworth Lake and some of those other Nottingham clubs as well. And again, they're moving particularly nicely at the moment. These crews through 500 metres, though. Worth noting. No entry in lane 5 from Nürtingen and ARC Würzburg. There we go, 3 of our crews that we've been focusing on for much of this event so far. It's the Germans, that German composite there in lane 3, moving well, moving nicely as they come into the final 250 metres in. Red boys for the first time in this evening session. Big cheers for Newark on the bank. Lots of support. It's a big British contingent that have made the trip across. 670 athletes from Great Britain, and they are hunting at the moment, doing all they can to get themselves back in the mix with that German composite crew. We can't see what the Brits are doing at the moment. We don't know if they're sneaking, but we did see a look across from the bowman, another look across from the German bowman, suggesting that the Brits are probably close. They're taking the rating up and up and up. We'll need to wait and see what the camera's like when it pans around. The anticipation is building. Goodness me. We don't quite know what's happening, but we know the Germans are going through the roof with their rating. Another look around. Where's the finish line? That's what he's thinking as we come up to the line. Germany will hold on about half a length ahead of the charging Brits. Newark and Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club doing all they possibly can. On the far side coming through, it's the Spanish Itzas Lagunac. And then in the middle of the course, Copenhagen's Row Club. And I think Corinthians in the mix there, as well as Arding Life from Great Britain just coming through. Well, great way to kick off. Men's coxless fours and a great win for the Germans, holding off the sprinting Brits across in lane 7. Well, we go again with these coxless fours, and we will do for a wee while with this racing. We've got an international composite in lane 1 from Lithuania and Latvia. VIMK Zalgiris from Lithuania, Riga from Latvia. Then it's Chile in lane 2, Deportivo Alemán de Concepción. Capri Club Mequinenza from Spain and Regattas Rosario of Argentina. Beelbridge from Great Britain in 4, Palm Beach, USA in 5, Bristol Ariel of Great Britain in 6. Then we've got the German composite crew, Ruder Club Altverde Magdeburg, WSV Berg and Ruder Club Wittenberg go in lane 7. We're into the red boys though. Who are we riding with? Well, that is our crew in lane 2. It's the crew from Chile out in front leading this one ahead of the Americans from Palm Beach. We're also looking at the backs of VIMK Zalgiris from Lithuania and Riga of Latvia. But how good does that Chile crew look? They are so smooth as they are rowing along at the moment. Very little movement in the boat. Of course, there's very little wind out there on the course. And it's been a flat course all weekend. It's been absolutely beautiful here in Banyoles. But Chile doing well up to the line then. A great performance from Deportivo Alemán de Concepción of Chile. Big win for them. Charging quickly, it's the crew from Palm Beach, USA in quick succession. Bristol Ariel from Great Britain. Then it'll be the international crew in lane 1. The international crew in lane 3 from Spain and Regattas Rosario. With the Germans, Ruder Club Altverde Magdeburg, WSV Berg and Ruder Club Wittenberg through in lane 7. So, final results then. Confirmation. Great performance from our club from Chile. Deportivo Alemán de Concepción coming through and taking the win in the second final of men's coxless pairs. We can see all the boats just in the distance there getting ready to race. Start list for final 3 though of men's coxless fours. Germany are in 1, represented by Ruder Club Bergedorf and Ruder Gesellschaft Hansa Hamburg. My colleague Sebastian Frank, he's back racing again for Hansa Hamburg. Annecy from France, from the French Alps, going 2. International composite on Regattas Rosario, Argentina, and Turkish RM from Turkey in lane 3. Sea Club Zurich of Switzerland in 4 as we come through 500 metres. Badok 13, Kaiku and Santiago Tarak of Spain go in lane 5. Ireland have got a big composite of Shandon, Cork, Neptune and Shannon, with Great Britain's Royal Air Force in lane 7. Well, there's our leaders. It's the Irish. It's Shandon, Cork, Neptune, Shannon, Kenneth MacDonald, Con Butler, Ocean McGrath and Brian Crean as well in the mix. Bucket rig for the Irish. 2 of those rowers sat at 2 and 3 in tandem. And then from right to left at the moment, it's our Germans. Ruder Berdegoff and Ruder Gesellschaft Hansa Hamburg, just in the yellow boat to the right of your picture. We're also looking at Annecy from France. The beautiful Lake Annecy. What a place to row and train there in the French Alps. One of the great locations, one of the great lakes in the Alps as well. Next to them, though, Regattas Rosario, Argentina, Turkish RM from Turkey in that Argentinian colours there. Big sprint coming from the French. Let's see what they can do to get themselves back into contention. And again, that Regattas Rosario Turkish RM crew, one of our leaders, one of our top crews at 500 metres. But the leaders were, of course, that Irish combination, that quartet of Irish rowers. We can't see what they're doing, but we do know that those two crews are going absolutely at it, perhaps getting dangerously close to each other. Yes, the Argentinians moving across into the other lane. Perhaps they're going to be clashing. There's the clash. There's the clash of blades on the line, which means it will be the Irish who come through. Shandon, Cork, Neptune and Shannon on the far side of the lake. Avoid the chaos, avoid the collisions. Turkish RM, Regattas Rosario colliding with Annecy, drifting across into the other lane, and the Irish come through to take the win in final 3 of men's coxless fours. Wow. On the left-hand side of your screen, though, there they are, proud Chile men. Deportivo Alemán de Concepción, congratulations to them for their win. Congratulations to Gonzalo Zaniga, Prevignano, Giorgio Valibuno Echeverria, Alejandro Villarroel Ojeda, and Marcelo Royas Hube as well for their tremendous win in final 2 of men's coxless fours. Wow, all sorts of action then in this third final of the men's coxless fours. Clashing, collisions, but ultimately one champion. And that is, of course, Shandon, Cork, Neptune, and Shannon. Brilliant stuff. Back up then. For the fourth final of men's coxless fours, Starport from Great Britain in 1, a Norwegian composite of Byram Row Club and Christiana Row Club from Norway. Netherlands go in 3 with a composite of Vada de Hoop, Cornelius Tromp, Hilversum. Club Remo de Mino of Spain in 4. We've got an international crew of Arke am Wannsee of Germany, Bremen 82, Germany, and Copenhagen of Denmark in 5. Pool Rowing Club from Great Britain in 6. SK Kalev of Estonia in 7. Well, lanes 3 and 5, that's who we are riding with at the moment, who we think is out in front. Vada de Hoop, Cornelius Tromp from lane 3, the Dutch crew. Momentum is with the Dutch, that's for sure. Momentum also with the Spanish crew next to them, Club Remo de Mino. And with the Estonians in lane 7, a few seconds back on them. So we've probably got about 3 seconds, probably just over a length or so, from our international crew, our Germans and our Danes, back to our Spanish Club Remo de Mino. And then probably another 4 or 5 seconds back to our Estonian crew, SK Kalev, as well. So there's our leading crew. It's a less chaotic line, a lead up to the final and the race we had just before. Sometimes that's quite nice. Sporting the blade colours of De Hoop, one of the great clubs of the Netherlands. Teaming up with Vada, Cornelius Tromp, Hilversum. They will up to the line. They will enjoy that applause. Great performance from them. Great performance as well from our previous winners, Kenneth MacDonald, Con Butler, Oisin McGrath, and Brian Crean of Shandon, Cork, Neptune, and Shannon, winning final 3 of the men's coxless fours for Ireland. Through the line, though, that's lane 5. That's Arke am Wannsee from Germany, Bremen 82 of Germany, and Copenhagen from Denmark, followed by Club Remo de Mino, Pool Rowing Club from Great Britain, Starport from Great Britain on the top of your screen in lane 1, just avoiding the big boy. And then we'll have Pool. And then we'll have the Norwegian composite, Christiana Row Club and Byram Row Club, the Norwegians.
cas tenim el carrer olímpic de Barcelona, Ramon Riba, Jordi Riba, Xina Pérez, Josep Ventosa, pel carrer 2 tenim el vot del Lockbrook de Gran Bretanya, pel carrer 3 un composat internacional de Mendoza, regates argentines, Olímpies de Brasil, pel carrer 4 el Frankfurt, que viene la Offenbach de...
So that was, of course, final four. A great win for the Dutch Vavada, De Hoop and Cornelius Tromp Hilversum. Willem Have, Stefan Bon, Marcel Voortman and Taco Bavalar. Final five then. Lane 1, Olympique Barcelona. Loughborough Boat Club from Great Britain in 2. Mendoza de Regatas of Argentina team up with Corinthians of Brazil in lane 3. Frankfurter Ruderverein and Ruderverein Hellas Offenbach of Germany in 4. Tartu of Estonia go in lane 5. And then the international composite of Partes from Japan, SMBS of France in 6, with Nottingham Rowing Club from Great Britain in 7. Well, lane 5, that's Tartu of Estonia in the red kit as we come into the last 200 metres. Let's see what they can do. Going well as well. All the way on the far side, Olympique Barcelona. They're just out of shot. We can see some of their splashes in the distance. They were 3 seconds back on the Estonians at 500 metres, so let's see what they can do to get themselves back into contention. I think we're going to be incredibly close coming up to the line, but I think it will be lane 5. It will be Tartu, the Estonians, who I think are just about able to hold on to that advantage that they have by a length on the line, Tartu. But then fast finishing, lane 6, Pares from Japan, SMBS from France, that international composite. And now we wait and see who else is going to be making an appearance and challenging on the rest of the field. Fast finishing, it's Nottingham Rowing Club, Andy Brown, Ian Hill, Michael Walker, Andrew Backenbury, just getting themselves ahead of, I think, Loughborough Boat Club, Jeremy Haygate, Lawrence Burke, Charles Henry, Keith Hudson, who themselves, again, just ahead of Mendoza de Regatas. No, I think that is Frankfurter, Ruderverein, Hellas Offenbach, just ahead of Mendoza de Regatas and Corinthians. The Argentinians and the Brazilians coming together for that composite in lane 3. Well, there's our Dutch winners from Final 4. Willem Have, Stefan Bon, Marcel Voortman and Taco Bavalar from Vada de Hoop and Cornelius Tromp Hilversum. Congratulations, gentlemen. Confirmation then, though, of Final 5. A win for Tartu of Estonia. So our 6th final, our last final of men's coxless 4s. Coming up to the halfway point. German composite in 1, RGF Lert, Send and Linden 11. Pool in 2, Chinook from the US in 3, Nottingham Rowing Club Great Britain in 4, Seiberger of Germany in 5, Tonsberg Row Club, Moss Row Club and Sandefjord Row Club, the Norwegians in 6, Victoria Lake South Africa in 7. Well, Pool from Great Britain. That's our crew over on the right-hand side of your screen with the white tops and the red stripes going around them. Leading out well, as are Seiberger from Germany. Our crew in lane 5, Eric Ring, Arndt Vellerhaus, Gunther Raderschad and Wolfgang Stocker. But it is Pool at the moment. Pool Rowing Club from Great Britain. Raymond Wilson, Ian Hill, Wayne Callahan and Peter Jacobs into the red boys. 200 metres or so left to go. On screen, though, it's the Estonians. It's Laurie Prind, Tanel, Kleeman, Irmas Hein and Eidrik Salk, the Estonians of Tartu, winners of Final 5. And barring any disaster, the next crew on will be the crew of Great Britain of Pool Rowing Club. They've got about half a length over the chasing field. Seiberger of Germany not quite able to reel them in the end. They'll be chased hard by the likes of Chinook, the Norwegian composite of Tonsberg, Moss and Sandefjord. Nottingham Rowing Club come through just ahead of the German composite of Linden, Schend and RGF Lert. So great racing from Poole, holding off the charge, led by 0.3 of a second or so at 500, growing that to just over a second at the end. 3 finals now coming up of women's G to M coxed fours. This field of 8 is all racing category G, average age of 65 and above. Lane 1, US Composite, Mile High, Long Beach, Avalon, Lucky Charms, Lake Washington. Lane 2, Australian Composite, Ngambia and Hawthorne. Lane 3, again, big US Composite, Endeavour Racing Alliance, Rocky Mountains, Minneapolis, Atlanta. Lane 4, International Composite of Australia, Marlow from Great Britain, and ANA from Australia, the other club being Perth, Australia. Irish Composite, Tribesmen, Belfast, Old Collegians. Lane 6, British Composite, Bewdley, Upton, Birmingham. Lane 7, International Composite of USA, Avalon, and River City Women's, Australia. Great Britain, Star, Bedford Star, and Milton Keynes Rowing Club. So we're through 500 metres. Lengthy roll call there, what with all of the composites involved. Wonderful to see all of these teams coming together and racing. This, though, is the second of our US composite crews. Endeavour, Rocky Mountain, Minneapolis, Atlanta coming together for this one. Leading out well at the moment over the rest of the field. Going well also that crew in lane 8, Bedford Star, Milton Keynes Rowing Club. We've seen a number of those composites coming together, those two clubs working well over the course of this regatta here in Banyoles. So over on the far side in the red kit, that's our second American composite, Mile High, Long Beach, Avalon, Lucky Charms, Lake Washington. In the mix, a little bit further back on our leading American crew there in the middle of the course. We'll call them our luminous Americans for now, based on their kit, and our red Americans over on the far side. Two slightly different styles on display there. The Americans in the middle, longer, more powerful, but on the top, just trying to get as many strokes in as possible. The rate's starting to go up as we come up to the line. It will be the first of our American crews. Endeavour Racing Alliance, Rocky Mountain, Minneapolis Rowing Club, and Atlanta. Terry Walters, Peggy Bailey, Margaret Oliver, Christine Miller, and Rachel Guin up to the line, winners of Women's G to M Final 1 coxed fours. Next are the American crews, Helen Freichman, Grace Malacrida, Anne-Marie Butcher, and Rachel Alexander, and their cox Grace Lee. And just on the left-hand side of your screen, our medalists from the men's E-Coxless Fours Final 6. Poole, Raymond Wilson, Ian Hill, Wayne Callahan, and Peter Jacobs. 2 coming through in quick succession. Looks to be Perth, Marlow, and ANA, our Australian British composite, and the Irish composite of Belfast, Tribesmen, Old Collegians. Ngambia and Hawthorne then come through, and they're followed by River City Women's and Avalon teaming up from Australia and America. So confirmation then, a win for our American composite, Endeavour Racing Alliance, Rocky Mountain, Minneapolis Rowing Club, and Atlanta. So hello to everyone tuning in from those clubs in the US. And we go back up then. We join final 2. The Irish composite in lane 1, we can see them on screen at the moment. Clonmel, Skibbereen, and Cork. Next to them, the international composite, Rem Barcelona of Spain, Avalon, USA. Corinthians from Brazil, Sao Paulo. Next to them, it's North Suburban crew. The international composite of Seattle Scullers, USA, Iberia, Spain, Canottieri Roma, Italy, Canottieri Casa, Italy, and Offaly from Ireland. The American composite of Riverside and Community Rowing coming out of Boston in lane 6, Champion of the Thames, lane 7, and the international composite of SAC USA, FRCW Berlin from Germany, Klaipėda Masters Lithuania, Montreal, Canada, and Sespel Evesos from Hungary. So 2 of our crews we're riding with, lane 4, lane 8, North Suburban crew there in the red and the blue, and lane 8 is our international crew from Lithuania, from Germany, from Hungary, Canada, the USA, 5 nations represented there. Great shot there of some of our crews. Over on the far side, lane 1. It's the Irish who are out of shot at the moment. We know they're moving well with the likes of North Suburban as well. That's that crew in lane 4. Just to the right-hand side of your screen. They've all got the red baseball caps on, except their bow women. Into the final 250 metres. We know the Irish are quick. We know they were just behind this North Suburban crew as we come up to the line, starting to see some of their puddles there just appearing on the top of your screen. We've probably got about 150 metres left to go. North Suburban really starting to take the rate up now because they know the Irish are still there. The Irish haven't left yet. Goodness me, I think this is going to be very close. It was, what, just over a second separating them at the halfway point. It could even be even closer as we come up to the finish line. Perhaps Ireland have even rode them down. We shall see as the camera is panning round. Great move, I think, from the Irish. They've overturned them as we come up to the finish line. Ireland leading by a canvas. What a move. Or perhaps not quite. I spoke far too soon. It was North Suburban crew. Then I think just Ireland ahead of that international composite from the USA, Germany, Lithuania, Canada, and Hungary. That's the curse of the commentator right there. Speaking too soon, jumping the gun. Coming through now, though, in lane 7, that is Champion of the Thames. Lane 6, Riverside Community Rowing, wearing the colours of Riverside Boat Club, followed by Seattle Scullers, Iberia, Canottieri Roma, and Canottieri Casal and Offaly. Lane 2 coming through now, Rem Barcelona, and Avalon from the United States of America. As the rain continues to fall here. Up to the line then for Rhonda Bostic, Rosanna Gramuglia, Martha Maguire, Susan Lucas, Conwell, and Anna Podgornaya. Well, you can see on the screen the heavens really starting to open here in Banyoles, but it's certainly not dampening the spirits of our crews. Winners there, North Suburban crew. So all of those crews we just saw were in the G category. But this next race, 4 crews racing, all international composites. And our crew in lane 1 is category H. That's SAC from the USA, Avalon USA, Riverside USA, Dawn Rowing from Canada, and Baltimore Community Rowing USA. Then the next 2 crews are category I. First of which is Vada from the Netherlands, Bedford Star from Great Britain, Rocky Mountain USA, Minneapolis Rowing Club, and Ravana, both from the USA. Also racing category I is Avalon in the United States of America. And our international composite in lane 4, Avalon USA, Chinook USA, USVTU Dresden from Germany, Nyborg of Denmark, and Kenai Cruisers USA. They're racing category J. So just a reminder of what that means. H, an average age of the crew must be more than 70. I, the average age of the crew more than 75. And J, an average age of the crew is more than 80. So that's the crew in lane 1 coming up to 500 meters. SAC Rowing, Avalon, Riverside, Dawn Rowing from Canada, and Community Rowing, Baltimore, forming that crew.
And now we have the box for women's categories. In this case, are different.
So we go out on a limb at this point. SAC could be Sacramento State from the USA. Apologies if that is incorrect. Avalon from the USA, Riverside hailing from Boston. Avalon, we've already talked about, you know, a big mission from them to get more people into the sport of rowing, keep rowing and racing fun and inclusive, and that's exactly what they're doing here, the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Well, there's our winners then of the previous race. North Suburban Crew, United States of America, winners of final 2 of Women's G2M Coxed Fours. Cara Peloton, Judith Bowe, Margaret Corboy, Mauricia Kraus, and Caroline Glastris. Well, lane 2 is the first of our crews racing in category I, from the Netherlands, from Great Britain, and from the USA. Anne-Marie Patiste, Ruth Ann Kahn, Christina Lund, and Amy Schonstrom, coxed by Lucian Cox. Those are the 2 crews we can see on screen at the moment. Great rowing from all 10 of them.
Reaching the final line, and the winner is lane 1 international composite, Catherine Widgery, Corey Sims, and Calvin Howen, Susan Hooten, and Michelle McGee. Second, lane 2, another international composite, Anne-Marie Pattis, Ruth Ann Kahn, Christina Land, Amy Schonstrom, Lucian Cox. Now is crossing the line in 3rd position, another international composite in lane 4, Judith Demers, Lizzie Hastrup.
So just crossing the line there. Our entry in category J, Avalon USA, Chinook USA, USVTU Dresden, Germany, Nyburg, Kenai Cruisers, Judith Demers, Lizzie Hastrup, Barbara Plon, Veronica Zimmert, and S.A. O'Connor. So we're with our second of 2 entries in the I category then. Avalon USA, Anne Jane Gray, Catherine Ray, Kathy Robson, Carlotta Carpenter, and Grace Lee, their cox. Through there, what an effort from all 4 of those crews. A reminder, H over the age of 70, I over the age of 75, and J over the age of 80, average ages for the crews. Confirmation of the results on screen just now. Up the course, though, we move across to double sculls. Women's B double sculls, to be specific. We've got 8 of these finals coming up. first of which is on screen at the moment. It's Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 1, Huaran Rowing of China in 2, Fredericton, Canada in lane 3, the International Composite of Bratislava, Poland, and Essendon of Australia in 4, Copenhagen's Row Club Denmark in 5, Peterborough from Great Britain in 6, Bremer Ruder Club Hansa and Alemannia Germany in 7, with Belfast Rowing Club going in lane 8. Well, here we are, 500 metres halfway through the race. And we're watching the crew, I think, in lane 1. That's Nottingham Rowing Club, the Beaumont sisters, Anna and Catherine. And despite having no bow number, I believe that is a crew of Belfast Rowing Club. But we'll wait and see what happens as that unfolds down towards the line. Nottingham Rowing Club going well, though. That's them on the right-hand side of your screen, going with them as well. Huron Rowing from China in lane 2, just to the left of them. The other two crews are tracking at the moment. So Nottingham Rowing Club into the final 250 metres, just ahead of the Chinese combination. Anna Beaumont and Catherine Beaumont just getting the better of Junwen Huang and Zhaonan He. Moving really well there. We've got to keep our eyes as well, though, on the Germans on this side of the course, the commentary side. Bremer, Ruder Club Hansa and Alemannia. They're in a really great race with those Brits. We don't quite see it at the moment. Belfast Rowing Club on the outskirts. So as we come up to the line, as the camera pans round, we know Nottingham are going well. We know they led through the opening stages of the race through 500 metres, but only just by 0.7 of a second. We haven't been able to see what the Germans have been doing in these last couple of 100 metres or so. So up to the line then, we're going to have Nottingham Rowing Club. But what about the Germans? I think the Germans, ever so close on the line then. Between Nottingham Rowing Club and the Germans, Bremer, Ruder Club Hansa, Alemannia. They absolutely closed down that margin that they had at the halfway point. 0.7 of a second. It was even less at the finish. And we'll need to wait and see what happens when we get the official results. It was desperately close on the line between those two clubs. Now, though, coming through, this is Fredericton. This is Anna Johnson and Ashley Durdle of Fredericton, the Canadians. Just coming through. They'll be followed by the crew in lane 5. Copenhagen's Row Club, Diana Koford and Nelly Ekegren. So we're awaiting official confirmation. Was it Nottingham Rowing Club? Was it the Germans? Was it Bremer, Ruder Club Hansa, Alemannia? Well, the times are popping up in front of us. It was the Germans. Look how close that was. 0.07 of a second. One of the closest margins we've had here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Congratulations to the Germans. Commiserations to Nottingham Rowing Club, to the Beaumont sisters. But we're back up though. We're less than 250 metres to go. In the second final, Turkey, Moda Kurek Kulubu in 1, Copenhagen's Row Club of Denmark in 2, Glebe from Australia in 3, Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha in lane 4. That's them on screen at the moment. Giori Atalekikai Club Hungary in 5, TWDW from Poland in 6, Great Britain's Bristol Ariel in 7, and Stuttgart Rudergesellschaft Germany in lane 8. The drones back up, the skies have dried out, and it is Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha leading this one out. The Germans not quite managing to let them go across in lane number 8. But it will be on the line. It will be the British. Rebecca Campbell, Jennifer Bailey, Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha by a length over Stuttgarter Rudergesellschafts, Mona Ardelonu and Annika Sauter. Next through it will be TWDW of Poland in quick succession. They'll be followed by the Hungarians, Rika Petersak and Sofia Bend. Copenhagen's a row club coming through there. Christiana Dorsch and Ilona Hall. So one of our winners from our earlier racing on screen. And the drone's back up. The skies have dried out. We can get these phenomenal shots of Lake Banyoles back once again. So there's our crew from Turkey over in lane 1. Asukan, Kayador, Kakira and Mila Erkaya just finishing up their race. And that means we will be flying back up for final 3 of the women's B double sculls any moment now. Let's start to give you some of those runners and riders then for that third final. Aberdeen Boat Club from Great Britain in lane 1. Ruhr Gesellschaft Hansa Hamburg will come in lane 2. Capri Club Mequinenza and CDB Madrid Velocidad from Spain in 2. Confirmation there, a win for Mortlake. Turkey will go in lane 4 of this next final. Moda Kurek Kulubu. Sterling Rowing Club Great Britain in 5. UR Joko of France in 6. East Bay USA in 7. And a Swiss composite of Kusnacht and C Club Sempak in lane 8. Well, it's those last 2 crews. East Bay USA, Kusnacht, C Club Sempak. 7 and 8 respectively there, just on the right hand side of your screen, up to the line. Very close racing from the 2 of them. Great racing for East Bay. Kylan Ellison and Petra Goujon just ahead of Franziska Jurch and Annika Erlein. The Americans beating out the Swiss there. Smiling faces though, happy faces for our winners. It's on the left hand side of your screen. Coming through now though. Correction, I think it was. We'll bring you the confirmation of these results for final 3 of women's B double sculls. In fact, Kusinacht, C Club and Sempak not participating in this one, so my apologies. Sterling Rowing Club on top ahead of UR Joku of France. Great win for Sterling Rowing Club there. We move on though to final 4. Hemus and Rudeverein de Lac from the Netherlands in lane 1. Soro and Bagsvard of Denmark in 2. Aberdeen Boat Club go in lane 3. RK Am Vanasi of Germany in 4. Smark of Finland in 5. Akademiska of Sweden in 6. Royal Navy of Great Britain in 7. Corinthians team up with Strathclyde Park, the Brazilians and the Brits in lane 8. They are coming up to the line though. On the left-hand side though, we can appreciate our winners from final 2. That is Mortlake Anglian and Alphas, Rebecca Campbell and Jennifer Bailey showing off their medals. But up to the line then. Akademiska from Sweden, just ahead of Hemus Roevereinigen de Lac. And then just ahead of Corinthians and Strathclyde Park from Brazil. Next up, that is Aberdeen Boat Club. Great racing from Aberdeen. And they'll be followed by the German crew, RK Amvanesi. We'll have the Finnish combination through next from Smark. Over on the Meadow Pontoon, it is Stirling Rowing Club, winners of our previous final, Natalie Firth and Christine Graveling. Congratulations to both of them, wearing the blue, white and black kit of the Scottish Masters. Big Scottish contingent that have made the trip across, but with the colours of Stirling Rowing Club on their blades. Just coming out to shot there, passing, that was Corinthians in Strathclyde Park, Gillian Connell and Vanessa Goncalves Caldas. But a great win for Sweden, Akademiska RF on top. Well, let's get ready for the next one, already into the final 250 metres. Final 5 of the women's B double sculls. Hungary in lane 1. International composite from the USA and Germany in 2. It's those Hungarians leading out at the moment. Alisson's Row Club Norway in 3. Moda Kurek Kulubu of Turkey in 4. Upper Thames from Great Britain in 5. Watch out for them. The international composite from Brazil and Hong Kong in 6. Nautilus 1, the Netherlands in 7. And the British composite of Exeter and Gloucester in lane 8. Well, blanket finish. Exeter Gloucester on the bottom of your screen, perhaps just starting to push themselves into the lead. Going well as well, Nautilus from the Netherlands, 1 lane up as well. The international composite from Brazil and Hong Kong. But on the top of your screen, it's the Hungarians, it's Szeged, and it is Győri Atletika, who I think pipped the rest of the field as they came through. That's Rocky Mountain USA and Bramberger Rudergesellschaft. The USA and the the Germans coming together. On the left of your screen, though, that is our winners of our previous race. Akademiska RF, Anna Louise Volk and Natalie Dokzalskiski. So next coming through, it's lane 4. It is Moda Kurek Kulubu, the Turkish crew, represented by Guy Kepik and Safai Altun. The two of them coming up to the line. They'll be next across in this 5th final of the women's B double sculls. B doubles, of course, meaning they have an average age of 36 in these crews. So we just wait for confirmation then coming through. And it was a win. Again, less than 0.7 of a second. It was the Hungarians beating out Upper Thames, who themselves had a second or so to Nautilus from the Netherlands. Well, we're flying along. We're already to final 6. Glebe from Australia in 1. Swindon from Great Britain in 2, the Irish composite in 3, Nottingham from Great Britain in 4, Shanghai in 5 from China, Red Sands PEI from Canada in 6, Loughborough Boat Club Great Britain in 7, and Poznan Poland in lane 8. Up to the line, it's that crew in lane 4, Nottingham from Great Britain, Elizabeth Moore, Alison Waller. And then I think it's the crew from lane 2, Swindon Rowing Club, Eleanor Miles and Anna Nicol. We'll then have Clonmel and Tralee teaming up with Sandra Wall and Paula Maloney in lane 3, followed by Glebe Australia, Jacqueline Harris and Belindy Rowe. And lane 7, that's Loughborough from Great Britain, Natalie Lavalle and Lucy Tyers. This crew in lane 8 at the moment, I've got to be careful because we will have Poznan coming through, but this at the moment is Red Sands and PEI from Canada, Cassidy Doucette and Verna Ryan. The Canadians just coming through there. So confirmation there, a win for Nottingham Rowing Club from Great Britain. Big cheers, big support for Nottingham Rowing Club. Racing keeps coming, final 7, women's B double sculls. Buell from Great Britain in 1. Kassela Rudergesellschaft Germany in 2. Warwick Boat Club from GB in 3. Corinthians of Brazil in 4. Heuvelheinigen Tor, Netherlands, lane 5. Allison's Row Club Norway in lane 6. Porsgrunn Row Club from Norway team up with St Michael's of Ireland in 7. With Shanghai Entrepreneur Club in lane 8. Well, it's the crew in lane 5. It's the Dutch. It's Heineken Tor out leading the way with a length advantage over the crew in lane 7. That's the international crew from Ireland and from Norway. Over on the far side, though, we will have quick finishing. But across the line, first of all, it's that crew in lane 5. Roy Verheinigen Tor of Netherlands, Mandy Bax and Katrien Schoenmakers. But then, as I said, it would be fast finishing. Well, it is. Lane 3, Warwick. Beale Bridge also in the mix there, along with Corinthians from Brazil. And Kassela Rudergesellschaft of Germany in lane 2. They'll all be followed by Shanghai Entrepreneur Rowing Club. But congratulations to Nottingham Rowing Club on the left-hand side of your screen. Winners of Final 6 of the Women's B Double Sculls, Elizabeth Moore and Alison Waller. This, of course, as we've said, Shanghai Entrepreneur Rowing Club, Zhao Feng and Yang Hongku will come through in lane 8. Well, confirmation then, it's the Dutch on top. Roy Verheinigen Tor. This is final 8 then. Calgary in 1 of Canada. Nautique Tarragona of Spain in 2. Fredensborg of Denmark in 3. Nuss Jotten Rowing in 4. Arcio Hennigsdorf of Germany in 5. Poznan team up with Triton from Poland in 6. Friedensborg in lane 7 and Norwich in lane number 8. Lane 5 going particularly well at the moment. Arcio Hennigsdorf, the German, Silke Schultz and Ina Bauer leading out at the moment. Norwich Rowing Club from Great Britain just there at the bottom of your screen. Moving nicely as well, it's the crew in lane 6, Poznan and Triton, the Polish composite. But on the line through, it's the Germans. It's Arcio Hennigsdorf just ahead of Norwich, and in quick succession, Poznan Triton. Well, there we are, on screen. That's our Dutch winners from our previous race. Mandy Bax and Katrien Schoenmakers from the Netherlands, from Heineken Tor. And there's still big smiles and cheers from both of them. So great racing still coming. That was, of course, a win for the Germans, RCO Hennigsdorf. Final 8, the 8th and last final, which means we now switch over to men's H coxed fours, the average age in this over the age of 70. 6 crews racing this first one, 3 finals coming up of men's H coxed fours. And this first lane, it's an international composite of Great Britain and Australia. 3 British crews represented are Poplar and Blackwall District, Marlow Rowing Club and Upper Thames, with Mossman the Australians on board. Avignon from France next to them, Bedford Star in 3, Corinthians from Bedford in 4. Another British composite, this time Derwent, Nottingham, Quinton and Nottingham and Union, with WK Masters from Japan. Well, very tight through 500 metres, just a couple of seconds separating them, but our leaders at 500 metres, and I think our leaders at the moment still is the crew from Bedford Star. That crew, Christopher Wisby, Stuart Sadler, Adrian Scott, Kevin Armstrong, and their cox Alexander Gentry. What a race they are in, up against the other British combination, Derwent, Nottingham, Quinton, Nottingham and Union. Half a length's advantage that Bedford Star have got as we come up to the finish line. Let's see if they're able to hold it on. It looks like that other British composite just underrating them ever so slightly as we come up to the finish line. They're just taking their rate up, but I think it will be Bedford Star on the line. Victory for them. Medal is going back to the River Great Ouse in Bedford. Slapping the water from the cox there. Absolutely chuffed with that. Then in quick succession, Corinthians, I think, just ahead of the French Avignon. On the far side, our international composite from Australia and Great Britain. But just to the left of your screen, our winners of Final 8 of the Women's B Doubles, RCO Hennigsdorf, Silke Schutz and Ina Bauer. We're back riding, though, with the Japanese crew, WK Masters, in their stern loader 4. They come through the line. Of course, 2 different configurations. We can have bow loaders or stern loaders. Stern loaders where the cox is sitting facing the whole crew. Bow loaders where they're lying down, aerodynamic, low down in the bows of the boat, but of course unable to see what their crew is up to. Well, confirmation there. Bedford Star on top in final 1 of the men's H coxed fours. Up the course then. Here we go. We're at 500 metres. We pick up the second final in lane 1 from Great Britain. DRC and Upper Thames. Lane 2, the American composite, Cambridge, Detroit and Rocky Mountain. Lane 3, the French composite, Compenois, Cognac Avignon, Rowing Club Port Marly. Marlow Rowing Club from Great Britain in 4. USA represented by Cambridge, Palm Beach, Minneapolis, and Great Britain represented by Cantabrigian and Champion of the Thames, that Cambridge-based program. Now then, we're about 280 metres, I'd say, out from the finish line. It's the crew in lane 5. It's the American composite, our second of our American composite. This one, Cambridge, Palm Beach, Minneapolis. They've got a length advantage over the second of our American composites, Cambridge, Detroit, and Rocky Mountain. Going with them, though, it's the French composite. Let's see if France can upset proceedings here at the moment. We're into the red boys. The Americans are on track for a red, white, and blue 1-2 in this second final of the men's H coxed fours. Let's see if France can spoil the party. I don't know if they will be able to. It does look like it's the Americans, though. Lane 5, Cambridge, Palm Beach, Minneapolis, still leading out in front. But the second of our American crews, perhaps just starting to close them down ever so slightly. But here we go then, up to the line. Lane 5, Cambridge, Palm Beach, Minneapolis, first place, ahead of their countrymen from Cambridge, Detroit, and Rocky Mountain. On screen, though, it's the men from Bedford. Bedford Star, Christopher Wispy, Stuart Sadler, Adrian Scott, Kevin Armstrong, and their cox Alexandra Gentry, winners of final one of the men's H coxed fours. Well, we've seen some spectacular kits, but this one is up there. WK Masters of Japan coming through in lane 6. Awesome kit there. But a win, though, for our American crew from Cambridge, Palm Beach, and Minneapolis. We go back up our third final, our last final of the men's H coxed fours. We've got an international composite in 1 from Great Britain and Canada. Notts County and Nottingham from Great Britain, Maple Bay, and Vancouver Rowing Club of Canada. Nagoya of Japan in 2. International composite from Croatia and Great Britain. The British clubs are Molesey, Quinton, and Wallingford. Haviki Madlost, the international crew from Croatia. Another international composite next to them from the United States, Hungary, and Switzerland. Willamette, the American crew. Vats Masters and Ferenc Chavos from Hungary, with Baden of Switzerland. And then the American composite, Willamette and Detroit Boat Club in lane 5. Well, through 500, it was that crew in lane 5, the All-American composite of Willamette and Detroit, who were leading out. The crew that we're riding with, though, that's Vats Masters, Ferenc Chavos, and Baden. Correction, they were the ones leading out by about 4 seconds. So the Hungarians in their black with a red, white, and green leading out this field. There's the crew of Palm Beach, Cambridge, and Minneapolis just getting their credentials checked because they are winners of final 2 of men's H coxed 4. But up to the line, let's see if our international composite from the US and from Switzerland and from Hungary can hold on against the rest of the field. As we said, 4-second margin they head over the crew in lane 5. The Americans, and they do, they hold on. Great charge coming, though, from Willamette and Detroit, and I think from the crew, I think in lane 2. No, sorry, correction, lane 3, Molesey, Quinton, Wallingford, Haviki Madlost coming through now. It's Nottingham, Maple Bay, Vancouver, and Notts County. Quick succession here for the coxed fours. And next across the line, finally, will be Nagoya of Japan, rounding out this last final of the men's H coxed fours. And of course, this means we are heading into our final hour of racing here on day 3 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta. So we got up the course because we moved from coxed fours to singles. We moved from men's H to men's C. These scullers being 43 and above. Lane 1, Smark of Finland. Corinthians from Brazil in 2. That's who we have our camera trained on at the moment. Club de Remo Ria de Marin of Spain in 3. America Rowing Club from Argentina in 4. Ruder Club Alm Baldenais from Germany in 5, Hertzbahn of Netherlands in 6, Club de Remos Mercedes in lane 7, and Aviron Tours from France in lane 8. 8 scullers, fully loaded racing this one, and we've got a lot of these single sculls races to bring you. 13, in fact. It's a baker's dozen of men's C single sculls racing. So these men's C single sculls will then lead into women's E coxless 4s. And I will be closing out the day with men's F8s. All of that to look forward to. 13 rounds, though, of the men's C single sculls. Through 500 metres, well, it was our sculler from Club de Remos Mercedes in lane 7. What a shot there, all 8 scullers. Well, it was that lane 7 sculler from Uruguay leading at 500 metres. That has changed, though. It's our sculler now in lane 2. I think it looks to be our sculler from Corinthians from Brazil going with them as well. It's America from Argentina. They are your 2 leading scullers at the moment. Uruguay having to settle for 2nd place. To the left of your screen, though, it's our winners of final 3 of men's H coxed 4, Willamette Rowing Club, Vats Masters, Ferencváros and Baden from Switzerland. But out in front, though, this is developing into a cracking race. Between Corinthians, between America, between the South Americans, it's Brazil against Argentina. It's early Bastida Neto against Leonardo Moretti. And wow, this is a sprint. It's a sprint that is coming, I think, from Argentina, but it won't be enough. On the line, it will be early Batista of Neto from Corinthians, who just holds on for 1st place. Next up through, it's Rodrigo Perez from Uruguay, just ahead of Hertzbarn's Marco Blowoff. Jeffrey Lord of France coming through there, followed by Rode Club Am Baldenais. Francisco Javier Lopez Portas of Club de Remo Ria de Marin. But a win for our sculler from Corinthians, as Smarks Philip Arnez comes through. Confirmation there, win for Corinthians. Just 0.7 of a second ahead of his South American friend from Argentina. Well, up the course then. For the second of our finals in the men's C single sculls, TWDW Poland in 1, Morakurek Kulubu from Turkey in 2, Daniel of Israel in 3, Tirrenia Tordaro of Italy in 4, Mendoza de Regattas in lane 5, Sports Nautique Tain Tournon of France in 6, Adna Remo of Portugal in 7, Club Remo Vigo in lane 8. Well, that's our camera. We're riding with the sculler in lane 4. That is Leonid Hatskin from Daniel Rowing Club. On the far side of the course, though, in lane 1, that's also our Polish sculler from TWDW. Moving very well, though, that Israeli sculler there in lane number 4. Also, lane 2, it's the Turkish sculler, Turka Mileti. And as well, in lane 8, Club Remo Vigo, Jorge Cabera, Alvar Gonzalez, who I think did them all on the line. I think a win for our Spanish sculler, Club Remo Vigo. On the far side, TWDW from Poland just coming through ahead of Miguel Lopez of Adna Remo of Portugal. Next up will be our Italian sculler, Andrea Petracci of Tirrenia Tordaro. And now we'll have Sports Nautique Tain Tournon Ludovic Martin. So there is a very happy man. A very happy man from Corinthians early, Batista Neto, the winner of final one of the men's C single sculls. So up to the start for final three then. Huron Rowing from China, Palm Beach, USA in lane 2, Swan River, Australia in lane 3, Ravens from South Africa in 4, Brussels of France in 5, Banderant from Brazil in 6, Soro of Denmark in 7, Armik from Bulgaria in lane 8. So through 500 metres then, Soro of Denmark, represented by Christian Molvig in lane 7, leading the way with about 3 seconds of an advantage over Armik Ivo Tuskev. That's the two of them. But what about our sculler across in lane number 2? What about Artur Samsonov of Palm Beach, USA? Those are your three scullers out leading at the moment. A Bulgarian, a Dane, and an American as well, right in the mix. So let's see what happens then as we come up to the finish line. It does look like it is the American in lane 2, Artur Samsonov, Palm Beach, USA, who has the advantage. Probably about a length or so over the rest of the field as we come up to the finish line. There we go, a win. Palm Beach, United States of America, Artur Samsonov. And again, very, very close between lane 7, 6 and 8. Denmark just over Brazil, Banderante. And Armik Ivo Tuskev of Armik pushed down into 4th place. Coming through, we've now got Ravens, Peter Clark of Ravens, just ahead of Gaetan Stuno of Brussels, France. And through in lane 1, we've got Tiganji of Huron Rowing from China. So there's our winner, Terenia Todaro, Andrea Petracci of Italy for that final in final 2 of the men's C single sculls. Confirmation though of final 3, Palm Beach, USA, just as our next race is coming into shot. Rocky Mountain, USA in 1, Emulation Nautique Bordeaux, France in 2, Banyoles in 3, Takon Sutajat of Finland in 4, Potsdamer Ruder Club Germania in 5, The Core from Italy in 6, Ravens again from South Africa in 7, and Egypt team in lane 8. Well, it was the core. It was Paolo Vivian leading at halfway. And he is still leading at the moment. Paolo Vivian has probably a length's advantage over Brandon Skinner of Ravens. And then we go up to the top of the screen. We go up to our French sculler in lane 2, Michael Hittier of Emulation Nautique Bordeaux, who holds on to that 3rd place position at the moment. Paolo Vivian doing all that he possibly can to keep that lead, keep that advantage that he has over the rest of the field. Just 100 metres or so left of him in the closing stages of this race. Final 4 of the men's C single scull. But Brandon Skinner of Ravens, the South African, certainly not giving up as we come up to the finish line. It will be the Italian, it will be the core, it will be Paolo Vivian ahead of Brandon Skinner of Ravens. So through there, on the top of your screen, Rocky Mountain, Kalin Dotkov. Fast finishing closest to us as well. Ahmed Lashin of Egypt team.
Anyway, in English, the winner in this race has been Paolo Vivian de Il Clube Zacor, Italia.
Confirmation a win for Paolo Vivian of the court, ahead of the South African, the Frenchman, the German, the American, and the Finnish sculler. We zoom back up though to pick up final 5. Lane 1, it's the Frenchman from UR Joko, Klaipėda Masters of Lithuania in 2, Schweiringer Rudergesellschaft, Germany in 3, Rodeverein Viking Spital of Austria in 4, Christiana Row Club of Norway in 5, Malmö Rod Club Sweden in 6, Arteo Portugal in 7, and Heroes Movement USA in lane 8. While out in front, leading this final 5, through 500 metres, it was the sculler in lane 4, but actually as we move up now, it's our sculler in lane 6 from Malmö Rod Club. Danilo Chinchilla Sosa, the Swede, putting an absolutely cracking performance together, leading out Marcus Schultzhofer of RV Viking Spital, who looks to take second place. Big sprint coming from him though, and a big sprint coming from lane on 1 as well. Benoit Ordiki of UR Joku from France. But in the end, I think it will be a comfortable win. Well, not quite as comfortable. Gosh, half a canvas on the line. But Danilo Chinchilla Sosa of Malmö Rod Club will come through and hold on to that first place ahead of a very, very fast finishing Marcus Schüttelshofer of Ruderverein Viking Spital of Austria. Coming through now, lane 5, that's Christiana Rod Club. Marcus Gaia ahead of Pedro Goncalves Vicente of Arteo of Portugal. Well, there's some of the beautiful colours of the water here at Lake Banyoles. And they look that good because they look after this lake. Every single boat disinfected before it gets onto the water here. We're moving quickly onwards though. Final 6, that is our sculler in lane 2 from Coimbra, Portugal. But in lane 1 is Club Nautica Sevilla, Humbleback Rod Club from Denmark in 3, Express from Great Britain in 4, Warszawa from Poland in 5, Donaubound Austria in 6, River City USA in 7, and Damas of the Netherlands in lane 8. Final 6 then of the men's H single sculls. And through 500, and I think still leading at this point, it's that sculler in lane 2. I think it's Nuno Olivia da Silva from Coimbra. We'll bring you those results of final 6 as soon as we can. But there's confirmation of final 5. Malmö Rod Club of Sweden on top. Danilo Chinchilla Sosa. And here's the rest of final 6. Well, there's the start list. We know who's racing. And we got fast finishing from some of our scullers. This will be lane 4 and lane 3 in quick succession. Express Alan Martin from Great Britain. Michael Arnold of Humbleback Rod Club from Denmark. Then we followed coming through now in lane 8. Wesley van Breda from Damas from the Netherlands. Lane 7 is Travis Munday, that's River City. On the top of your screen. Sergio Perez Aguilera of Club Nautica Sevilla from Spain. So once they come through, we will confirm those results as and when they come through. 2 of our scullers didn't start, our Polish sculler and our Austrian sculler. So we'll get those results in just a second or two. And here we are popping up on screen. Express, Alan Martin from Great Britain. Great win for him. Ahead of Michael Arnold of Humbleback Road Club. Back to the start though, final 7. And they are just out of the blocks and from the top of your screen to the bottom. Seven scullers racing this one. Our Cromba sculler from Portugal didn't start. So from top to bottom then. Club de Remo de Brasilia of Brazil. Sarasota County Rowing Club in 2 from the US. TWDW of Poland. Nautica Tarragona of Spain in 4. We've got our sculler from Czechia, VK Vajkar Jindruchev Haradekev. Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 6 and Leon Kalure in lane 7. So you can see them all on screen at the moment. Great race developing from our scullers in lane 6. Rodolphe Peffer of Lyon. Also going well, our sculler in lane 6. Our Polish sculler, Bartolmelj Gasparski of TWDW. The two of them just starting to separate themselves from the rest of the field. But again, going well. It's our sculler in lane 1. Celo Amorem of Club de Remo de Brazil, but also our sculler in lane 5, our Czech sculler Tomas Dernick. The two of them racing for 2nd and 3rd place at the moment. A race that's currently being won, I think, by Celo Amorem up in lane 1. Well, through 500 metres then. But on screen at the moment, to the left-hand side, is Alan Martin of Express from Great Britain. A very happy chappy there on screen after winning his medal. But there's some of our racers then. Lane 6, that is David Smith of Nottingham Rowing Club. And lane 3, that is Bartolomej Gasparski of TWDW. The two of them racing hard. And racing hard because it is that Polish sculler from TWDW who has the advantage probably by 2/3 of a length, maybe even a whole boat length at this point in the race. 250 metres then left to decide who will win this one. Will it be our Polish sculler? Will it be our French sculler? Or perhaps even our Brazilian sculler who's been moving up over the past couple of strokes or so? He's now got overlap on our leader from Poland. Both of these scullers now, Poland and France. Brazil as well on top. Brazil moving particularly well in these closing stages as well. The move now coming from Leon Kalure, from Rodolphe Pfeiffer, from France. But it's all eyes on Brazil. It's all eyes on Club de Remo de Brasilia. What a move, what a sprint, what a surge we're starting to see. I think our Polish sculler from TWDW might be fading. I don't know how much of an answer or how much of a response he's got in these closing stages, because right now in lane 1, absolutely motoring up to the line. Boom, there it is. What a sprint. Club de Remo de Brasilia. And I think on the line, our Polish sculler might have been rode through as well. That's Nautica Tarragona, Gennaro Perez Suarez just coming through. That's our Czech sculler, and he'll be followed by Leon Kalure. So what a performance from Celio Amorem from Club de Remo de Brasilia, who we think got it on the line. Nottingham Rowing Club's David Smith was the one who was pushing incredibly hard to the finish. And this is Enrique Gonzalez of Sarasota County Rowing Club. The American comes up to the line. So we'll get the times in just a second. Official times, so do you have our Brazilian There he is from Club de Remo de Brasilia. What a sprint. And in fact, it was Nottingham Rowing Club's David Smith who was sprinting through. Let's pick up the next race, though. Final 8. Lane 1, Sea Club Zurich, Glebe from Australia in 2. Schweininger Ruder Gesellschaft, Germany in 3. Poland, RTW Bigostia in 4. De Huns of Netherlands in 5. We've got Milltown Rowing USA in 6 and Bedford Star in lane 7. So our sculler from Glebe has not turned up. No Andrew Wigman. So 6 scullers then coming into the 250-metre marker. And it's those 2 scullers on the bottom of your screen. Bedford Star in lane 7, right at the very bottom, going against Aaron Hack, Jason Green of Bedford Star. But what a push there from Aaron Hack in the final 100 metres. So he's really stepped on, really kicked on. It looks like Jason Green just fading ever so slightly as well, because at the top of your screen, lane 1, it's Christian Ernst of Sea Club Zurich. Sprinting, racing hard, challenging hard. He's rode through our competitor from Great Britain, from Bedford Star. There he is on screen, Christian Ernst, solidifying 2nd place as we come up to the finish line. We'll wait and get the finish camera panning around, coming past the umpire's launch just there. But on the line, great performance, terrific win for our sculler from Milltown Rowing USA, Aaron Hack. But on the left of your screen, we're just admiring the scenes of Celio Amorim from Brazil. Coming through there, lane 5, that is James McGrath of De Huns of Netherlands. We're followed by Circo Viet of Schweininger Ruder Gesellschaft. So that's our sculler in lane 8. My apologies, that hasn't been printed on my draw sheet, but that is our Indian sculler from Madras. A late entry to this final 8. Final that I know is up next. And a reminder, we've got 13 of these finals. We're absolutely racing through them. But confirmation, a win for Milltown Rowing USA there in lane 6 for this 8th final.
Sorry, I had a mistake. So the first position of balance race is for lane 6. As I said, for the American team of Milltown Rowing.
So we're fast finishing then for final 9. Our Polish sculler in lane 1 for Vloskark, Covera from Spain in 2, Cercolo Canoteri of Peru in 3, Münchener Germany in 4, Club Remo de Mino from Spain in 5, SC Kuschnacht of Switzerland, Sport Club Kuschnacht in lane 6, and Hanau Germany in lane 7. Riding at the moment with our sculler in lane 4, Stefan Hamels of Münchener on the far side of the course as well. Our Polish sculler, Wojciech Urbanowski and Jose Fernandez of Corvera. And it is lane 4, Stefan Hamels of Münchener who comes through, followed by Corvea and Vorslak, our Polish sculler. Lane 6 coming through, Laurent Grandidier of Sport Club Kuschnacht, Switzerland. Then it's our Peruvian sculler, Angelo Torciani. But on screen, there's Aaron Hack. He's won final 8. Congratulations, Aaron Hack of Milltown Rowing USA. Final 8's winner of the men's C single scull. There he is, holding up his medal. Club de Remo de Mino is represented by Antonio Del Cano Alvarez, who drifts through. And there's some of our scullers heading up to the start. So confirmation for Münchener. Final 10 then. Here we go, coming up to the red boys. Itzas Lagunac from Spain in 1, Club Nacional de Regatas in 2, Arkeam Vanessy, Germany. And then we've got Turkey, Turk Silhal Kulveteri Spor Gucu in lane 4, Calgary Rowing Club from Canada in 5, Osnabrücker Ruderverein, Germany in 6, BTW of Poland in lane 7. So no sculler from Osnabrücker Ruderverein. But through the halfway mark, it was our German sculler from Arke am Vanessy in lane 3, who was out in front leading this one. And that is exactly what is happening at the moment as we come up to the finish line. Our Turkish sculler though, Murat Turker, battling hard for that second place position, as is David Beck of Itzas Lagunac of Spain, going well across in lane 1. There are 3 leaders at the moment, but no one will catch our German sculler, Arke am Vanessy, represented by Georg Spiegel. But a close finish, a photo finish between Murat Turker and David Beck from Turkey and Spain, respectively. Coming through, we then got Juan Pablo Pocho of Club Nacional de Regatas, Uruguay. Calgary Rowing Club as well, represented by Paul Jackson. And just pushing off is Stefan Hamels, our winner of Final 9 of the men's C single sculls of Münchener Ruder Club. Well, lane 7 coming through there. It's BTW represented by Wojciech Jabolinski. There he is, up to the line, Wojciech Jablonski of BTW Poland. And there is Banyoles, the city overlooking this wonderful lake that is hosting over 3,700 Masters rowing athletes, and of course many more coaches, volunteers and officials as well, who have all made this trip to this wonderful part of Catalan. Confirmation then, Jörg Spiegel, Arke am Vanessy winning this one. We go back up the course though for final 11. 3 races to go in the men's C single sculls. Lazio in 1 from Italy. Our Polish sculler in lane 2, RTW Bergostia. Rem Barcelona in 3. Surprise, surprise to see them out in front, leading so dominant across this regatta. Nürtingen, Germany in lane 4. Rennes from France in lane 5. Moss Row Club from Norway in 6. And Ruder Club Nasovia Host from Germany in lane 6. Well, there it is, out in front, Rem Barcelona, Dimitri Ovechko. We've seen him on the medal podium before, and he's done it again just now. Rem Barcelona, outstanding performances from them. And now it's fast finishing. It's lane 7. It's Moss Row Club. It's Dag Martinsen just ahead of Mikael Morven of Rennes. And then on the far side, it will then be Luca Del Elise of Lazio, as the medal is awarded to Jörg Spiegel of Arke am Vanessy, the German, for winning final 10 of the men's C single sculls. Well, it's cloudy here, it's overcast, but the racing is still red hot here on day 3 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta in Banyoles in Catalonia. Confirmation there, a win for Rem Barcelona and of our German Karsten Briski of Ruder Club Nasovia Host. And our start list now for final 12. Fluvio of Portugal in 1, Paraguayo Aleman of Paraguay in 2, Peterborough Rowing Club from Great Britain in 3, Tralee of Ireland in 4, Poznania Poland in 4, Osnabrücker Rodeverein, Germany in lane 6. Bedford Rowing Club from Canada. Bedford, I should say, not Bedford. So, out in front, it is that Canadian sculler, Jacques Chassé. Two scullers not starting this one. Our sculler from Paraguay and our sculler from Poznania. So just 5 athletes racing this one, and there they are all on screen. One out in front, one is setting the standard. That is Jacques Chassé of Bedford. What a performance he's putting together. But on screen, to the left, our winner, final 11 men's C single sculls, Dimitri Ovechko of Rem Barcelona. Well, there it is across the line. Jacques Chassé of Bedford. Now we wait and see who comes next. It will be Jose Lopez Agante of Fluvio. And then in quick succession, it'll be Tralee of Ireland. James Breen just beating out Ian Palmer of Peterborough. With our rower from Osnabrücker Rodeverein. That's Ludger Rasch coming through there to round out final 12. Confirmation there. Canada on top ahead of Portugal, Ireland and Great Britain. Well then, one more to go. We said it was a baker's dozen. This is final 13 of the men's C single sculls. Shandon from Ireland in 1. Tatsumi of Japan in 2. RCO Hennigsdorf of Germany in 3. Putney Town of Great Britain in 4. On screen, Ruder Club Fürstenwald 1893, Germany. Lane 6 is Marlow Rowing Club, Club d'Avignon d'Annecy-le-Vieux in lane 7. All of these scullers reporting for duty. And it is the sculler from lane 5. It's the German out in front leading Jens Klingberg, Ruder Club Fürstenwald. We've got our eyes also on Club d'Avignon d'Annecy's Dragos Nigu, going well in lane 7. So it's Clearwater between first and second, and it's Clearwater again. Clearwater back to, I think, Edward Bolio of Putney Town from Great Britain. As our scullers come into the final 250 metres, we can welcome to the podium Jacques Chassé of Bedford Rowing Club from Canada. You can't tell he's Canadian, can you? Up to the line then, let's go in lane 5.
Almost reaching the final line.
It is Jens Klingberg of Ruder Club Fürstenwald 1893, leading out as he has done for so much of this, and then hot on his heels will be Dragos Nigu, Club d'Avignon, Annecy-le-Vieux. They'll be followed by our sculler in lane 4, Edward Boylo of Putney Town Rowing Club. And then through on the top of your screen, it'll be Joan O'Neill from Shandon Rowing Club from Ireland. Lane 6 is, of course, Marlow Rowing Club. Michael Parsons of Marlow. Great performance from him to come through in lane 6. And then on the top of your screen coming through, lanes 2 and 3, Kenji Nakai of Tatsumi from Japan and Dirk Kraus of RCO Hennigsdorf from Germany. Well, there's the finish tower. Those of you who are listening around the venue, you'll be hearing from all of our commentators there. But a win there for our German Jens Klingberg, Ruder Club Fürstenwald 1893. Well, from singles, we now go to women's coxless 4, our penultimate block of racing. Lane 1 of this final one is an international crew from Germany, USA, and Germany. Maritime from Spain in 2. We've got an international composite in 3 from Austria and Great Britain. Cornelius Tromp, Hilversum from Netherlands in 4. Rowing Canada Aviron alumni team up with Salmon Arm and Atlanta from the USA in 5. Corinthians from Brazil in lane 6. Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt from Australia make up that composite, with Marlow Rowing Club, the Brits, in lane number 8.
It's on the course that race, 31.79. Wow. Extraordinary where.
So through 500 metres then, our leaders were in the middle of the course. It was that Canadian crew. But what about this move now from Marlow Rowing Club as we come up to the final 250 metres? Marlow Rowing Club have put themselves right into contention in this race. They were in the mix 2 seconds down at 500 metres, but here they are out in front leading, having rowed through the Canadians and the Americans in lane 5. The Rowing Canada alumni, Salmon Arm and Atlanta as well. Marlow Rowing Club just weaving around ever so slightly with their steering, but that has been a decisive move, a brilliant move from Victoria Parsons, Lorna Loretto, Sarah Galloway and Ruth Naylor to come through. It's still the North American composite of Rowing Canada alumni, Salmon Arm and Atlanta, USA, who still hold on to that second place position. But 2 lanes across that other composite of Rudeverein from Austria, Wallingford from Great Britain. Watch out for them to see if they can sneak past the Canadians and Americans. And of course, we've got our eyes on, I think it is Corinthians as well, or perhaps it's the Australians, Lake Macquarie. But on the line, Marlow Rowing Club, brilliant race from them. They come through ahead of the North American composite. And then we'll be fast finishing from, I think, Maritime from Spain. And now we have up to the line. That's lane 4 and lane 1. Cornelius Tromp Hilversum from the Netherlands, just ahead of Roder Club Ham, Chinook, Riverside, and Roder Club Aschaffenburg. The Germans and the Americans teaming up there for that one. Through the line. That's our crew from Maritime. That's the Spanish. And this is the crew of Corinthians. Of Sao Paulo, through in lane 6. Some of our officials there. Some of the broadcast team. Keeping everything in order. Dialed in. They're not spotting the camera. They're absolutely laser focused, as you would expect them to be. The results, though, of final one, Marlow Rowing Club on top in that one. Right then, final 2. No crew from Marlow in this one. But in lane 1, it is another British crew. It is St Andrew Boat Club all the way from Edinburgh. They were going up against the likes of Tribesmen from Ireland in lane 2. York City of Great Britain in 3. Riga of Latvia in 4. Then we've got a British composite of Upper Thames and Bedford Star in lane 3. Chinook from the USA in lane 6. No Marlow Rowing Club in lane 7. Auckland Row from New Zealand in lane 8. That's us riding with the Scots, St Andrew Boat Club, Sharon Wallace, Linda Carruthers, Katrina Duke and Alison Harrison. They'll be used to these conditions, sort of a bit damp, a bit drizzly, a bit overcast, much like the conditions back in Edinburgh. They're in the thick of it, in the thick of this racing, as are the crew in lane 8. That is Auckland, all the way from New Zealand. And the crew in lane number 4, the Latvians, Riga, in the black kit in the middle of the boat. That's them there. I think it is Riga. I think it's the Latvians out in front leading this one at the moment. So let's see what St Andrew Boat Club can muster up. Let's see what Auckland can muster up in these closing stages. But what about the rest of the world as well? Chinook in lane 6. That Star Upper Thames composite crew in lane 5 as well. Looks like they're rowing through and rowing down St Andrew Boat Club. St Andrew being pushed down into 5th place at the moment. It's still the crew from Riga. It's still the Latvians leading out in the opening stages, but Auckland sitting half a length back or so. We haven't hit the red boys yet. That'll be 250 metres left to go. So that gives us a moment to congratulate Marlow Rowing Club on the left-hand side of your screen. Victoria Parsons, Lorna Loretto, Sarah Galloway and Ruth Naylor, winners of Final 1 of Women's E Coxless Fours. There'll be a nice little sing-along on the podium. Well, what about Auckland? We wondered what they would be able to do, what they would be able to muster up, and what an unbelievable move here. They've just kicked on and just obliterated Riga in the middle of the field, who themselves are in danger of being caught by that British composite from Star and Upper Thames in the closing stages of this race. 250 metres left, 1/4 of this race to go. Have Auckland burned their chips just a little bit too early? Let's see what can happen as we come up to the line. That crew from Riga is just stepping on, I think, and perhaps I think we're seeing another step on from Bedford and Star as we come up to the line. I think that lead that Auckland had, it's been reduced. 200 metres left to go. Let's see what can happen. The bows of Auckland, the bows of that New Zealand crew, the Kiwis, I think are still leading. Right, the camera is now cut to Riga. It's cut to the Latvians who are digging in. Looks around from some of those crew to see whereabout they stack up. The bows, though, of that British composite Star Club, Bedford Star, Upper Thames, poking into view. I think Auckland went too early. I think it is a perfectly timed move from Bedford Star and from Upper Thames, who are just motoring, I think, at just the right time. But perhaps the bows of Auckland still in the lead. One more gear, one more push on from them will secure this win. It is the Kiwis just by a canvas on the line who beat out the crew from Bedford Star and from Upper Thames, who themselves beat out Riga. Chinook then come through. St Andrew Boat Club come through. York City come through as well. And this is coming up to the line. I think that's lane 2. I think that is Tribesman from Ireland. What a great way to cap off the Women's E Coxless Fours racing. There they are. There's our broadcast team helping out with all of the production of our cameras, our drone, stitching it all together, providing me with those pictures. But they're back in, they're dialed in, working hard, because we've still got races to go. Confirmation though, Auckland, New Zealand on top, ahead of that British composite crew. Well, final 3 then of Women's E Coxless Fours. Calgary in lane 1. British composite, that's it on screen there. Aberdeen, Upper Thames, Strathclyde Park, Tartu from Estonia next to them in 3. Another British composite, Nottingham, Cantabrigian Express in 4. An international composite of Ruder Club Ham, Germany, Klaipeda Masters, Lithuania, and Saigburger from Germany. Aberdeen Boat Club in lane 6, the all-Scottish crew. Mala Flotilla of Ukraine in 7, and Ardingly from Great Britain in 8. And Luja, look at that. What a lead, what an advantage for Sarah Kell, Maureen Law, Ailey Ord and Judith Byrne. They've got clear water over the rest of the field. And I think it is that crew in lane 4. Correction, it's the crew in lane 5. It's the international composite from Germany and Lithuania, holding on to second place ever so slightly as we hit the red boys. On the bottom of your screen, though, it's the crew from Ardingly from Great Britain who are making a push for that second place. It's neck and neck as we go through, with about 150 metres left to go for that international crew. The Germans and the Lithuanians going up against Ardingly, but out in front, it's the Brits. It's Aberdeen, it's Upper Thames, it's Strathclyde Park, it's Sarah Kell, Maureen Law, Ailey Ord and Judith Byrne out in front, leading this final. But the rest of the world is closing up. It's going to be ever so close. Ardingly, we thought they'd be hanging on, but it looks like that international composite went through that buoy line just ahead of them. On the line, Aberdeen, Upper Thames, Strathclyde Park, they take first place. But goodness me, it's going to be so close. It will be the international composite, I think. Just ahead of Ardingly. Calgary come through in second place, and then Tartu from Estonia. On screen though, it's the Kiwis from Auckland Rowing Club. Winners of final 2, Andrea Chadfield, Gia Jong, Joanna Waller and Tamara Tessolin. Coming through, we've got the likes of Aberdeen Boat Club, and we've got Mala Flotilla from Ukraine as well. Great racing from all of them. There's our overhead shot of Auckland from New Zealand, winners of our previous race, getting their photos taken, big waves all round, getting their medals as well. If only they knew there was a camera flying over their head at the moment. Well, we've got one block of racing to go. But before that, we can confirm that it was, of course, our British composite, Aberdeen Upper Thames and Strathclyde Park, who won final 3 of the women's E4. Right then, final block of racing. Men's F8s. We've got 4 of these humdinger races to bring you. It's the Irish in lane 1, big composite. Shandon, Belfast, Commercial, Cork, Neptune, Shannon, Belfast. Big composite. It's the Spanish in 2, Club Remo de Mino, an international composite from Germany, Brazil, and the Netherlands, as well as Austria. Chinook in lane 4, British composite in 5 of Ardingly and Wallingford. Then we've got our German composite of Hennigsdorf, Dresden, Rostocker, and Rotation Berlin. Aberdeen in lane 7, and the French composite of Lyon, Avignon, Annecy, Club Marginet, Sport d'Avignon, and Caderousse SN. Right then, what have we got? It's the Irish out in front. It's lane 1 leading the charge at the moment. Going with them, though, it is the crew in lane. It's lane 6 going with them, going well. It's the German composite. Question is, can they move up? Can they challenge Ireland in the final stages of this race? We've hit the red boys. We're less than 250 metres to go, and I think the Germans might just be able to do it. Ireland, though, what strength we've seen from their 8s racing. You know, the camera's just panned round, making me eat my words, because the Irish are still leading out, probably 3/4 of a length advantage that they've got over this German composite, going well in lane 6. Fast finishing behind them. On the far side, the French on the right-hand side of your screen in lane 8, and it's the crew in lane 3, our international composite, going particularly well in the middle of the course, but it will be on the far side. It will be Ireland. It will be Shandon, Belfast, Commercial, Cork, Neptune, and Shannon come through ahead of the German Hennigsdorf, Dresden, Rostocker, and Rotation Berlin, and then fast finishing from the international composite from Chinook and from the Spanish crew as well. On the left-hand side of your screen, though, that is the crew from Aberdeen, Upper Thames, Strathclyde Park. Sarah Kell, Maureen Law, Ailiord, and Judith Byrne receiving their medals for winning final 3 of women's coxless 4s, just as Aberdeen Boat Club come through the finish line. Well, there's our porta cabin. Where is it? There we go. There's the glamorous commentary position that we have here in the porta cabin, just tucked away behind the finish tower. Confirmation of our results of final 1, a win for the Irish composite, and we get to go right back up to the start for final 2 and follow this one all the way down the course. What a beauty this is set to be. Spanish composite in 1. French, Region Grand in 2. Athlone from Ireland in 3. That's the Italians in lane 4. Tiber, Canoteri, Padova, Pro Monopoly, Armida, Canoteri, Firenze, and CUS Pavia in lane 4. Next to them, it's a big German composite. Ruderverein, Empor, MRCB, Bonner, Rudergesellschaft, Akkad, Ruderverein, Leipzig, Tegel, and Gruneau in the mix. Then we've got our British composite, Medway Towns, Wimbleball, Quinton, and Tideway Scullers in lane 6. And we've got Asloons from Norway in lane 7, and in second of our British composites, Camus, Warwick, Upper Thames and Poole in lane number 8. 8-8. Set to do battle, and here we are already 1 minute into racing. Riding there with our crews in lane 1 and lane 2. That's our Spanish composite on the top of your screen. SD Astelo, Baddock 13, Kaiku, CR, Aluce de Getsko, Ponteos and Santiago Tarak. They're being led out though at the moment by Region Grand from France. Some great performances we've seen from Region Grand over the course of this regatta. But let's see how this unfolds as we come up to the 500 meter marker. Of course, all of these races here over 1,000 meters, it's blisteringly quick and it's over in an absolute flash. Lane 6 just pointing into view. That's the British composite, Medway Towns, Wimbleball, Quinton and Tideway Scullers. We'll get our splits as we come through the 500 meter marker. I think it's going to be incredibly close, as it so often is in these 8s racing. That's the Brits going well in lane 6. The French also going well in lane number 2 there. And the bows of the Germans coming into view in lane 5. But it does look like it is that British crew leading out. Medway Towns, Wimbleball, Quinton, Tideway Scullers. But how about that? The bows of lane number 8. That's our British composite of Camus, Warwick, Upper Thames and Poole coming into view. But out in front, it's the first of our British crews leading out. Going with them, though, going well, is Region Grand Est from France, making a bit of a move here in the third quarter of this race, 500 through to 750 metres. It's been a brave start for those Brits there in lane 6. Let's see what happens now as we come into the final 250 metres. I think momentum just starting to shift in favour of the French. It's now stroke for stroke as we come up to the finish line between these two crews, leading out the rest of the world. Incredibly close, though, for third place between Spain, between the Irish, and I think between the between the Italians and between the Germans as well. But Medway Towns, Wimbleball, Quinton, Tideway Scullers, I think they found another gear. They've stepped on again. France, what have they got to go with about 100 metres left to go? About 10 big strokes for them to take them across the line. That British composite crew, Medway Towns, Wimbleball, Quinton, Tideway Scullers, up to the line. I think they're going to be incredibly hard to beat, but the French manage it on the line. Region Grand, they'll be followed in quick succession by the Italian composite. Then it'll be, I think, just the Germans ahead of the other British crew in lane number 8 on the far side. Fast finishing, it's the Spanish composite as well. What a performance, I think, from the French. Region Grand Est as they come up to the finish line. That's lane 7 coming through. That's Allison's Row Club of Norway. And coming through there, that's Athlone from Ireland. Well, speaking of the Irish, just on the left-hand side of your screen, they are your winners of Men's F Final 1. Shandon, Belfast, Commercial, Cork, Neptune and Shannon, all well represented by Kenneth MacDonald, William Hunter, Ocean McGrath, Colm Butler, Gary O'Neill, Brian Crean, Gerard Murphy, Dennis Crowley and Joy McAleer. Now, we've said a number of those names already, but there we have on-screen confirmation. Big win, impressive win for Region Grand. We're on to our final side of paper now. We've got 2 races to go. The first of which is final 3 of the men's F8s, already approaching that halfway point. German composite in lane 1 that we're riding with at the moment. Schreininger Rudergesellschaft and Erster Kieler Ruder Club. Next to them in lane 2, we can just see their bows, Bedford Star Hollingworth Lake composite. Next to them, it's an American composite of Undine, Cambridge and Palm Beach. British all crew of Nottingham Rowing Club in 4. Corinthians of Brazil in 5. Mendoza de Regatas, the Argentinians, in 6. Club Naval Barriennes and Arteao of Portugal in 7. With Australia represented by St George's Rowing Club, Glebe, Manning River, Lake Macquarie, Newcastle and ANA. Well then, going well, it's the Germans in lane 1. Schreininger Rudergesellschaft, Erster Kieler Ruder Club. That's who we're tracking at the moment. But it was incredibly close, you know, between the Americans, between the Brits. As we came through that 500-meter marker, let's see what our drone is telling us. Our drone is telling us it is the Germans on the top side of your screen. Bit of a move coming from the Americans, though, who seem to have pulled away from the Brits, who themselves have got to be careful of the crew in lane 6. That's the Argentinians, Mendoza de Regatas, perhaps moving back on the British crew as we come into the final 250 metres. Well, it's going to be a drag race to the finish. It's going to be difficult to catch the Germans, difficult to catch Schweininger, Rode Gesellschaft, Erste Kieler, Rode Club with a length advantage as they come into the final 200 metres. That is a great position to be in. And for the Americans, they've got 3/4 of a length on the British combination of Star and Hollingworth Lake as they come up to the line. These positions look set, but not if the crew from Mendoza de Regatas has got anything to say about it. They look to be closing in on the British. Here come the Argentinians, but here come the Germans up to the finish line. Erste Kieler Rode Club, Schweininger Rode Gesellschaft up to the line. First place in this third final of the men's F8. And they will be followed by the Brits. Bedford Star, Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club will take second place just ahead. Sorry, Undine Cambridge Palm Beach will take second place ahead of the British combination. Then on the line, it will be Argentina. It will be Mendoza de Regatas just ahead of the Australian combination. We've got Corinthians coming through, 1/4 of a length up on Nottingham Rowing Club. And then in lane 7, it'll be our Portuguese crew. Probably the best boat painting job I think we've seen all regatta. That is Club Naval, Barriennes and Arteo from Portugal teaming up for this combination. And that will be rounding out this third final of men's F8. Brilliant racing from all 3 of our finals so far in men's F8. Which means we've got 1 to go. We've reached the end of day 3. We've reached the end of Friday here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta, but we have got 1 race to go. Those Australians have got to be careful to get themselves out of the line. Confirmation then, the Germans, Schweininger Rode Gesellschaft, Erste Kieler Rode Club on top in that race. But these Australians are going to have to move quite quickly because our 4th final will already be on the course. We're head though to the finish line where we find Region Grand on the podium for their win in final 2 of the men's F8s. Congratulations to them. Brilliant performance, great racing. Well, here's the race, our final race of day 3 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta. Tees Rowing Club from Great Britain in 1. The Norwegians, Christiana Row Club, Baurum Row Club in 2. International Composite in 3 from New Zealand and Great Britain, Auckland, Nottingham, Llandaff and Nottingham Union. Belfast Rowing Club in 4. Great Britain's Mega Composite of Exeter, Bradford, the Reds, Bristol, Upper Thames, Greenbank, Falmouth in 5. Our international composite from Spain, Brazil and Argentina in 6. Mitsubishi from Japan in 7. And then from Portugal, VRL Barrio, Camenhens and Lisboa make up that combination as they come through the 500-meter marker. We're riding with that mega composite from Great Britain. Going with them as well, it's that international composite, Spain, Argentina and Brazil riding particularly well at the moment. Final race of day 3 then of the World Rowing Masters Regatta. And the rains are coming down again. The heavens have opened once again. But that is not disrupting the racing on the water, which continues to be of an incredibly high standard. At the moment, leading out, though, we're keeping an eye on Tees Rowing Club as well, just over there on the right-hand side of your screen. There with the CR on the back. That's the Norwegians, Christiana Row Club, Bærum Row Club as well. Let's see what they can do in the closing stages of this race. I think they've got a lot of water to make up if they're going to get themselves into contention. Tees Rowing, they're going well on the far side, but not quite well enough, because I think it is that crew in lane 5. It's the British Mega Composite, Exeter, Bradford, the Reds, Bristol, Upper Thames, Greenbank, Falmouth. Still leading out this one. As we're into the red boys, probably about 200 metres or so left to go until the curtain call here on day 3 in Banyoles. This British crew going particularly well. We'll see what happens as we come up to the line. We also know going well that I think it's the Portuguese closest to us. We can just see the bows there, though, of lane 6. That's our Argentinian, Spanish-Brazilian combination. Lane 5 going particularly well. Let's see what happens as we start to pan out. But it does look like it is the British on the line. Exeter, Bradford, the Reds, Upper Thames, Greenbank, Falmouth, just ahead of lane 6. Our international composite of Trasmero, Parana, Rio Parana, Corrientes, Corinthians, Regatta, Rosario, and Buenos Aires. And just on the line, lane 8 comes through. That is the Portuguese, Villarreal, Barrio, Camhins, and Lisboa. T's on the far side. They're followed by our international composite from Auckland, Nottingham, Landaf, Notts and Union. And then it's Christiana Row Club, Byram Row Club, Norway coming through. And then rounding out this race from Japan, it will be Mitsubishi Rowing Club. Wow, what a way. What a way to finish day 3 of the World Rowing Masters Regatta. There on screen, though, it's our German winners from Final 3. It's Schweininger Rudergesellschaft and Erste Kieler Ruder Club. Confirmation there, though. A win for the British. A win for Exeter Rowing Club, Bradford upon Avon, the Reds, Bristol Rowing Club, Upper Thames, Greenbank, Falmouth. What a way to have our crescendo of racing here on the 3rd day. 3 of 5 days of racing. We've still got a bumper weekend of action to come here at the World Rowing Masters Regatta in Banyoles. We hope you have enjoyed our coverage today. I'm Fergus Mainland, and it has been an absolute pleasure to take you through all of this afternoon's racing and, of course, this morning's racing as well. And we can't wait to do it all again tomorrow from 8 o'clock.
Second position is for line 2 of Christiana and Berlumerki. And 8th position is for line 7 Japan Mitsubishi. So congratulations to everyone. This is the end of the day. This is the end of the day. See you tomorrow.